Tonight, three party leaders, each pitching their own plan for the future. The fate of Churchill Falls caught in the crosshairs. The centerpiece of the Liberal Party platform, a multi-billion-dollar hydro deal with Quebec.
After decades of being shortchanged, we are on the cusp of finally turning that page.
The Progressive Conservatives determined to write that next chapter.
I will not rubber stamp a bad deal that sends the benefits of our resources to Quebec for another 50 years.
While New Democrats hope voters choose them to balance the accounts.
Calculators for Mr. Wakeham and Mr. Hogan.
This as voters grapple with a cost of living crisis, a broken healthcare system, and concern over public safety. It all comes down to this. Tonight, Newfoundland and Labrador votes. Well, good evening and welcome to Newfoundland and Labrador Votes, live from our CBC studio in St. John's. I'm Carolyn Stokes. There is just 1 hour left until polls close. It all comes down to this. Parties are getting those last few voters to the polls as Newfoundlanders and Labradorians choose the party they want to lead them through the next 4 years. If it's a close race tonight, we could be playing the long game here. We'll be right with you all night as the results roll in from all 40 districts, and we have a whole team to get you ready before all of that starts. Our reporters are stationed right across the province tonight, including at campaign headquarters. Heather Gillis will have the latest from Liberal headquarters in St. John's. Our Terry Roberts is with the PCs in Stephenville, and Mark Quinn is in downtown St. John's with the NDP. And that is not all. CBC's Troy Turner is live in Grand Falls, Windsor tonight. Colleen Connors is reporting from Corner Brook. Reagan Burton is in Happy Valley Goose Bay, and Chrissy Holmes is our roving reporter. She's standing by at a polling station on the Avalon. So we'll be checking in with them shortly. But first, I want to bring in my co-host, Ariana Calland. And Ariana will be on the results tonight. So Ariana, tell us, what will you be keeping an eye on?
Well, that's right, Carolyn. I will be taking you through the results as they come in district by district, and there are many races to watch. But let's start with the big land. Let's take a look at Lake Melville, okay? Lake Melville, that is where we have a former cabinet minister at play, Keith Russell. You may remember this face. He sat with the Dunderdale cabinet, stayed low for a little bit. Now he's back, and there are a lot of blue signs, I'm being told, in Happy Valley Goose Bay. Sean McLean with the Liberals. He's making good ground, very good campaign on the ground in that area of Lake Melville. Of course, the MOU top of mind, and Jamie Ruby there with the NDP. All right, moving along to the Battle of the Mayors in Corner Brook. The seat, of course, open because Jerry Byrne decided he wasn't going to run for re-election. Jim Parsons knocked off Charles Pender for mayor of Corner Brook. Now he wants to make his way to the legislature. Former Premier Danny Williams has been on the campaign trail with Charles Pender in Corner Brook. And now let's take a look at Sarah Studley's district, Mount Scio. Very popular cabinet minister. She's being challenged by Darrell Hines, who has been behind the scenes for many, many years, has worked with both provincial and federal governments, and with the NDP, Laura Bell Emba, who has been making waves for the NDP. So, Carolyn, many, many races to watch. These are just three, and I'll bring you all that throughout the night.
Wonderful. Yes, so many interesting races to keep an eye on. Thank you so much, Ariana. We'll come back to you in a bit to talk about the path to victory with David Cochrane. Power and Politics is having to do without David this evening. Of course, a familiar face to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. You're back home tonight with us, providing some analysis, and you're also going to be moderating our panel. Can you introduce us?
Yeah, I'll do anything for a free trip home, especially on a night like this. Look, we've got a panel of three people who know their parties, know the province, and know politics very well. We've got Steve Crocker, who is a cabinet minister in the Andrew Furey and Dwight Ball governments. David Brazel was a former leader of the provincial Progressive Conservative Party. And Mary Shortle, she is the president of the federal NDP. And they've been helping us out on Power and Politics throughout this election campaign to explain Newfoundland politics and Labrador politics to the country. Steve Crocker, your quick thoughts. What are you going to be watching for when the results start rolling in?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be watching for a lot of what Ariana just explained, because I think that is the path tonight for a government. I think, I think it's nine incumbents not there tonight. Mm-hmm. So I think, there will be, you know, there will be some very close races there, and I think that's where government will be formed later tonight.
Right, 9 incumbents, including you, Andrew Furey, people like Jerry Byrne. So Dave Brazel, the PCs are actually running more incumbents than the Liberals in this campaign, which is not normally the way things go. What are you watching for when we start to get the first results in an hour?
Well, I mean, the fact that we're running candidates who ran in the last election already have an established team, already have an established base within those ridings itself. Again, with so many incumbents not there, a lot of these seats are open. Our policies have been outlined in rural Newfoundland, Labrador. There's some very close seats that we know now that we think, well, we've got a good opportunity to take back. So, and some here in the city. So this is going to be, you know, it's going to be a later night, I think, from my perspective on who's going to form government and at what level of government it's going to be in this province.
Okay, well, Mary Shortall, it can't go too late. I got a flight to Ottawa at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So what are you watching for when the first results come in at 8 Newfoundland time?
Well, for us, it's great because we have 40 full slate of candidates, and that gives a choice to everybody. The only incumbent, obviously, is our leader, Jim Dinn, and so we're going to be looking very closely at St. John's Centre, but also St. John's East Kitty-Vitty, also Waterford Valley, also Labrador. There's lots of areas where the NDP will certainly make an impact, I think.
I know you got 40 candidates. You got people running in Corner Brook and Labrador. Used to be my neighbors when I lived in St. John's, right? So they're not really, I mean, they're local in the big sense, but
well,
there
it gives people a choice.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, so Carolyn, we'll be checking in with Steve, Dave, and Mary throughout the night as we get the results come in. They can react in real time.
All right, thanks, David. And, you know, as you might recall, back in 2021, an unusual election. It was during the pandemic, and just a little more than 50% of eligible voters cast a ballot. It was a historically low turnout, and just days before the election, in-person voting was called off. But now voters are back at the ballot box. Let's check in with our Chrissy Holmes, who's at a polling station on the Avalon. Chrissy.
Yeah, Carolyn, the last-minute rush is happening here right now. We've seen a noticeable increase in volume as voters are rushing in to cast their ballots. And in fact, it's been a pretty unusual day. We'll put it that way. I mean, the day started with reports we were getting to our newsroom about some confusion around registration. We were hearing from some voters that were encountering some challenges, particularly around access for mobility reasons, for example, broken escalators at the Village, at the Dominion, Lake Avenue, for example. We reached out to Elections NL to try to speak with Travis Woolley, the new head of Elections NL. Too busy to talk with us today, but for what it's worth, Elections NL did not receive those complaints themselves. So still lots to talk about here. For the most part, the voters we've spoken with here today, Carolyn, have said that it's been easy peasy. Special ballots going to be the first ones that are going to populate here in the next little while. And actually, it's this district that has the highest number of special ballots. 20,000 total for the province. We've got about 1,100 in this particular district. But parallel to this election, there's a whole other election going on, and I want to introduce you to somebody. This is Dave Walsh. He is a teacher at McDonald Drive Junior High. So just give us the ballpark numbers, Dave. How did this work?
We had over 15,000 students across the province. Almost 150 schools cast their own ballots in their shadow parallel election.
So these, of course, votes won't count for the real result, but why was it important to run this parallel student election?
Well, as teachers, we are there to educate, and this is to teach the students how government works, democracy works, how voting works, and so that when they come of age, they'll know that they can go in and they'll pick up that pencil and they'll cast that ballot.
This was an important year, too.
Yes, it is. This 100 years this year since women in the province gained the right to vote. And so it wasn't one that was given to them. They fought for it for years, for decades. And so we tell the students, 100 years ago, you couldn't do this. So take that vote. It's yours. It was fought for. Use it.
Dave, we're really looking forward to seeing the results from this student vote, but my understanding we can't actually see those until after 8 o'clock. Will you join us with the results a little later?
I certainly will.
Okay. That's Dave Walsh here reporting live just outside of the Lions Chalet here in St. John's East, Kitty-Vitty, Carolyn.
Thanks so much, Chrissy. And you're talking about results there. And I just want to point out to our viewers this bar that you're seeing there on the bottom of your screen. When the polls close, this is where we are going to start seeing some of those results. So they're going to stay at 0 for now, but we have just under an hour to go before polls close. And of course, tonight, it all comes down to the voters. Who will Newfoundlanders and Labradorians trust to carry the province through the next 4 years? We've been asking about the issues that matter most to you in this election, and you have not been holding back.
My name is Chomaskina. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a friend, and I live in Conception Bay, South Newfoundland and Labrador. For the election, what I find really important to me is the cost of living. Grocery, childcare, home expenses, these are all things that concern myself and my family. We've had a lot of promises, we've had a lot of mandates, all beautifully written. But we want to know, are they just promises or will it come into fruition? Are we going to see changes? Are we going to see our leaders do something different? Would this be the first time that we're going to have people say what they're going to do and actually do what they said they're going to do?
Yes, cost of living is certainly on the ballot tonight. It's a topic all three parties have been tackling on the campaign trail. And I should mention John Hogan, Tony Wakeham, Jim Dinn, all running for the first time as party leaders. And the Liberals, led by John Hogan, must hold on to all 21 seats if they hope to keep a Liberal majority. So let's head to Liberal headquarters now in St. John's. That's where reporter Heather Gillis is stationed tonight. So Heather, take us through what's at stake for the Liberals.
Well, Carolyn, I think when we start to talk about what's at stake for the Liberals, we need to talk about power, and the Liberals are trying to hold on to power after being in government for 10 years with 3 leaders. So it all kicked off in 2015 with Dwight Ball. He had 2 terms. Then Andrew Furey won the government in 2021 during that pandemic election that you just spoke about. And now John Hogan trying to get a 4th term for the Liberals. And the Liberals want to return to the House of Assembly with a clear mandate, a majority government, and the number to watch tonight is going to be 21 out of the 40 seats in the House of Assembly. That's what has to happen to get there, and that's what all the parties are going to be looking at tonight as those results do start to come in when the polls are closed. But when we're also talking about what's at stake, and that being power, we also have to talk about the Churchill Falls MOU. Of course, this province signed that agreement with Quebec last December. They're hoping to finalize it into a definitive agreement in the spring sometime. And that's important when we talk about the Liberal campaign because the Liberals have promised about $130 million in new spending, things like cutting the provincial portion of the HST on your electricity bill by 10%, more doctors, more nurses, more police officers. And to fund some of those campaign promises, well, the Liberals say they want to use billions in revenue from the Churchill Falls MOU to pay for the promises that they've made on this campaign trail. Now, the PCs say if they get power, they want to review, renegotiate, and have a referendum on that deal. So that's what's at stake for this party here tonight. And the Liberals do say that they are feeling confident, but everybody is cautiously optimistic about what's going to happen tonight. And this is going to be the spot where Liberal supporters tonight hope to hear a victory speech from John Hogan, but we're just going to have to wait and see what those results are going to say later tonight. Carolyn?
Thank you so much, Heather. And we're going to keep doing the rounds with the campaign headquarters now. We're going to go from east to west out to Stephenville. That's a seat held by PC leader Tony Wakeham. It's also where Terry Roberts is reporting live right now. So, Terry, what are the PCs focused on tonight?
Well, they're focused on coming out of the political wilderness, I guess you could say, because haven't had their hands on the power of government in a decade. They've lost 3 consecutive provincial elections. But they're coming in here tonight after this campaign. I would say there's momentum. They've had a steady, I would say a hiccup-free campaign. They've got some big endorsements from groups like Trades NL, a big labor group in this province. They've had by-election victories in the last few years. And again, as David mentioned earlier, they actually have more incumbents on the ballots tonight than the Liberals. That's unusual. And there's, they're hoping to capitalize on that skepticism that's out there around the Churchill Falls MOU. So one of the rallying cries, the buzzword, I guess you could say, for the PCs has been change. They believe there's a mood for change in this province. So how are they going to get there? How are they going to get that magical #1 benchmark? Well, they're going to have to capitalize on that momentum, I guess, that was created by the Conservative Party of Canada in the April federal election, which saw the Conservatives go from 1 to 3 seats in Newfoundland and Labrador. So they're going to have to, but that's probably not going to happen in St. John's, but it's going to be rural Avalon, look for some seats there. Also, the Liberal cabinet ministers who made their way to the exit. That's got to be some key battlegrounds tonight for the PCs and also Labrador. So, this is a big night for Tony Wakeham. This is actually the 2nd anniversary of his selection as the leader of the PC Party of Newfoundland and Labrador. And we're going to find out in a few hours from now whether he gets a promotion and whether he becomes the 16th Premier of this province. Back to you, Carolyn.
All right, thank you so much, Terry Roberts. Now, heading into this election, the NDP is holding on to 2 seats. That's the number needed to maintain official party status. So will they keep those seats? Mark Quinn is standing by in downtown St. John's at the NDP headquarters. They're at Gower Street United Church. So, Mark, what are you hearing from the New Democrats tonight?
Well, as you said, Carolyn, what's at stake here is maintaining and expanding the number of seats they have is what they're hoping to do. As you said, they've got 2 seats. Jim Dinn, of course, in St. John's Centre. He became the leader during his last mandate. He was a somewhat reluctant leader. He was an interim leader at first and then became the leader completely later on. So this is his first election as the leader, and he hopes to keep this seat here in St. John's Centre. The other seats to watch, of course, are St. John's East Kitty-Bitty, which is where Sheila O'Leary hopes to enter provincial politics. And the other seat they're really hoping to win is the Labrador West seat, which they held with Jordan Brown, who's left for municipal politics. So they're hoping to win those 3 seats and maybe expand more. They did have a full slate of candidates, and they had a serious campaign. They really worked hard on this one. They had their platform out before the other parties did. It was fully costed. They made announcements as part of that platform almost every day. They've worked very hard. Now, mostly they focused on the St. John's area, but they were as well in Labrador to try to secure that seat in Western Labrador. Their priorities have been healthcare, the affordability crisis, and housing, of course. And they've also spent a lot of time talking about how they want change to the way that campaigns are funded. They want to get rid of union and big business funds, contributions to these campaigns. They say that their problem with that is that it is a way of buying access to parties and influence what parties do. So they're hoping tonight they're going to at least maintain party status, maybe even expand. We'll have to see what happens. And of course, we're waiting here at the headquarters, which is quite quiet right now. But we do expect people will start flooding in here as results start coming in. And then eventually we'll hear from the leader, Jim Dinn, who hopes to have a victorious night for himself and maybe even for some of the other people who've run in this election. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mark Quinn, reporting live from NDP headquarters. And I want to bring in David Cochran now. NDP is definitely one of the stories to watch tonight, but there are so many interesting aspects to this election. What are some of the stakes, do you think?
Well, look, let's just start with what John Hogan is trying to do. If John Hogan wins this election as the leader of the Liberal Party, that will be an unprecedented victory in the political history of Newfoundland and Labrador. There has never been at any point in the province's history since joining Canada in 1949 where a 3rd consecutive leader has extended the winning streak for the party in power. I mean, Joey Smallwood had that 22-23 year reign as premier from 1949 into the 70s, which we'll never see again. Frank Moore's won for the PCs. Brian Peckford extended it. Tom Rideout lost. Clyde Wells won it for the Liberals. Brian Tobin extended it. Roger Grimes lost. Danny Williams won for the PCs. Kathy Dunderdale extended it. Paul Davis lost. And now we're into the latest iteration of that cycle. Dwight Ball won it for the Liberals. Andrew Furey extended it. What does John Hogan do? A majority or a minority is history. Obviously, a majority makes it a heck of a lot easier to drive through the signature policy of this campaign, which is the finalization of the renewed commercial arrangements with Hydro-Quebec on Churchill Falls. Tony Wakeham comes into this night. He knew he was going to be leading an election campaign this year, but I'm pretty sure he thought his opponent was going to be Andrew Furey. He's running against John Hogan. His argument is that changing the guy at the top is not enough change. You need to change the whole government. And for the PCs to get what they want out of this tonight, they've got to gain 7 seats, and it is unlikely to see significant, meaningful growth here in the St. John's area. So they need to at least split Labrador and then start running up the score on the west coast of the island in particular, and in central and eastern Newfoundland and the rural Avalon. Basically, you need to see Tony Wakeham win where Pierre Poilievre won on April 28th, where Carol Anstey, Cliff Small, and Johnny Rowe got elected. That's where you need to see provincial progressive conservatives get elected. And for the NDP, it's kind of as simple as 1, 2, 3. 1 is the bare minimum, get your leader into the House. 2 gets you official party status. 3, that gets you power. Not because we're going to project an NDP government with 3 seats, but because with the 3 New Democrats, if you get to that level, you add in the fact that Paul Lane and Eddie Joyce are almost certain to get re-elected, Carolyn, as independents. That's a block of 5 seats. With 35 left in play, it is tough to see the Liberals or the PCs getting to 21, which means a majority government is highly unlikely, very improbable. And the New Democrats with 3 seats, they can negotiate and vote as a bloc, and that's real influence that they could have at the end of this night if they hold their seat in Labrador and take back their historic home in the Kitty-Bitty area of St. John's.
Yeah, could definitely affect the dynamic of the House of Assembly. But of course, you know, voters will have the ultimate say here. And while concerns like the cost of living and access to health care are universal right across the province, districts can also differ when it comes to issues that matter the most. So let's hear now from a single mom in Labrador who says connectivity is a major concern.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Saunders. I live in Happy Valley, Goose Bay, Labrador. Sunday, October 5th, we had a power outage from 7 a.m. It lasted until 4. With the power being gone, we had lost cell service. That's a huge safety concern because emergencies come up. And I was reading on Facebook that somebody, they have heart conditions and they started to panic because, oh my God, what if something happens? How do I get in touch with somebody? What can we do to ensure the safety of people when we lose phone services?
And thank you so much to Elizabeth Saunders for that. We heard similar concerns, of course, from residents of Conception Bay North during this summer's wildfires. But let's stay with Labrador issues for a moment. For the first time in a decade, Lake Melville will be electing a new MHA. Reporter Reagan Burden is standing by at a hotel in Happy Valley, Goose Bay, where PC candidate Keith Russell will be tonight. Reagan.
Thank you, Carolyn. We're already starting to see some supporters come in, even though the polls aren't closed just yet. You know, we're talking about issues in Labrador this election. We've been hearing a lot on the ground from people that there have been some frustrations the last 10 years, you know, not feeling like the Liberal government is pushing through enough change. And that's certainly been something that the PCs have been campaigning on, change. But like you mentioned, we've had the same MHA here in Lake Melville for the last 10 years. So we're going to see some change tonight no matter what happens. If that's PC candidate Keith Russell getting re-elected into the House of Assembly since getting voted out in 2015, if that's Sean McLean, the Liberal candidate coming in, it's Sean's first time running in an election, but he says he's feeling good. He's been involved with some local organizations here, and we've got an NDP candidate running as well. Jamie Ruby hasn't actually been on the ground, but the NDP say they do have some volunteers here. Of course, the MOU is top of mind for people quite literally closer to home than other voters in the province. People still feeling burned from the aftermath of Muskrat Falls. We saw issues in housing here, crime, drugs, and a lot of people credit that to when there was just a surge of money coming into the area. So people want to, you know, feel reassured that this deal is going to protect them. So whether or not the change we will see tonight will be a new party or a new MHA coming in with the Liberals, we're going to find out soon. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Reagan. This is Reagan Burden reporting live from Labrador. So let's head to the North Shore now, Conception Bay North, to hear some concerns from voters in that part of the province.
Hi, my name's Haley Poudan, and I am from Adams Cove. I recently moved here during the Kingston wildfires. An issue in this election that is important to me is about food accessibility and sustainability in the CBN and other rural remote areas of Newfoundland and Labrador. specifically when there is an emergency disaster response.
Hi, my name is Robin Dwyer. I was one of the volunteer coordinators for the evacuation center during the Kingston wildfire. As well, myself and my family lost our home as a result of the Kingston wildfire. This, I believe, is just the beginning of what is going to be the norm in terms of wildfire seasons during the summer in this province. And it will happen again, unfortunately. There are almost 200 families that are currently without a home. We need to rebuild. We need to have provincial support and government support for that to happen, to ensure that the North Shore just doesn't become a burnt area on the province's map.
Yeah, lots of issues cropping up across the province. Of course, one of the biggest challenges facing the next government is going to be the big financial burden government is facing. So, David, I'd love to hear a bit from you and your panel on that.
Yeah, this has been a perpetual challenge for all the governments in the history of this province. And Steve Crocker, you know, as a cabinet minister who sat around the table doing budget deliberations, just how serious the challenges are. We've got the parliamentary budget officer saying the new province's finances are unsustainable. Not a big focus in this campaign outside of the promise of revenue if the Churchill Falls deal goes through. No one talking about cuts, no one talking about restraint, lots of spending on the table.
Yeah, I think this campaign, you know, we saw the normal campaign promises, but, you know, at $130 million, the promises that the Liberal Party made, I think are quite reasonable, quite easily ways to, you're talking about a $10 billion budget. It's a very small part of that global budget overall. That there's always ways to fund your priorities, and when a government comes in and has the opportunity to fund their priorities, it's important to go in, look at it, and find ways to renew. One of the finance ministers I served with over the last 10 years would always say, find it in your envelope. And, you know, lots of times there are opportunities to find it in those existing envelopes.
Right.
When you're talking about a $10 billion budget and, you know, $130 million of commitments from our party's perspective. And as well, you know, we're confident that, you know, the MOU brings a definitive agreement, brings that necessary revenue to the province.
So Dave Brazel, that's been the Liberal pitch, right? That everything we're promising you, we'll pay for with the deal we're going to do with Quebec. Tony Wakeham is, I'd say, skeptical on the deal with Quebec, wanting to put it to a referendum after a review and renegotiation period. So how do you pay for your promises as a party if you don't do the deal?
Well, obviously, I mean, his policies are also going to outline in driving the economy to the rate level we need it to have. That there's a multitude of other factors in Newfoundland, Labrador, and other industries that can flourish that have been neglected in some cases for the last 10 years, or the emphasis haven't been put on that. I mean, we've talked to people in the different industries, from the fishing industry to the aerospace industry to the AI to tourism even for particularly. And there's a whole strategy on how you drive other industries. Now, Tony's talked about that the MOU itself, or the negotiating to get a deal for developing Churchill Falls and Labrador Power itself, is not off the table. It's about getting the best deal so that, you know, in 10 years, $1 billion may be minimal in comparison to what our debt load is going to be. Minimizing the debt load, delivering on the promises that people need and want right now. Their services here, our healthcare, our education system, our safe communities, cost of living, food security, are all key issues here that need to be addressed. Having a full-fledged process here where you don't give away stuff, because you still got to look at the next generation and the generation beyond that. You got to take care of them.
Right.
But also driving other industries. It can't all be about hydroelectric power here. Our offshore is very important here. Our mining industry is very important. All the other industries we have, our agriculture, our fishery, all the things are very important. So a holistic approach will generate billions of dollars to offset that while you're negotiating what needs to be done on the MOU.
But, you know, Mary Shortall, when you look at where the financial shortfall is, and we did see Jim Dinn show up at the calculator for the other two leaders. I don't know if you brought them for your panelists. I'm just wondering, the quick, and the MOU needs to be brought to a finalized agreement. That's the quickest way to move the needle on revenue for the province, right? So how do you cover for these shortfalls in the absence of moving on that project?
Well, I think what happened, what Jim's been talking about with the NDP platform, is that there are things that can be immediately done to help the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, things that already exist. So what he did was take the budget that the government already has and repurpose some of that, so cut oil subsidies for profitable corporations, oil corporations, the travel nurses budget, taking money like that and investing in real solutions that will be an immediate impact for that.
Right. Everyone wants to get rid of the travel nurses, but if you do that, you got no nurses, right? Like, it's not just that it costs a lot of money, they're in short supply and in high demand. So, I mean, how do you cover the financial shortfall and the medical shortfall, just quickly, if you do get rid of the travel nurses?
Well,
I think...
go ahead.
Yeah, just go in order. Go with Steve.
Well, I think, Health Accord NL is starting to do that with the number of people that are attached to family care clinics. The emphasis now we're putting on nurse practitioners. So there will be savings in the healthcare service. But, the reality is healthcare does grow at the rate of inflation. Right. So even to hold in healthcare, it always becomes a challenge. But, there's a lot of resources and a lot of opportunities.
Okay, Brazil, I want to get you in on this because this is something Tony Wakeham has been talking about because he's made big spending promises. This is one of his savings. How do you fix the gap you create in healthcare quickly?
Well, again, I mean, you include as many people in the healthcare system as possible. You do recruitment much more vigorously than it's been done in the past. You don't let, other provinces like Nova Scotia take away our graduates when they come out of medical school and nursing school because there's more incentives here. And you deal with the health system here as a holistic approach here. They haven't done that in the past, and that's why we ran into this problem. Getting rid of the travel nurses right now will not solve the problem immediately, for sure.
Right. Okay, Mary Charles, 10 seconds, then we got to go back to
Well, they're scaling up the nurse travel locums also in that, hiring 1,000 healthcare workers, making sure that graduates get offered the full-time permanent jobs right off the bat. So all those things in and of themselves will help with recruitment and retention, as well as some of the other things.
All right, Carolyn, we solved all the problems. Fiscal, medical, everything's done.
All right, and travel nurses, of course, rural Newfoundland, important part of healthcare in rural Newfoundland. And we're actually going to head to the West Coast now. And throughout this evening, you should keep an eye on the West Coast because some interesting races will be playing out there. Our Colleen Connors is in Corner Brook right now, where two former mayors are battling to become the next MHA. So, Colleen, what can you tell us about that race?
Yes, Carolyn. So I'm here at the Liberal headquarters on Broadway, and there's a real shift happening here right now. The volunteers just put away their long list of phone numbers. They stopped phoning all the voters, and the room is starting to fill up with lots of volunteers and people for here tonight to watch those numbers come in. Now, Corner Brook has been red for a long time, for 10 years or more, right? We've had red here in Corner Brook with Jerry Byrne in the seat here for this area. And now you're right, there are two mayors, former mayors, going up for the seat. Liberal candidate Jim Parsons has been mayor for the past 8 years here in Corner Brook, and PC candidate Charles Pender has been mayor in the past and sat on council for 2 decades. But the thing is, these two don't quite get along. There's a lot animosity going on there, especially in 2023 at a council meeting when then Mayor Parsons had Pender ejected, removed from a council meeting, a big dispute there over a code of conduct. So needless to say, these two don't really talk much. There's also a lot of voter confusion at the doors because earlier in June, Jim Parsons announced his campaign for mayor. He was running for mayor again, but then decided to switch and run for provincial politics. So a lot of explaining at the door. Now, both Pender and Parsons, when they're knocking on doors and talking to voters in the Corner Brook district, they're hearing a lot of things about housing, lack of family doctors, and a lot of big issues with long wait times at that new hospital here in Corner Brook. Carolyn?
Yeah, Colleen, you mentioned about, those candidates not getting along. A few races tonight where there's some animosity between some of the candidates, but we'll get to that a little bit later. But we're going to stay on the West Coast for now. There's a chance a seat held by two former Liberal premiers could flip tonight. And I'm talking about the district of Humber-Gross-Morne. That's a seat that was held by Andrew Furey and Dwight Ball. What can you tell us about that race?
Yes, that's right. So Humber-Gross-Morne, large district with Deer Lake, Rocky Harbor, Gross-Morne National Park. So PC candidate Mike Guzny is going at that spot again. He ran against Furey, actually, and he also ran for the NDP back in 2015. His posters and signage is all over the area. So he's really hoping to take that one against Liberal candidate Helen Reid. Helen is a longtime volunteer, doting mother, new grandmother, who is also hoping to keep that area red.
for another term, of course. And so we will have to watch and see what happens there, because of course in the long range mountains riding in the last federal election, that whole area went blue with Carol Anstey. So that one is certainly one to keep an eye on tonight, Carolyn.
All right, thank you so much, Colleen. That's our Colleen Connors in Corner Brook. Of course, Corner Brook is also where you'll find Grenfell Memorial University's West Coast campus, and none of the parties have promised to bolster funding for the province's only university. MUN has been slashing budgets, issuing layoffs, and cutting costs to stay afloat. So let's hear from a Memorial University student now about an issue that matters most to them.
My name is Meg Scott, and I'm a 25-year-old marine biology master's student at Memorial University of Newfoundland and Labrador. The most important issue to me is unpaid work terms for students. Because I'm a former education student, I had to go through an unpaid work term for 14 weeks. During that 14 weeks, I had to try to make ends meet while not working any other jobs. This was extremely difficult trying to make ends meet, as I had to try to pay rent, pay my bills, and also try to get food on the table.
And there are some districts in central Newfoundland that could be very close. I mentioned about some candidates who don't get along, and some animosity there. We're going to check in Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins. That's where our Troy Turner is tonight. So Troy, some tense moments between candidates in this district. Can you walk us through what's going on there?
Well, right now I'm at Lefty's Pizzeria here in Grand Falls, Windsor. And it's kind of a party atmosphere here. Lefty, of course, is a sea of blue tonight, so Lefty is leaning a little bit right here this evening. Anyway, the Grand Falls Windsor Buckins district has two front runners. Liberal Barry Manuel, of course, longtime mayor and spent last 12 years on council here in Grand Falls Windsor, and he is running against incumbent Chris Tibbs. Now, Chris Tibbs has been very popular for the Progressive Conservatives here, especially online. He's got a lot of followers to his social media feeds. He's been the MHA here for about 6 years. Now, before that, Chris Tibbs worked in oil and gas, and on his spare time, he tells me, on his holidays, he actually still does work in oil and gas on those days. Now, that has come up several times, and it came up with the Barry Manuel camp, who said that they were calling for a full-time MHA. Now, Chris Tibbs didn't like that, obviously, and they got in a public debate last week where it was surfaced right from the start, and Chris Tibbs called Barry Manuel a liar and also talked about his family. Now, the two traded barbs back and forth for a while, and then what happened is it came to a boiling point. And what happened was Chris Tibbs was at the podium, called Barry Manuel a liar. Barry Manuel left his seat and confronted Chris Tibbs at the podium. The broadcast then took a break. For 9 minutes later, we were back on the air, and basically they traded a few more barbs, but finished out the debate. So safe to say, no love lost between these two. Now, also running in this district is Liz Noseworthy. She is running for the New Democratic Party. She is a home care worker in this district and a very long-time volunteer. Again, her campaign is a little quieter, so it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight in Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins.
Definitely some drama there, Troy, in Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins. But what other districts in central Newfoundland are you keeping an eye on?
Well, in Gander, the district of Gander, which includes Gander, Gambo, Benton, Appleton, and Glenwood, they're going to get a new MHA no matter what. Of course, longtime Liberal John Haggie retired and decided not to run again. What's most interesting about this district, which is flipped back and forth between the Progressives, and Conservatives, and the Liberals, really for decades, probably since Harold Collins won a by-election there in the late 60s. But what's most interesting about it is that that district has always had a representation in cabinet. So that goes from Haggie. Before Haggie was Kevin O'Brien for Progressive Conservatives, and before him, Sandra Kelly and Vince Baker were longtime cabinet members. So that's a district to watch. Running in that district is Bettina Ford for the Liberals. She's a longtime Liberal supporter, a longtime volunteer, and most recently the deputy mayor in the town of Gander. So she is facing off against Tom Healy. Now, Tom is, again, a longtime volunteer. He's worked in aviation in Gander for I think about 26 years, very well known as a builder in the areas of sport and recreation, and a longtime volunteer. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens between those two. The NDP has a candidate in that district as well. It's Justin Foley. He lives and works in St. John's in the film industry. So Gander, another one to watch.
All right, Troy Turner, thank you so much for that. Mentioning about Gander having representation in cabinet. Of course, Gander is a bellwether seat, voting with the government since 1989. So there are a few seats that are really important for any party looking to form a government tonight. So I want to kick things over to my co-hosts now, Ariana and David. So can you take us through this path to victory tonight?
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. And as you said, there are some key seats, key regions, and there is a clear path to victory, whatever way we look at it there, David.
Yeah, look, for the Liberals to win this, they need to hold serve. They already have 21. They have enough for a majority. The PCs come into tonight with 14, so they need to go +7 if they're going to form a majority government. So let's start in Labrador. This is how it looked the last time Newfoundland and Labrador voted. The Liberals have Cartwright, Lanse-Claire. The Conservatives, Torngat Mountains. We're expecting those to stay the same. This gray one, this was a seat that Perry Trimper won as an independent in the last election, but then he joined the Liberals. So this is a seat the Liberals want to hold on to. This is the NDP seat in Labrador West where the incumbent isn't running. The Liberals have targeted this. The PCs have targeted both of those, Ariana, for gains.
And this is really interesting in Labrador West because this is one of the few seats where all three party leaders actually visited Labrador West. We have Shazia Razi for the NDP, who actually called it blackmail that the Liberals came to town and said, you need a third transmission line. Let's push the MOU through, and so you get more power, get more housing. So we have Todd Seaward there with the Liberal small business owner, Joseph.
Some blue. There are gains. And here in the Northern Peninsula, the last time the Progressive Conservatives flipped the government from the Liberals, it started up here. Trevor Taylor and Wally Young won the seats for the first time in the case of Trevor Taylor in the history of the province. So St. Barb, Lanza Meadows, St. George's, Humber. So 4 seats that the PCs think they can run up the score in.
Yeah, and we heard Colleen mention it earlier, but let's take a look right now at Humber, Grosthorn. Mike Guzny, third time's a charm, perhaps. I will say one of those times was for the NDP, but he's really hoping to make some gains there, flip that seat. But Helen Reid, of course, getting lots of support on the ground from Dwight Ball
seats, won by a by-election, in a by-election, Placentia West Bellevue. Incumbent into this tonight. Both are seats that the Liberals have targeted for flips.
Yeah, very interesting in Fogo Island, Cape Friels, because we see that Jim McKenna had 58% of the vote in the by. Had a really big. Hoping now to.
This is a fall election, and Justin Trudeau is now gone. And finally, let's look at Metro. The expectation here is that the Liberals should hold most of their base here. This is, interestingly, over time, this has become the best.
And then there's another team of journalists led by Andrew Davidson who makes the government call. He'll watch the returns as they come in, see the trends in vote share and seat change, and when he's ready, he'll make the call.
We need results from every part of the province, and ideally for a government call we have results in every district so we have a sense of how it's playing across the province, not just regionally, not just in, say, city centres or rurally, but we need to have a fuller picture. And we also need day of results. It can't just be advanced polls because sometimes in elections you get a different inflection of results on day of, and a lot happens between advanced polls sometimes, potentially, that changes people's minds. So we always require a bit more of a scale of results that give us a sense of both how the advanced polls are going and how day of results are coming in before we make a full projection on both the government and on the individual district level.
We get our results from Elections Newfoundland and Labrador, just like every other broadcaster and media organization. They come to us through an organization called the Canadian Media Elections Consortium. It's a group of broadcasters and journalism organizations that all got together, and they're the contact with Elections Newfoundland and Labrador. So the people in the individual districts here in Newfoundland and Labrador count the votes, report them to Elections Newfoundland and Labrador, Elections NL, and then they get fed to the media consortium, so we all get them all at the same time. There's one vote count, and so we know what we're getting is correct.
Well, they call them too close to call for a reason, and oftentimes we're sitting and watching results come in real time, and we see leads flipping. We see dogfights where we have the races change, and sometimes we have a margin of only a couple of votes separating. In those cases, it's obvious to wait and take our time because it's too volatile a race to really make a projection, and sometimes we even have to wait for the results to go final. And the margins show often of cases where we've had ties in the vote that are later settled beyond our control and beyond our ability to project.
When it comes to making a government call, our goal is always to get it right, not to be first, but to make sure we're right. The ballots here are hand counted, so that means that individual folks here in Newfoundland and Labrador are counting those ballots one by one. So we wait and make sure they get it right, and then we wait and we make sure that we get it right. So we watch the vote share, the seat change, what's going on in the regions, how it tracks up against historic benchmarks, who's winning incumbents, who's losing incumbents, and we put it all together, and when we've seen enough, we make that call.
Yeah, a little peek behind the curtain there. A lot of busyness behind the scenes tonight for sure. And we've been asking voters about the issues that matter most to them in this election. Cost of living, affordability, big issues. So let's hear from a mother of three living in Newfoundland and Labrador housing about her concerns and a possible solution.
My name is Tina Han. I live in Newfoundland Labrador housing in Center City, St. John's. It's called Buckmaster Circle. There are kids in this community that are in poverty. There's kids in this community that do not get 3 meals a day. There are families here that depend heavily on school lunch programs and breakfast programs. I cannot tell you the last time I actually bought a 2-liter of cow's milk. If the government implemented some sort of guaranteed basic income where nobody can fall below a certain threshold, that would help.
All right, so let's return to Liberal headquarters now in St. John's. That's where reporter Heather Gillis is stationed tonight. So Heather, just over 11 minutes to go now.
The clock is ticking, and we are here. We're joined by former Liberal MP Nick Whalen. Thank you for being with us. I know you've been out knocking on doors with some of the candidates. What are people saying to you? What sense are you getting on the doorsteps?
Thanks for having me over, Heather. I will say knocking on doors in Virginia Waters for Bernie Davis, people really support him personally, but people have so much election fatigue.
And how do you think that's going to factor into what happens tonight?
Well, I think that Premier Hogan had a great opportunity during the wildfires really to demonstrate his compassion and his strength. And I think that's the last people really thought about the elections. I mean, going to the doors, people are turned out. they seem to have already made up their minds and how they're going to go. I think that bodes well for Premier Hogan. I don't think this is a change election. I did not feel that anywhere.
And what kind of issues quickly are people talking about on the doors?
People were talking about cost of living. Very little about the MOU, which although the Liberals tried to make that the election issue, I don't think people really felt that. But people like to talk about Donald Trump and how exhausted they are of elections. And that's the story.
We've had 3 in the span of just a few short months. So Nick Whalen, thank you so much for your time. Carolyn, we're going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Heather. Heather Gillis live tonight at the Liberal campaign headquarters. So from east to west now, let's go to Stephenville for a check-in with Terry Roberts, who's standing by with a guest as well.
Yes, Carolyn, I'm here at the PC headquarters here in Stephenville, of course, and still pretty quiet here so far. So we do have someone we want to talk to, and that's Shane Skinner. Shane is the president of the party and co-chair of this campaign. So I guess I'll just get right through it. Why do you think the PCs deserve a chance in power right now?
First of all, thanks for having me, and thanks for having us here. This year, I do think it's time for a change in the province, and over the course of the campaign, we as the team, the 40 candidates, Tony as leader, we've really heard from individuals across all 40 districts that it's time for change. People want better health care, they want lower taxes, and they want safer communities. And unfortunately, over the last 10 years with the Liberal government, we haven't really seen that. So it's just time for a change, and people have expressed that. And I have no doubt, later tonight that we're going to see the good result of a blue wave coming across the province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Give us 5 seconds. What have you learned about your leader in the last 28 days?
He's passionate and he's caring.
All right. Shane Skinner, president and co-chair of this campaign. Back to you, Carolyn.
Thank you so much, Terry Roberts, live in Stephenville. And Mark Quinn is in downtown St. John's at the NDP headquarters, and he's also standing by with a guest. So, Mark, a lot on the line for the NDP tonight.
Absolutely, and people are starting to filter in here. We're starting to see more people come in as they expect results to start coming in the next while. I'm here with Mark Nichols, and he's someone who advocates for workers. Mark, I wanted to ask you, what's the main issue for you here, and how do you see the NDP's platform addressing it?
Well, for me, as someone who's over the past 5 years been advocating on behalf of workers who earn less than a living wage, I was very excited when I saw this platform. Things in this platform that will benefit those struggling to make ends meet, things like the $22 an hour minimum wage, excuse me, the commitment to 10 paid sick days, the removal of the provincial sales tax off of all forms of home heating, along with your children's essentials, and even the housing, the commitment to a major expansion of non-market housing, where the rent's going to be based on your income. All of these things are things that are going to lift up those people who've been earning less, and we're talking tens of thousands of workers here who earn less than a living wage.
Well, thank you so much. Speaking with Mark Nichols, and he's someone who supports the NDP and also is an advocate for workers. Back to you, Carolyn.
All right, thank you so much, Mark Quinn, live from NDP headquarters. One interesting thing about this election, something we'll be watching, how many new and returning MHAs the next House will see. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but the PCs have more incumbents running than the Liberals. Every PC who was elected in 2021 or in a by-election is running again, and that's 14 people, 14 candidates. Between the Liberal exodus and losses and gains in by-elections, the Liberals have 13 MHAs running again. So, David, I want to bring you in on this. Very interesting aspect of this election. How meaningful is that?
Typically incumbency can be a couple of percentage points, right? You have familiarity, you have name recognition, you already have a machine in place, and you've done your voter contact and IDs and have your signs ready so you can get out to a quick start. So it could really be a factor in a tight election like this. And, Steve Crocker, listening to Nick Whalen speak there earlier, the former MP, voters have election fatigue, and they didn't really want to talk about the MOU. When that's the central pitch of the piece in Liberal campaign, and you don't have your incumbents, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah. I'll throw it up on that one, but yeah, I think people did want to talk about the MOU and what the MOU can bring to Newfoundland and Labrador and to the people of this province moving forward. But, this campaign absolutely is different with the fact of the number of people that moved on. Mm-hmm. But I think that also lends to an opportunity for renewal, and we see that renewal with Premier Hogan. The fact that now we have the opportunity tonight, to form a majority government, there are going to be 11, 12 new people in that House. And it's kind of what we saw this year in Ottawa with Prime Minister Carney when he came in and ran a campaign on change. And after 10 years of a Liberal government in Ottawa, Canadians trusted his leadership to form almost a majority government, and I think Newfoundlanders and Labradorians would see some of the same qualities in Premier Hogan.
Right, so Dave Brazel, that's kind of the pitch you hear from some of the Liberals, right? That there's generational change happening with them rather than a government at the end of its life cycle. Shane Skinner, that's Sean's son, right? Yes, he's got his dad's mustache. What do you make of what he had to say there about where this race is going?
Well, I mean, he's hearing on the street what I heard on the street, and most of our candidates are, that, our 14 seats are fairly safe, but we take nothing for granted here. That some of our candidates are people who've been around before, as I mentioned earlier, have a good campaign. People do want some change. The MOU has been talked about very slightly from a general perspective. It's the key issues that people are worried about. It's healthcare, it's about education, cost of living, safety, all this type of thing. And it's about improving people's quality of life. They don't have faith in what's happened in the last 10 years, that you may shift some of the chairs around, but it's still a lot of the same key people behind the scenes and up front who haven't made a better life for people in Newfoundland and Labrador. And I think people are seriously going to think about that when they mark their X and have the last couple of weeks particularly.
Right. So Mary Shortle, Jim Dinn, obviously an incumbent who is running again. Jordan Brown, an incumbent not running again. So that changes things in Lab West, but there's an opportunity in St. John's East, Kitty Vitty, where John Abbott is out, and John Whalen will try to hold that seat against Sheila O'Leary. What are your thoughts on the turnover here and how that could change what we see tonight?
Oh, I think that could definitely change with Signal Hill, Kitty Vitty, possibly still Labrador, some of the other ones like Nicole Boland in Waterford Valley. And I don't think people have election fatigue as much as what we're hearing on the door is that they're just not seeing anything change time after time again. And their quality of life isn't the same as it was. They're finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. They have nowhere to live, or they're getting evicted from their homes, and they need a voice like the voice of Jim Dinn and the NDP that have been saying there is an alternative, there is a better way. We have the resources, we just need to jiggle them around and invest in you and the services that you need and the things that are going to lift you up.
Okay, Carolyn, we got about 3 minutes until the polls close, so that's when we're going to stop getting the spin. We're going to get the predictions out of that. That's what we're going to be counting on after that.
Really close now, my goodness. And Ariane, I just want to knock it over to you for a second. So much going on, fewer incumbents and some independents in the mix. What are some of your thoughts on what's going on here tonight?
Carolyn, one of the things I'm watching for is if the provincial Tories will mirror what the Conservatives did on a federal scene. Will we see those two maps kind of match up and merge? That's what I'm looking at. There are a couple of districts where maybe that flip will happen. That's what I'm keeping my eye on.
I've heard people refer to it as the Carol Anstey effect.
The Carol Anstey effect,
the
Jonathan Rowe effect. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
David, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how sort of the reorientation of the political dynamic here in Newfoundland and Labrador manifests itself in the early results. I mean, for decades after this province joined Canada, St. John's was the bedrock of progressive Conservative support. The Townies were Tories, the Baymen were Liberals. It's flipping, right? This is where the Liberals are strong here in the capital city. And as we saw with Jonathan Rowe and Cliff Small and Carol Anstey, the federal Conservatives got elected there, and this is where the hopes of the provincial progressive Conservatives rest. So this is not a pattern we're used to seeing in this particular province. It's always been sort of the other way around, though. It's starting to get more in line with the national trend in Canada, where the Liberals tend to win with urban, university-educated and college-educated voters. The Conservatives tend to win in the rural areas, and the suburbs swing the elections. You're going to look at the big population centers. You're going to look at the larger towns in the rural areas and see what happens there. So the early trend lines will tell us something. And, if we see the PCs splitting Labrador and making big break-ins on the West Coast, we could be in for quite a long night, especially if the NDP hold on to 2 seats in this House of Assembly.
All right, so keep our eyes on Labrador, keep our eyes on the West Coast. It won't be long.
Watch everything. Yep.
And we will get some answers. We will find out. And we are just over a minute away from polls closing across the province. And if you are in line to vote, just stay there. Tonight, we'll find out who will lead Newfoundland and Labrador through the next 4 years. Will the Liberals be able to hang on with their third premier in 10 years? Can the PCs take power for the first time since Paul Davis? And how many seats can the NDP turn orange? So here's what the map looked like after the last vote. But tonight, it's a whole new ball game, so let's clear that slate and get ready. It all comes down to this. This is Newfoundland and Labrador Votes 2025. Tonight, 3 party leaders, each pitching their own plan for the future. The fate of Churchill Falls caught in the crosshairs. The centerpiece of the Liberal Party platform, a multi-billion-dollar hydro deal with Quebec.
After decades of being shortchanged, we are on the cusp of finally turning that page.
The Progressive Conservatives determined to write that next chapter.
I will not rubber stamp a bad deal that sends the benefits of our resources to Quebec for another 50 years.
While New Democrats hope voters choose them to balance the accounts.
Calculators for Mr. Wakeham and Mr. Hogan.
This as voters grapple with a cost of living crisis, a broken healthcare system, and concern over public safety. It all comes down to this. Tonight, Newfoundland and Labrador votes. And here we go. The polls are closed. The counting has begun. And tonight, live from our CBC studio in St. John's, we will bring you all the breaking news as Newfoundland and Labrador votes. I'd like to welcome viewers and listeners from right across the country. Tonight, the stakes are high for voters and for the party leaders. The number to watch tonight is 21. That's how many seats are needed to form a majority government here. And we'll be watching the battleground seats, making sense of all the results as they come in tonight. And just keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. We're already starting to see a change there. That will show you the number of candidates leading or elected for each party. An early result there. We have the Liberals. They're down for 1. Our reporters are across the province tonight, including at campaign headquarters. Heather Gillis will have the latest from the Liberal headquarters in St. John's. Terry Roberts is with the PCs in Stephenville. Mark Quinn is in downtown St. John's with the NDP. We also have tonight Reagan Burden is in Happy Valley Goose Bay, and Troy Turner is live in Grand Falls, Windsor tonight. Colleen Connors there reporting from Corner Brook, and we also have the CBC's Chrissy Holmes as our roving reporter. She's at a polling station on the Avalon. We'll be checking in with everyone throughout the night. But first, I want to bring in my co-host, Ariana Kelland. Ariana will be taking us through all of those results as they start flying in. We're already starting to see them. Ariana, you'll help us make some sense of it all.
Yeah, let's jump right into it. We have, look at that, 3 already. Let's start in Corner Brook, the Battle of the Mayors. Jim Parsons there with the lead. Just 1 poll reporting there against Charles Pender. This is a rematch of sorts. You know, Charles Pender, Jim Parsons battled it out for the mayor of Corner Brook. Now they're battling out to get to the legislature. So that's the first results of the night. But again, just 1 of 43. Let's take a look at Burgeo Lapoille. Michael King, the former EA to Andrew Parsons. Not a big surprise here, of course. Pretty Liberal stronghold there with a lead of 170 with just 1 of 33 polls reporting. And another Liberal, Paul Pike, minister with the Hogan government, lead of 64 points there over Jamie Ingram. First time running for politics, really pushed hard on public safety in that area. And again, another Tory stronghold, has been Tory since 1966 in Cape St. Francis, with a lead over Cara Connors, the deputy mayor of Pooch Cove, and Greg Rockwood there with just one of 35 polls reporting, but it's coming in fast and furious already.
It is indeed going to be an interesting night, and David Cochran is also here with us to my left, co-hosting as well, back home from up along in Ottawa. So nice to have you here with us, and you're going to be providing some analysis tonight, and you have a panel that you're going to be moderating. So can you give us some of your first thoughts and introduce us to your panel?
Yeah, so we've got these early numbers, and an important thing to remember for people watching at home, the special ballots are probably what we're going to get in the first wave. There's 25,000 advance polls that we're going to get later in the night, and this, with the expectations of a close race, we want to hang a little bit tight on some of the projections. But let's bring in our panel. We've got three people who know the province, know their parties, and know politics extremely well. We've got Steve Crocker, a former cabinet minister in the Andrew Furey and Dwight Ball governments. We've got David Brazel, who was a former PC leader here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and Mary Shortall is the national president of the federal NDP. Steve Crocker, the polls are closed. Nothing you can say will sway the election now. We wanted to keep you power influencers muzzled until then. What is your prediction for what we're going to see here tonight?
I'm predicting that we will form another majority government, but I think that will be likely in the 21-22 seat range. I think it's hold what we have, maybe pick up maybe some flips, but I think, it's going to be, and it's going to be a long night. That's the first time I've predicted that. And, it's hard to make predictions because this race reminds me of 2019.
Right.
I ran in 3 general elections. And this one resembles 2019 when we formed a minority government.
I remember Dave Brazel texting with Dwight Ball on that day, said, how many seats you going to get? He's like, 20 or 21? And I don't think they got the 21. So Dave Brazel, what are your expectations here? The PCs I speak with, they think they got a really good shot at winning this, but I don't hear anyone saying majority. They think if Tony Wakeham wins, it might be a minority government. What's your take?
No, I'm thinking the same. I'm thinking we're going to hit 19 seats, and that'll give us the minority government there because, the NDP should hold a seat or two. Obviously, the independents should be able to hold their seats there, so this will be an interesting evening. Now, there's a number of seats that are still in play here. There's 2 or 3 that could go either way. If they happen to, if half of them go our way, then we could get very close to that majority as part of the process. I think, and we've all agreed with, there's probably about 8 seats in this province right now that could go either way, depending on what the campaigns were like and what the end result's going to be on the numbers.
And look, just to explain the independent comment that Dave Brazel made to the people who just joined us from the rest of Canada, there are 2 independents in this 40-seat legislature. You get to know the names Eddie Joyce and Paul Lane. Very likely to get re-elected again, which means you're trying to get a majority from 38 seats, not 40. So Mary Shortall, that's a trickier path for anybody trying to form a majority government here. What's your expectation of what the final result's going to be this evening?
Well, there's not the same foreboding as it was when the polls closed for the federal election, that's for sure. I think we're still very unpredictable in a whole lot of districts, especially around St. John's, where the NDP have been working really hard with really good candidates. So I think anything can happen there. And like you said, David, with the independents and 2 or 3 NDP seats, that could make a big difference.
Who forms government? Mary Shortall, what's your pick?
It's really hard to tell, right? It is really hard to tell. I can't predict one way or the other. Right
Okay. So, Carolyn, the Steve Crocker decision desk is Liberal majority.
Okay.
The Dave Brazel decision desk is Liberal minority. And Mary Shortall's more of an indecision desk. Sorry, Conservative minority. I misspoke. Sorry, Dave Brazel, I'm already slandering you. My apologies.
I have an asterisk on
fake
mine.
news, I got you. All right.
And I have an asterisk on mine as well.
Progressive conservative minority, yes. And just to highlight once again the 21 seats that are needed for a majority you see there on the screen. And just to mention that the PCs right now, they are in the lead for leading or elected seats there. And the Liberals just behind with 3. So I want to go to Ariana Kelland, and you have some results for us.
Yeah, let's take a look at where of those 4 PC seats are now. So Lynn Paddock, Baybrook, Green Bay, this is a seat that he's trying to hold on to. This is a rematch between he and Owen Burt, and it looks like it's heading in the same direction. But again, 1 of 53 polls reporting Carolyn so early in the night. Craig Party incumbent with the Tories. Heather Matthews doesn't live in Bonavista, but is from there and has been doing a great campaign Green, and David Ellis, also from the area, small business owner, but Craig Party with the early lead. All right, we just have a single vote. It's a landslide. Carre Lanceclair, Nina Rumble Pie, of course, Lisa Dempster. This is, I believe, her fifth try here, and she 4.
That lead may not hold.
No.
You know?
Yeah, just that one. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at so far. So early.
It is. We're what, almost 9 minutes in since polls closed, so we have a long night to go. And of course, you know, if John Hogan wants to hold on to his majority, he needs to keep those 21 seats. And let's head to Liberal headquarters right now in St. John's. That's where our reporter Heather Gillis is stationed tonight. So Heather, can you talk about the stakes for the Liberals in this election?
Carolyn, when we talk about the stakes in this election, I think the theme is power. It's about the Liberals holding on to power and their Churchill Falls MOU. So let's start with the Liberals trying to hold on to government and that power. They have, of course, held on to government since 2015. Dwight Ball won that election back in 2015. He held on again in 2019. Andrew Furey won in 2021. And now John Hogan is trying to get a fourth term for the Liberals, and he is, of course, the third leader in that string of Liberal premiers. 21, like you said, is the number that people in this room are going to be watching tonight to get to that majority. And the Liberals want a clear mandate, a majority government going back into the House of Assembly, especially with this Churchill Falls MOU, talking about the power there with that. And they want to finalize that agreement by the spring and get a definitive agreement, build out that MOU. And it's particularly because the Liberal camp has made about $130 million in election promises, things like cutting electricity bills by 10%, removing the provincial portion of HST, along with more nurses, more doctors, more police officers. So in order to pay for that, they're relying on the money from this MOU as well. So if the PCs nab power, they say they want to review this deal, they want to renegotiate possibly and send it to a referendum. So the power deal could also be at stake. Carolyn?
All right, great. Thank you so much, Heather Gillis, live from the Liberal headquarters in St. John's. Just saw the NDP pop up on the board there. Ariana, you have some results for us.
Yeah, more results coming in fast and furious. Let's take a look. All right, starting off in Carbonear, Trinity Bay, Divert. All right, Steve Crocker, here's one to keep your eyes on. Daniel Doyle, you're not on the board. Daniel Doyle, teacher with the teacher, has been campaigning hard out there. Riley Balsam, he got into this early on the ground. He's young, but lots of energy. We saw Tony Wakeham visit there. She has the lead with 187 votes. Elvis Lovelace, cabinet minister, with the lead, very early lead over Ada John and Eamon Carew in Fortune Bay, Cape Lejeune. And let's take a look at St. John's Centre. Again, look at that. A lead of 15, only 26 votes for Jim Dinn so far. Very, very early. Jim Dinn, of course, hoping to hold on to his seat, leader of the NDP. So again, you're looking at that 1 of 37. Still very early, but they are starting to trickle in pretty quickly, so yeah, keep an eye on it.
Jim Dinn wanting to hold on to his seat and also keep that second seat so they can continue to have official party status in the House of Assembly. So let's head to the West Coast now. Stephenville, a seat held by PC leader Tony Wakeham. That's where Terry Roberts is reporting from tonight. So Terry, can you tell us how the PCs are feeling about their chances?
Well, I got a sense just from talking to them that they are confident. You know, they've had 10 years now in the political wilderness. They've had 3 election defeats. But, you know, coming into this election day, they feel they have some momentum. You know, they've had a steady, I think you could say a hiccup-free campaign. They've had some big endorsements by groups like Trades NL, the big labor group in Newfoundland and Labrador. They've had by-election victories in the last 2 years. And they actually have more incumbents on the slate tonight than the Liberals, which is unusual. And they're also, Carolyn, hoping to capitalize on some of the skepticism that's out there around the Churchill Falls MOU. So they're counting on that as well. And so they're saying it's time for change. One of the buzzwords you're hearing from the PCs is that people want change. But how are they going to do it? Well, it's not likely they're going to do it in St. John's. They're going to have to get to that 21 seat figure by really capitalizing on the momentum started by the Conservative Party of Canada in the federal election in April, when the Conservatives went from 1 to 3 seats, 3 MPs in the province. And to do that, they're going to have to chip away at those Liberal strongholds that were held by Liberal cabinet ministers. Those handful of cabinet ministers who made their way to the exit instead of seeking re-election. And so what we know for sure is that this is a big day for Tony Wakeham. 2 years ago today, he was selected as leader of the Newfoundland and Labrador Progressive Conservative Party. So he's going to find out very soon whether he's going to get a promotion and whether he'll be voted in as the 16th Premier of this province. Carolyn?
All right, great. Thank you so much, Terry Roberts, live at the PC headquarters. Just want to point out the seat tally there on the bottom of your screen, some confidence from the PCs, and we are seeing a tie, and it's been steady on a tie. We just saw a tie at 7 a moment ago, now a tie at 8, and I guess the PCs are happy about this early result.
Yeah, let's take a look at where those 8 and 8 come from. All right, let's take a look at some results. In Gander, Tom Healy with a very, very slight lead over Bettina Ford. Of course, the seat open, John Haggie's old district in Gander. We'll keep an eye on that very early, 1 of 40 polls reporting. Jeff Dwyer, incumbent Tory. He was taking on Brian Keating, mayor of Marystown. Jasmine Paul, a Fisher woman in that area. So again, 2 of 57 polls reporting. Another open seat. This is Scott Reed's old district, St. George's Humber. Hal Cormier with the lead there. Just 1 of 42 polls reporting. And Fred Hutton, this is a rematch between him and Tina Neri. He has a pretty strong lead there, 522 votes, lead of over 300. So we'll keep checking back. Again, only 1, 2 polls reporting, so still very, very early.
Yes, if this is any kind of an indication, a trend for the evening, we're seeing the PCs in the lead now, so it's been pretty tight so far. And the NDP there with 1 still on the board. We're going to go to the NDP headquarters right now, where Mark Quinn is standing by live. So, Mark, how are supporters feeling there tonight?
I think people are still holding their breath. It's still very soon, but we did get our first cheer when we heard that the preliminary results are showing that Jim Dinn is doing well in this district that he held last election. He looks like people here, I think, expect he will keep this seat. Of course, they're hoping there'll be more seats for the NDP. St. John's East, Kitty Vidi, of course, is one they're hoping, and of course, Labrador West is the other one they're really hoping for as well. So. Early on, I think people are still kind of holding their breath. They're still waiting to see what's going to happen. There was our first cheer and clapping there for Jim Dinn and those preliminary results. They've really worked hard on this campaign. They had a full slate of candidates, and they had a costed platform that they put out long before the other parties did. So they tried to make it clear that they were serious and they were ready, and they're hoping that that will show some results. The issues for them really were healthcare, housing, and affordability. And those are the things they really focused on, and of course those are all intertwined, and the platforms all sort of speak to how all those things can be affected, and they hope that they can find ways to help them. Now, they don't expect to form the government, I think it's fair to say that, but they have historically had policies that other governments have adopted. So I think they're hoping they'll have a strong voice in the House of Assembly, a few members who can actually influence policy and convince other governments, other parties to adopt those policies and enact them. So they're hopeful tonight, and of course Leader Jim Dinn spent most of his time in the St. John's area, where they really hope to hold on to these seats. He did spend some time in Labrador, but they really focused on the metro area, the St. John's, and the Northeast Avalon. Carolyn, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mark Quinn at the NDP headquarters. And just drawing your attention to the tally down there. The PC's now ahead, but only by 1. We're just watching these ties keep happening, and it's been very, very tight so far. Ariana, do you have some more results for us?
I do. We were talking a little bit earlier about the path to victory, what that may look like, starting in Labrador, looking at the Northern Peninsula, and we were talking a lot about what it looked like when the federal election happened, and we saw that wave of blue, and it looks like we have a little... Felt really good about her. She was being on the ground by Paul Shelley, Trevor Taylor, and right now she has a lead over a cabinet minister, Krista Lynn Howell. So we'll take a look at that. Again, just 3 of 49 polls reporting. In Fairyland, this is interesting. This is a Tory stronghold. It's just polls reporting so far.
Okay, yes, thank you so much, Ariana. We're going to have a look at the vote share, some big picture numbers as these parties hope to form a majority government. So the share of vote that tells us how close the parties are to forming a majority or minority government. So let's look at the Liberals. This is a really, really good start. You can see that number there, 45.4%. That is what is historically needed to form a majority government in this province. Liberals right now sitting comfortably at 52.1%. PC's just under that mark. So also seats are a big deal in this election. So let's see how the seats are shaping up. The Liberals, of course, cannot afford to lose a single seat if they're going to keep their majority. Right now, they're up a seat, and the PCs are down a seat. So interesting start. And at the bottom of your screen, you can see the Liberals in the lead there by 2 seats, and the NDP continuing to sit at 1.
Okay, so
what do you think, David?
Look, if you look at the historic vote share, you need to get to a majority government. You stop the count right now. Congratulations, John Hogan. But Steve Crocker is not that simple, right? There's only about, 11 or 12,000 votes in the system right now. There's quite a few special ballots. There's a lot of advance vote to come. But what do you make of the trend we're seeing to this point? And I wonder, one of the patterns that was persistent in all of the check-ins I did with the campaigns is they don't have good data on rural seats. They don't know what's going to happen in a lot of those districts.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not reading much into this at the moment. A lot of this is special ballot. You know, the Liberal Party typically performs better in either advance or special balloting, and typically you'll see the Conservatives, the PCs in this case, that will typically perform better on Election Day. So I'm reading very little into this at this point in time.
Yes, I mean, Dave Brazel, a lot of this would be the special ballots, the ballots people do because they're going to be out of the province and various things in advance, though there is day of vote and other things mixed in here. But what are your thoughts on this? And how big is the blind spot for the parties in the rural seats in particular? Because the polling data there, it's just gotten less reliable with each election cycle.
I think it's massive. I mean, don't forget the last election, COVID interfered with it. Yeah. So obviously the data wasn't collected properly as part of that process. We've gone through, a bit of an upheaval with federal and municipal ones all together. It's hard to track who's voting for who. I knocked some doors where people said, oh no, I'll vote for your candidate. And they were talking about a municipal candidate here in the city as part of that process. So I think right now figuring out what's going to happen. But Steve is right. Our game plan always has been on the day of election. We get better on the ground based on that. Our pre-game game is never as good as the Liberals, and you see the numbers here. When we get into 20, 25 polls reporting from all these, we'll have a better understanding of where things are going to go tonight for sure.
Right, and look, the Liberals say they feel they did really well in the advance vote. 25,000 people voted. That's enough to really matter in a number of seats, Mary Shortle. But what's your sense of just how clear the picture is that the parties have of what's going to happen tonight? Because I tell you, in the private conversations with people I've known for decades who tell you the truth, they are mystified.
Absolutely. It's been like nobody knows. Nobody could predict this in future. I think it's going to come down, quite frankly, to the ground game. How successful individual candidates are in their own districts in pulling that vote, either for the advance polls or today, for example, because there really is no other way of measuring it.
Okay. So, Carolyn, I'm getting texts as the numbers are coming in from people I spoke to in the summer and the spring say, oh, the Liberals should be good. It's like, it's gotten a lot tighter since we last talked to each other, and we're seeing that, at least in these results so far.
So far tonight, very, very tight. Liberals at 13, PC's just behind at 12. We saw the independents just enter the picture, and NDP will be happy with this early result. They are now sitting at 2, which, of course, we've mentioned that that's what they need for official party status. So, Ariana, what are you seeing over there in terms of districts and results?
All right, well, let's take a look at some parts of Central, starting with exploits. This is a Liberal newcomer, but an incumbent for the Tories. Pleeman Forsey with the lead there, 78 votes. 2 of 43 polls reporting. They thought that this was a pretty safe seat, but they had a good candidate with Fabian Power, so we'll see how this shakes out. Not a huge surprise here. Lloyd Parrott, Terra Nova, again, another Tory stronghold with the lead over Greg French and Melanie Adams in Terra Nova. Now let's take a look at Fogo Island, Cape Friels. This is one of the districts that we had our eye on. Jim McKenna took this for the Tories in last year's by-election. Right now, look at that lead, just 6. Dale Lewis, former Mountie, but just 3 of 58 polls reporting. Dan Bobbitt with the lead, early lead, over incumbent Paul Dinn in Topsail Paradise. Of course, Dan Bobbitt at one time thought he may run for Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives, decided against it. Now he's here running for the Liberals. And is this any shock? Eddie Joyce with the early lead there in Humber Bay of Islands, a lead of 212 points. Even his opponents couldn't find anything bad to say about Eddie Joyce, so I don't think that's a big surprise there. And Paul Lane with the early lead, another independent who we expect to be re-elected. I think it's pretty comfortable to say that, but just one of 39 polls reporting there, Carolyn, in Mount Pearl, Southlands.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ariana. And you may recall earlier in the program, David saying to keep an eye on the names Paul Lane and Eddie Joyce, two independents that are quite popular and are expected to win tonight. And just to let you know, there are about 14,000 votes now in the system, counted in the system. And we're going to head up to Labrador now. Another interesting race. CBC's Reagan Burden is standing by live in Happy Valley Goose Bay at the headquarters for PC candidate Keith Russell. Reagan, what's the mood like there so far?
Well, people are watching the screens, eagerly awaiting some results for this district. You know, we're seeing the numbers change on the screen, some cheers when the PC numbers go up, but you can tell that the people here are really invested to find out what's going to be happening. So we've got PC Keith Russell candidate. Oh, we're seeing some claps here up on our side. We've got Keith Russell has taken the lead. I've actually got Keith here with me right now. Only the first of the votes. Anything could happen, but Keith, how are you feeling?
Oh, we're feeling good. We had a great team. We really did a good campaign. We got as far as we could, got to as many doors as we could. Our message was very clear, that we're here to help and we're here to invest in our communities, and people are very receptive of that. So we had a great campaign, overwhelming amount of support, just wonderful hospitality and conversations at the doors.
All right, Keith, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today. No problem. All right, that's PC candidate Keith Russell. He's up against Liberal candidate Sean McLean, NDP candidate Jamie Ruby. Just the beginning of votes coming in here in Lake Melville. We'll be here at the watch party to see what happens.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Reagan. Yes, former cabinet minister hoping to take back his seat. And just to call your attention to the bottom of your screen, once again, we are tied with the Liberals and the PCs. 2 independent, 2 NDP on the scoreboard there. Ariana, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're still getting some more results coming in. Let's take a quick look. Starting in Harbour Grace, Port de Grave, Pam Parsons, incumbent in that area, very well liked. No surprise there with a lead of 243 votes with 2 polls reporting there. All right, Helen Conway Ottenheimer, Tory incumbent with the lead, comfortable lead over former Avondale Mayor Don Lewis and volunteer firefighter Dion Hines there, 2 of 45 polls. And this is one to watch. Mike Guzny with the early lead over Helen Reid. Of course, this was Dwight Ball's seat, Andrew Furey's seat. Mike Guzny now hoping to turn it blue, and early days, but looks like he's on the way potentially to do that. But again, so early, 3 of 44 polls reporting there in Humber, Grossmorn.
Yeah, we said early on to keep an eye, on the west coast of the island and in Labrador, David. So things looking like there's...
Yeah, you look at 16, 15, 2, and 1. I don't know if I want the decision desk to have more coffee or more whiskey, because it's going to be that kind of a night. But it's interesting that right now, the 2 Northern Peninsula seats, the Conservatives are leading in those. Trevor Taylor, who was the candidate who flipped that seat on the very top of the Northern Peninsula, St. Barb Lanza Meadows, as it's called now. For the first time since 1949, he made it a Conservative seat. He lives in Nunavut now, and Trevor Taylor flew down last week to go door to door with Andrea Barber, and he called me during actually one of our rehearsals the other night saying, I think we got a chance. I think we can flip it. The seat has been changed enough that the importance of all of the votes in St. Anthony have been diminished because other larger towns have been put into it, and it's going to be a key seat, I think, to watch, because the last time the Progressive Conservatives flipped government, it started there. That was Brian Tobin's seat, the former premier, and he left to run federally. And Trevor Taylor came in and took it, and that was the beginning of the end for the Roger Grimes-led Liberal Party.
All right, David. All right, we're going to head now to central Newfoundland, and our Troy Turner is standing by live in Grand Falls, Windsor, and he has a guest. He's at the headquarters of PC candidate Chris Tibbs. Troy.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Jackie Shepherd, a longtime PC volunteer here in Central. Jackie, how long have you been working with Chris Tibbs on his campaigns?
Approximately 6.5 years. The first time he threw his hat in the ring. And when I met that man, honesty, that's what got me. His promises back then, he stayed true to. He's a man that's there 24/7. No matter what the issue is, if he can help you, he will help you. And that's why I stuck by him, and I always stick by him.
How has this campaign been going over the last few weeks?
It's been going well. It's been going well. It was a short preparation, but I think for the time span that they were allowed, it went really well.
Obviously, the results are just starting to trickle in this district. We've seen a couple numbers come up on the screen. Sorry. And what are your impressions of the numbers so far, and where do you think it'll go tonight?
I am quite confident that Mr. Tibbs will be our MHA for the next 4 years. There is no better man for the job, and I will stand by that.
Thank you very much. Reporting from the Chris Tibbs headquarters here at Lefty's Pizzeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Troy Turner. So this is really tight. It's been tight really from the start tonight, and we want to have a look at a graphic that could help explain where this night could be going, the likelihood of a party forming a possible majority. So here we have the Liberals leading or elected in 17 seats. Of course, they need that 20. They need to hit that 21 mark. We have 3 incumbent seats to go. So those are where voters voted for Liberals last time. If they do go the same way, then it'll bring them up those 3 seats. So it brings the Liberals just under what they need to form a majority government. So right now, looking at a minority situation for the Liberals potentially.
Yeah, and Carolyn, we've got 14 districts right now where the first and second are separated by fewer than 120 votes, right? So this is why this is close. It's difficult to make a projection, why the decision desk needs to hydrate, and why we may not be able to make a lot of calls until the advanced polls come in. And what we were told by Elections NL is those will be near the very final ballots count, if not the last ballots counted, as we move into a tie here in the votes that we do have. Steve Crocker, 14, less than 120. 17. We're waiting on one more seat to report in Labrador. That's Torn Gap Mountains. That may very well go late. That's the north coast of Labrador. A lot of small towns only accessible by boat, snowmobile, and by plane. How nervous are the Liberals right now about their ability to get a majority?
I think everybody was nervous from the beginning, because I think when we started out here tonight, I did say that this feels like 2019, and know the Toronto Maple Leafs fan in me made me optimistic early on. It's typically what happens, but we said from the beginning, I think from our first time with you 3 weeks ago, that this was going to be a super tight election, and I think that's bearing out. And I think to your earlier point, if you look at the Northern Peninsula right now and that loop down there, that is certainly a very important piece of the PC path. And if they continue to hold that, they certainly pave a way to make this a long and uncomfortable night for the Liberal Party.
Well, Dave Brazel, the longer Steve Crocker spoke, the better the Liberals are doing, because the seat count has gone up to 18 for them. Leafs fans are optimistic, some might say masochistic. Tony Wakeham needs to get +7. He's +2 right now, so still a path to go. But it looks like it's a narrow one. Like everything right now would need to break pretty much every way you need it to go to get to first at this point. What do you think?
Oh, no doubt. But I mean, there's a strategy there, and the strategy was, the game when it started on the election day would be what would bring us over the top, and that'll be seen as the polls start coming in as part of this process. I mean, on the Northern Peninsula, we're looking very favourable there, a seat that we could take from a cabinet minister. So there's still a lot of movement here, still a lot of room for us to improve, and I think we're on that path. It's just going to be, I'm still convinced we're going to get very close to a minority government before the night's done.
Okay, Mayor Sherrill, I'll come back to you in just a little bit, but I got to bring it back here to Carolyn.
Thanks. Yeah, we do have our first projection of the night. Let's head to the district of Bayvert Green Bay. see how things are shaping up. Lynn Paddock, the PC candidate projected to win there. This is a rematch between Lynn Paddock and Owen Burt. So, yeah, Lynn Paddock projected to win in Green Bay. Good news, a start for the PCs tonight. Checking out the bottom of your screen, though, the PCs are trailing behind the Liberals in terms of seats there. Ariana, what else are you looking at?
Yeah, let's take a look at the big land. Let's go up to Labrador West, where we had a three-way race there. Todd Seward in the lead there, small business owner in Labrador West. Of course, the need for more power is what's driving a lot of the votes there. Third transmission line, MOU, those are some of the topics, and the need for housing in Labrador West as well. So Todd Seward with the Liberals in the lead there with 4 polls reporting. And Torn Gap Mountains, Leela Evans, very popular in her district, just one of 12 polls reporting there, of course, with a lead of 57. And Chris Tibbs, this is where we just saw Troy Turner at Chris Tibbs' headquarters there, has the lead there over Barry Manuel, the mayor of Grand Falls, Windsor, just 4 of 39 polls reporting so far, Carolyn.
Okay, thank you so much, Ariana. Liberals there ahead at 20, which is just under majority territory. PC's at 15, Independent at 2, and NDP at the 2, which is what they want to keep tonight.
Yeah, right now the Liberals are on the hitch, right? They, to use a bingo term, they need one more number to get the bingo they need of 21 for the majority. Mary Short, I just want to get you in here quickly because we had to come back for that breaking news. The NDP are at 2. You might think that's St. John's East, Katie Vitti, because we saw that West. It's actually a narrow lead in Waterford Valley. So only a 12-vote lead where Nicole Boland is up on Jamie Korab, the Olympic gold medalist. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing so far? I mean, the Liberals are right there on the cusp of it. The PCs are up, and the Independents and the NDP holding serve at this point.
Yeah, it's no surprise, really, but I'm glad to see that that second seat is Nicole Boland as a candidate. She's worked really, really hard at this for a long time. I'm not surprised that she's doing well against Jamie as well.
Yeah, Jamie Korab, a cabinet minister of the government. People who are watching this nationally, he was part of the Team Guju Rink that won the Olympic gold medal in Torino in Italy when Canada won the curling Olympic gold. The race for gold, though, Steve Crocker, tonight, it is the Liberals that are the closest to getting there right now, certainly in the top position on the podium. We're getting, though, still a series of races. Under 10, under 20, under 25, under 30. Are you getting any intel from the campaign about what they're hearing about how the vote was pulled today and about what their expectations are?
So yeah, the campaign feels confident in today, but I think it comes back to as well a lot of the blind spots that have been throughout this entire campaign, and we talked at length about that, throughout the campaign. So, there's a long ways to go here yet. You look at those numbers, they're very, very close. I'm looking at, seats that I know very well and some of the PC names on the board, and I'm still going to predict that this is going to be a long evening. We're still into like 20-25% of the polls. I'm seeing like 10 out of 43. So, and it's so important this early on where those polls are coming from. Yeah. Right. It takes longer to count in St. John's. We know the Liberal Party is going to do well in St. John's, but as the vote starts to solidify, more, especially in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, we're going to see more and more calls of people elected, like I'm seeing one right now.
Right, yes, well, and just so people following the NDP saga, Signal Hill, St. John's East, Katie Vitti did move into first place, and then you drop back into second place in Waterford Valley. That's going to be back and forth.
That's going to be a battle. We have a tremendous candidate there in John Whalen, and that's going to be a battle tonight.
Brazel, just quickly from you, you said earlier, you're going to win the vote on Election Day. Special ballots and advance polls would favor the Liberals. What are you hearing from your crowd about how things are going so far today?
No, they were positive and very confident that what they did during Election Day, they had great teams, things were moving. You'll see the numbers flick back and forth all night long. Again, I think it'll be 9:30 or later before we really have a feel where things are going to go. But the team is confident. Again, we're in some areas where we weren't strong. We're very strong now. You can see some of the numbers there. Some of our other ones, there'll be a flicking back and forth, but we're confident we're going to be able to keep all of our seats and add to that tonight and get to, the hope here is to get to that minority government here.
Yeah, Carolyn, flicking back and forth, I think, is actually the technical political science term we use to describe an election night like this, and I think it's going to be going for at least a few more hours.
Yep, get comfortable. Liberals there still ahead, though. Ariana, you have some results there?
Yeah, let's take a look at a really tight, interesting race in Ferryland. Okay, Ferryland has voted PC since 1971. Oh, no, so sorry. We're going to Lewisport Twillingate. That's all right. Derek Bennett, Speaker. He has a lead there over Mark Butt with the Tory Stephen Kent. With the NDP, 13 of 50 polls reporting there. Here we go. Loyola O'Driscoll has a lead of just 12 over Cheryl O'Brien. John Hogan did make a stop, I believe, in Fairland, and so did Tony Wakeham. So this is very interesting. Tory since 1971 and really close there. This is a rematch. Lucy Stoyles and Jim Lester. Lucy Stoyles there with a comfortable lead, 353 votes there over Jim Lester and Don Sears. And in Mount Scio, Sarah Studley with the lead over Daryl Hines and Laura Bell Emba in Mount Scio, 5 of 43 polls reporting. And Sherry Gambon-Walsh, another cabinet minister with the lead over Rhonda Power, works for Pattern Energy and is well known in the community there, but a very strong start for Sherry Gambon-Walsh with 9 of 46 polls reporting.
Thank you, Ariana. And Liberals still sitting just underneath the number they need for a majority. And let's check in with the Liberal headquarters now. Heather Gillis is standing by live in St. John's. So, Heather, the people who are in the room there tonight watching these numbers change, these tight races, things are looking pretty good. Just moved into majority territory for the Liberals. What's your sense of the room there tonight?
Well, people are slowly starting to trickle in. I know Liberals have been busy this evening trying to get out of the vote, but I do have a guest here with me, Ashley Powerstack. She is the president of the Liberal Party of Newfoundland and Labrador. And Ashley, we see here on the screen that the Liberals have just moved into majority territory. We've seen some flipping back and forth as the polls have started counting the votes. How are you feeling?
We're feeling very cautiously optimistic. You know, we still are very thankful for our volunteers that have been working hard all year round. We had the leadership election and now we have this general election along with a couple other opportunities to vote. So we need to make sure, and we've been working really hard all day to get out the vote. Every vote counts in the provincial election, and we don't take anything for granted.
And what's your sense of the campaign so far when you reflect on the campaign? How do you think that it went?
I think Newfoundlanders and Labradorians want a premier that shows and demonstrates real energy, real momentum, and can guide this province in the future. We are very excited. Premier Hogan has been around the whole province, listening, talking to folks, understanding the issues, and making sure that we put together a platform that best serves everybody across the province.
Earlier in our show, we heard that, you know, the Liberal government is trying to, or the Liberals are trying to form government for a fourth term now with a third leader, something David Cochrane said that was unprecedented to have that third leader extend the government there. And what do you think it would mean for your party to have not only that fourth term, but that third leader get elected when so many others have struggled to do so?
Right, so I think we can get there. I'm very confident that we can. We have this MOU, the historic deal that could bring future prosperity to our kids, grandkids, and future generations to come. I believe that John Hogan is the man to do that.
And what is it about John Hogan and his leadership that you think is able to keep this majority that's on the board there now?
John Hogan has the political experience, he has the business acumen, and he has the education. He, as a lawyer, is somebody that I want at the table to help represent me and my voice when negotiating the MOU with Quebec.
All right. Well, Ashley, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Carolyn, we're going to head back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Heather Gillis. So pointing out that the Liberals still sitting there at 21, which is what they need to form a majority. Liberals cannot afford to lose any seats tonight. We're going to have a look at the vote share and see how the parties are looking in terms of getting to that majority that's pretty close. Liberals, they're just above that 45.4% benchmark needed to form a majority government. The PC's sitting just below that. And yeah, I mentioned that the Liberals cannot afford to lose any seats tonight and keep their majority. So let's look at the seat change. They are holding steady, but the PC's up a seat there. Independent down a seat.
Of course, that being Perry Trimper, I guess, in Labrador.
Who was elected as an independent, but then was welcomed back into the Liberal fold.
Yeah, that's one of the little anomalies of our system, that Perry Trimper was elected as an independent last time, rejoined the Liberal caucus. Eddie Joyce and Paul Lane are safely leading right now. Those are the two independents that really matter in the tally tonight. But this is why the Liberals are 21. That's what you need. That's the magic number for a majority. But let's just show you how close so many races are, and this is why it is way too early to make a call here. We have 13 districts right now where the margin is less than 100 votes. I mean, look at Fogo Island, Cape Friels there. It's just a 3-vote lead right now. Ferryland is just 14. So you can see how simple switches in this, and knowing full well that there are 25,000 votes banked in the advanced polls that are going to come late in the night. You're going to get a big data dump that can switch all of these things. The phenomenon we saw in the federal election, where 1,000 vote federal conservative leads became 1,800 vote federal liberal leads when the advanced polls came in later in the night, which is why it took so long to call that. So hopefully, Carolyn, we don't have that kind of delay. I have a flight back to Ottawa at 8 o'clock that I would very much like to make. But you look at this right now, with the Liberals at 22, the PCs at 14, the close races means there's still a wide range of outcomes. A PC minority still very possible at this point. The probability right now, I would suggest, leans towards a Liberal government of some form. But there's still quite a lot of data, quite a lot of votes, and quite a lot of potential change still in play as more counting comes in.
And if things go along, David, you could always host Power Politics from here.
Yes, my family may kill me, but yes, I could definitely do that technically.
Okay, we do have a projection for you right now. We're going to go to Humber, Bay of Islands. There we go.
There he is.
Eddie Joyce,
Not
independent.
the shock of the night.
Not the shock of the night. David mentioned earlier that, this was expected. Eddie Joyce, a real constituency guy. This is his third time winning as an independent in this province. So, yeah,
not even his opponents. I think one of them said, this guy, Ethan, Wheeler Park, he said, Eddie loves him.
Loves him. Both of them said that they love Eddie Joyce.
Well, had Eddie running as Sherry Gambon Walsh, might have been a different response there, because, Eddie Joyce was elected in 1989. 36 years ago, he won that seat in the election where the Liberals flipped the government from the Progressive Conservatives under Clyde Wells. Clyde Wells did not win his seat, so the newly elected Eddie Joyce gave up his seat for Clyde Wells so he could get a seat in the House of Assembly to sit as Premier. Later stepped aside when Clyde Wells left so Brian Tobin could take his seat. So he's been getting elected for a long time, but giving up the seat for former Liberal premiers, and he's an independent for people from up along, as we say, because of bullying and harassment allegations inside the Liberal caucus involving Sherry Gambon Walsh, the Liberal cabinet minister, and that's why Eddie Joyce is running as an independent. So it hurt him with his standing with the Liberal caucus, but certainly not with the voters on the West Coast.
Yeah, a colorful past for sure. Fun fact about Eddie Joyce, he won a bronze medal in boxing at the 1975 Canada Winter Games.
There you go.
Eddie the Boxer, as he was called at the House of Assembly.
Still fighting his way back to
His fight is over this evening. Okay, so Ariane, you have some more results for us.
Yes, we looked at the too close to call there, and let's just zero in on one there. This is one of the races to watch.
Wow.
Sheila O'Leary with the early lead there, so slim, 39 votes over John Whalen. Ran a great campaign, aggressive on the ground. Sheila O'Leary, of course, wanted this seat before, stepped aside so that Alison Coffin could run, and she is there with the early lead, just 4 of 45 polls reporting. Keith White worked for Siobhan Cody. Now he's taken a run at St. John's West himself. He has the lead over Christina Ennis and Marius Normore with 7 of 38 polls reporting in St. John's West. And Cabinet Minister Jamie Korab won in the by-election just last year when Tom Osborne stepped aside. He has a lead of almost 300 votes in Waterford Valley. Carolyn.
Okay, Ariana, we're going to head out now to campaign headquarters. Terry Roberts is on the west coast of the island at PC campaign headquarters, where Tony Wakeham is expected to speak later this evening. So, Terry, the PCs right now, 15 seats, trailing behind the Liberals. Still a lot more votes to come in, but still, what's the sense you're getting from the room there so far?
Well, there was some light applause here earlier. We had a few PCs declared, Lynn Paddock and Lloyd Parrott, but right now it's, I would say it's edge of your seat atmosphere here. And I think that applies to the Party co-chair of this campaign as well, Jessica Babb, Carbonear lawyer. Jessica, tell us what your thoughts are as you look at these numbers.
Well, Terry, it's very early in the night, so, things are shaping up, and we're looking forward to seeing the rest of the results. But, we remain positive. We know it's going to be a tight race, so that's what we're seeing. And, I can't wait to see the end result, but, again, the results it's still very early.
And how would you describe your approach to this campaign?
My approach?
The party's approach. What was your strategy? Just describe it at the grassroots level. What was your strategy here?
So we really listen to people, and one thing we consistently heard was change. People are ready for change. We listened to issues, and at the doors we heard it was healthcare, it was crime, it was affordability. We listened to that. Our platform is reflective of that, and I think that really resonated with people. But yeah, we tried to reach as many people as we could at the doors. And yeah.
But after 10 years in opposition, it's not easy to raise money, but it's expensive to run a campaign. How challenging was the financial aspect?
I can't speak directly to that, but yeah, we've got a great team, and they put a lot of work into that, and I think they were successful ultimately.
Your sales pitch. I mean, why would you want to give the PCs a chance at the helm of government once again?
Well, we're ready for it. We have a plan. We have a platform. We've been listening to people. We're ready to form government, and we have a very strong leader, a very strong team.
Right. Now, talking about the leader, today is the second anniversary of Tony Wakeham being selected as the party leader. How has he evolved over that period?
Yeah, so actually I didn't realize that until I got here in Stephenville, that it's been 2 years, to the day, I think, since he has been our leader. So, Tony's really listened to people. He's a strong leader. He has a fantastic background in health and finance. He's a man of integrity and compassion, and he's going to be a fantastic premier.
Now, I know that you've spent a lot of your time on the ground in Carbonear, helping your candidate there. But is there anything about this campaign that really stands out for you from the PC perspective?
Well, Terry, throughout this, it's always been, it's about all of us, and it truly is. It's about all of us in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we ended that campaign very much in the spirit of that, with a cross-province drive, and we had some rallies across the province in Clarenville, and Grand Falls, and Deer Lake, and then the team went up the Northern Peninsula and back down again to Port aux Basques, and just trying to touch as many people in the last week that we could, and it was fantastic, and a lot of fun, and yes, it was definitely a high point in the campaign.
Are you disappointed? 21 right now, Liberals, 15 PCs. Are you disappointed?
Not at all, Terry. This is early in the night, and so it's going to be just fine.
Okay, so there's still optimism here.
Still optimism, yeah.
Okay, Jessica Babb, co-chair of the PC Party's campaign for election 2025. Back to you, Carolyn.
Thank you so much, Terry Roberts. And we'll tell you why there is optimism. There are 9 districts right now where the margins are so tight. We have a lot of tight races going on, so things could change dramatically very quickly. 9 districts where the margin is less than 125 votes. So the Liberals are leading or elected in 6 of those districts. But so they're at 21. But what happens if they flip? If they flip, look at that. Total different ball game. PCs then in majority territory. So that's how close things are right now in some of those races.
Yeah, it's a smoke them if you got them kind of night, because they got to flip them all if they're going to form government here. So you can see why nobody's unclenching at any of the party headquarters, right? Because the Liberals are right where they want to be. The question, Carol, is whether they can stay where they want to be. And it's interesting to see, you mentioned Fairyland earlier. How that has been, or Ariana was talking about, that's been PC since 1971, but it's changing, right? And we've seen this in seats. I'll use the example of Milton, the riding in Ontario federally, where Lisa Raitt was a Conservative cabinet minister. And by the way, Steve Crocker reminds me, today is 17 years to the day from Stephen Harper's minority government in 2008. It was a Tuesday, October 14th of 2008. He got no help from Danny Williams in the PCs that year, but it is one of those seats that as it becomes more urban, the voting tendencies change. And we're seeing that in these close races, right? That as more of the metro area goes into what would be the southern shore here, it's tightening up in the Liberals' favor.
Okay, now we have some more results. Just want to, we have some breaking news on one of our leaders. Going to take you now to the West Coast. Yes, Stephenville, Port-au-Port. Tony Wakeham, the PC leader, projected to win his seat tonight. All right, there you go. So the PCs are still trailing behind the Liberals in terms of the seat count there. Liberals just bumped up to 22. And we were talking about Ferryland.
Yeah, David was talking about Ferryland earlier. As you said, Tory since 1971, I believe.
I was quoting you there, so I hope you're right.
Well, I don't know. I just made it up. This is actually Cheryl O'Brien's second attempt. In 2021, she went up against Loyola O'Driscoll. 44% of the vote then to his 52. And just a second ago, there was no difference. They were tied. Let's just take a look at the vote share. Look at that. Look at that. So the Liberals 48.7% right now. PC's 48.5%. Incredible. And as I said, you see them crossing over there. At one point, they were completely, they were tied up.
You know, it's interesting. We talked earlier, Ariane and Caroline, about the lack of incumbents for the Liberals.
Yes.
But while the Liberal candidate here isn't an incumbent, it is a rematch. So she would have done the voter identification. She would have done the outreach. So she's not starting from zero. She's starting from last time. And that helps you bring it to a tighter margin here, right? In a place like Ferryland, where that familiarity and getting to know you, that will help you in future campaigns.
All right, and let's take a look now at another pretty close race, Fogo Island, Cape Friels. And of course, this, oh, and look at that. See how it, look at that. So PC's 52.8% right now to the Liberals 42.6%. Independent 2.9%, NDP 1.7%. So yeah, really interesting when you see the vote share and how it works that way. And of course, that's just 14 of 58 polls reporting there. Carolyn.
Okay. Well, now we're looking at the NDP. They're sitting at 2, which we've said is exactly where they want to be at the very, very least tonight, so they can maintain their party status. They don't want to lose any seats. We're going to go to campaign headquarters right now in downtown St. John's, where Mark is standing by live. I see a few bodies there behind you, Mark. How are folks feeling?
Yes, Caroline, the room is filling up and people have been cheering and clapping. We're starting to see very early results. And I've got a longtime NDP supporter and volunteer, Gavin Will, with me here. So Gavin, what do you make of these early results?
Well, it's certainly very encouraging to see that that we're holding our own in St. John's Centre. We've been declared there. And St. John's East Kitty Vitty, we appear to be ahead there as well. So it looks as though we might well be taking that seat back. So it's very encouraging. We're seeing some growth across the province.
And of course, there were 2 seats in the House of Assembly before the election. Looks like there may be 2 now, but the NDP was hoping to grow its seats. Do you think there's any chance they might win some of the other seats around St. John's or elsewhere in the province?
Well, based on what we've seen so far, I don't think so. It looks as though the party's going to be winning 2 seats, but we have seen growth in the St. John's area in particular. Waterford Valley, Mount Sile. These are seats that the NDP has been working on for a number of years, and you really see the results of that. You know, the party going to work in those districts with top of the line candidates. So we are seeing growth, but I think it looks as though we're going to be settling for 2 seats.
Laura Bell Imba and of course Nicole Boland are young women. They're strong candidates. Do you think we'll see them again in the future?
I certainly hope so. They're the future of the party and the future of this province. We're seeing. I'm really encouraged by the diversity of candidates that the NDP has put out this time. You know, we got more than 50% women. We've seen minority candidates as well, and Laura Bell in particular has done extremely well for her first time out. And I really hope that Nicole Boland sticks at it. She has a real future in this party.
Now, if there is a minority government, what do you expect the NDP's role might be?
Well, that's up to the caucus to determine. But I do know that Jim Dinn has talked about taking money out of politics. That's something that people really responded to on the doorstep. I know for myself in helping out Laura Bell, no matter where you went, people agreed with the NDP message on that. And so I would not be at all surprised to see that Jim Dinn saying we got to take out corporate donations from the equation.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Gavin Will. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. And back to you, Caroline. That's Gavin Will, who's a longtime volunteer and supporter with the NDP.
Great, thank you so much, Mark Quinn. Some cheering happening there, and we want to stick with the NDP here now. Ariana, you have some results for us in the St. John's area.
Yes, thanks, Carolyn. Just talking about the NDP, let's take a look at this map. You're like, where is the NDP there? Where are they? Here they are. They're down there. Teeny, zoom it up. If David had his monitor, we'd have more luck doing this. So here they are. So we have 2 districts in play right now for the NDP. The first being, well, let's see which one they're going to put up for me. Let's just say, let's go to St. John's East Kitty Vitty. Here we go. I'm pretty good. I'm getting good at this. Sheila O'Leary with the lead, 113 over John Whalen. This has been a good race to watch. So Sheila O'Leary there wanted to get this seat before, stepped away so Alison Coffin could take a stab at it, and now she's back with the lead. And now let's take a look at St. John Centre and Jim Dinn, and there he is with the lead. This is a rematch between Gemma Hickey and Jim Dinn. Jim Dinn with a comfortable lead there, 400 votes, 13 of 37 polls reporting there, Carolyn.
So much, Ariane. And David, how important is it for these results to hold for the NDP tonight?
Well, they've got a beachhead. You can see it right there. They came up through Kitty Vitty Gut. They right now are leading in St. John's Kitty Vitty and in St. John's Centre. So, Mary Shortall, you look at this. I mean, Sheila O'Leary, it is still like a close race, but that has to be optimistic for you to see 2 on the board right now, your leader and a high-profile St. John's candidate.
Oh, it is for sure, and well earned, because they've been fighting very strong with a strong campaign for that. But to what Gavin said with Mark down at headquarters as well, the caliber of the candidates that have put their name forward in a party that is growing has been beyond, and they're getting such good reception at the door. I think you'll see that in future as the party begins to build, and hopefully we'll have more candidates, diverse, that put their names forward in future elections, because I think it is a message that is a little bit different than the other parties, and people often want to have those conversations at the door, and I think that's important.
So, Steve Crocker, right now, the tally is right where the Liberals want it to be, but the closest 4 seats in the province are Liberals first, PC second, by a combined margin of 194 votes across 4 districts. So this can flip on a sneeze.
Absolutely. And we know, just looking at the numbers, there are a lot of polls left to come. But just something to what Mary was just saying, and it's interesting from a Liberal Party perspective. The reality is, as the Liberal Party has moved to be more of an urban party, we're going to have, as a party, face it on 2 fronts, because in rural we're going to have the battle in the future with the Progressive Conservatives, and you see the growth in the NDP tonight with some very strong candidates. That's going to be the focal point. So it's going to become more of a national standard what Canada looks like, I think, as we move forward, where the NDP, with the strong showing that you're seeing in some of these seats tonight, are going to be, the Liberal Party opponent in Surrey and urban.
Yeah. No, I think we're all hoping to make Canada more like us, but maybe they won that one. But Dave Brazel, we look at this, right? St. Barb, Lansing Meadows, one of the top targets for the Progressive Conservatives. Liberals holding on by 21 votes. Lab West, 34 votes. 46 in Topsail Paradise, 56 in Placentia West Bellevue, which those 2 would be losses for Tony Wakeham and the Conservatives right there. So you're trading paint with the Liberals, and the St. John's East seat is down to a 67 vote lead for the NDP. So there's real room there, Dave, for the PCs to move up, and real room there, some room there for the Liberals to gain as well.
Oh, I think so. And my colleagues here are exactly right. The whole momentum is going to change over the next couple of elections on who you target, the type of candidates you target. That you take nothing for granted. Incumbents no longer have total control of their own ridings as such. So, right now we're still in a good place. Like I said, it's so close there as part of this process that at the end of the day, some of the polling, one thing about rural Newfoundland Labrador, one community can put you over the top because it's where you have a stronghold. It's been traditionally voting for your party. That may be the difference. Some of these candidates would know where their strengths are, and I would think they'd know if they're in a good place now, or if they've got to, have a worrisome evening ahead of them.
But Mary Shortall, the St. John's seats typically sometimes a little bit slower to report, right? A lot of people getting off work, going to vote, staying, voting past 8 o'clock. This is what some of the campaigns are suggesting to me, and the messages that I'm getting, and the consensus there, or the thought there, is that maybe that might favor the Liberals. Does that make you worry a little bit, certainly about the St. John's East Kitty Vitty seat?
Well, sure, because it's been flipping back and forth for a long time, and to an earlier point, I think the ground game will be very important. I mean, the campaign itself, I know all candidates gave it their all in that district in particular, because it has been Liberal and NDP for either or for a fair amount of time. But I think at the end it'll be really down to how many of their identified vote that actually got out to vote.
I'm Steve Crocker. We're seeing the change already, right? The Liberals are back down to 20, so you're back to being on the hitch. You're one seat short of the majority, and the PC is back up to 16.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that yet tonight. Really, there's a lot of vote to be solidified here. It's really, it goes without saying, it's where those votes are coming from.
Yeah.
And I think as the evening goes on, you're going to see, seats flipping back and forth quite regularly, I think. And, I think the only trend we're starting to see here is there's nobody getting a supermajority tonight.
Okay. All right, we'll check back in. The seat change, things are moving up on the Northern Peninsula. Carolyn, this is going to be longer, probably the most provincial elections. Steve Crocker keeps talking about 2019. It feels like it.
Yep, for sure. And I just want to bring in, we do have a projection for you in Windsor Lake, the Liberal leader. Here we go. John Hogan is projected to hold his seat. Of course, we don't know yet. He will remain as Premier. That is yet to be decided. The Liberals are sitting at just below majority government there, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. He keeps his seat, but we don't know if he'll keep his job on the 8th floor yet.
That one, not so much of a close race, but we have a lot of close races and a lot of flipping back and forth. So let's take a look at some of these races. Topsail Paradise, Dan Bobbitt, Paul Dinn. Paul Dinn, of course, the incumbent Tory. Dan Bobbitt. You got to wonder how much of this announcement, Hogan came in, made the announcement about this new road to Paradise. Oh, that's pretty good for people stuck in traffic, hey? Former mayor of the town of Paradise, Dan Bobbitt, with the lead there, just 43 votes in that district, with 18 of 43 polls reporting. This one keeps flipping. Andrea Barber right now with a lead of 83 votes over Cabinet Minister Krista Lynn Howell in St. Barb, Lanza Meadows. And let's take a look. Look at the vote share. Okay, this is Placentia West Bellevue with a Tory incumbent. The Liberals right now 46.9%, with the PCs 46.3%. Caroline.
Wow. Yep. Yeah. It is tight, and we're looking at those numbers on the bottom of the screen just get closer and closer. Oh, Liberals back up to 20. We're actually going to pop out to Liberal headquarters now and check in with Heather Gillis, who's on the ground there. So, Heather, at least some good news. John Hogan keeps his seat in Windsor Lake. Don't know yet if he will remain as Premier, but right now they're looking at minority territory in terms of the seat count on the bottom of the screen. But it's been tight. How are people feeling?
Well, I'm standing here with Judy Morrow, who is the campaign chair of this campaign with the Liberals, and she just said it was a nail biter, and I think that is absolutely the feeling in the room as things flip back and forth. Judy, what do you think about how things are going on the screen there so far?
Well, we're certainly cautiously optimistic. We're hoping to get a strong mandate from the public, from Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, to proceed on, in the next 4 years and the challenges that lie ahead. But we knew from the very beginning that this was going to be a district-by-district ground game election, and so I'm not surprised. It's nerve-wracking for the candidates themselves, I'm sure. But I'm confident that we're going to be forming a majority government.
And we just saw that John Hogan was projected to keep his seat in Windsor Lake. What do you think of that?
Well, that's wonderful, because I am his constituent. I live in his district. That's wonderful. But that's no surprise there. I knew that John would keep that seat. He's been a tremendous leader. He's a new leader for us. He came in on May the 3rd, I think it was. He was declared leader of the party, and he's had some significant challenges over the course of the summer, and he's shone. He's done so well, showed tremendous leadership throughout the summer, and as well into through the whole election.
And Judy, I know your role with the campaign has been overseeing how things are going, and basically that's what's playing out on our screen right now. So can you tell people who are watching at home what goes into a campaign in the background? What do you do? How do you make this all happen?
I can't even begin to tell you the amount of work and the number of hours that are put in primarily by volunteers. So I have a campaign committee, and on that committee, you have a comms group, you have, the ground organization group, you have the data management group, you have a financial, the financial piece. So there's a whole gamut of issues that have to be dealt with when you're running a provincial campaign such as this. And of course, then we're also coordinating with, 40 districts and 40 campaigns out in each of the districts. So, there's a tremendous amount of work that have gone in with the volunteers, our campaign committee, all of the teams that have been involved, all of our candidates and their teams, family members. It's just it's a really big undertaking, but it is very, rewarding work at the end of the day as well, especially when you can see, the success and it come to fruition at the end of the day.
Okay, well, Judy, thanks for explaining all that goes into a campaign. We really appreciate it. Going to throw it back to you folks in the studio now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Heather Gillis, live from the Liberal headquarters. Wow, that looking at the bottom of the screen there, Liberals 19, PCs 17. Yeah, if you're watching at home, it's a tight one for sure. And we're going to head out now to our roving reporter, Chrissy Holmes, who is in St. John's, big night at Big Ben's Pub in St. John's, where people are watching these tight results and having a bit of an election watch party. How are things going out there?
Well, Carolyn, a bit of a different election scene here. We're live at Big Ben's Pub, where the regular Tuesday night crowd is here. Say hello, everybody. Hello. It's actually a little bit of a split focus situation here, and I want to introduce you to a couple of very kind people. First of all, tell us your names. Introduce yourself.
I'm Jillian Kirby.
I'm Ashley Ellis. Ashley is the owner, operator of this bar. And Ashley, what's going on? It's Tuesday night bingo, but I understand it was conditional?
Very. So unless I had the election on the TVs, some customers or some patrons' friends was not going to attend. So Jill was one of them.
So that was the story, Jill. You weren't coming down for bingo unless the election was on.
That's right. I always watch the election. Had the sports stations on, so yeah. So I asked my daughter to ask her if she'd turn on the election tonight. So she did. Yeah.
At first, I thought she was just joking because we were going to have the elections on anyway, of course. But yeah, no, I was like, no problem whatsoever. We got it on this one, this one, this one, and this one. Yeah. We're also on a break from bingo right now, but bingo happens here every Tuesday, 7:30. It's usually a full house, but some people may have ducked away from the camera.
Well, I tell you what, when the bingo game was up and running here, Carolyn, there's a lot going on. There's numbers going all over the place. Ashley she's yelling out B, whatever. And at the same time, you're keeping track of the election. How are you keeping control of the puck and all this information flying at you?
Oh, well, every now and then I'll glance at it and see who's winning and stuff. I don't really care who wins, but, I just love elections, that's all.
I love that.
Yeah.
And bingo.
And bingo.
I thought she was going to say because I gave her the updates throughout the commentary of bingo tonight.
We'll let you get back to the game. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
All right, Carolyn, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Chrissy. Well, numbers going all over the place. Bingo night at Big Ben's. Numbers holding kind of steady here tonight for the parties. There on the bottom of your screen, Liberals at 19 right now, PCs at 17. Ariana, you have some more results for us. Oh, we lost Ariana's audio there. So, things.
That's how you know it's live, Carolyn, when the battery in the mic pack dies, right?
And it's a long
you gotta
show,
make a quick
so
pit
the batteries
stop.
only last so long. So.
There are all these things for people to do. These Formula One style pit stops where people come in and swap out your batteries and change things and fix things, and it's happened on my show a bunch of times. I forget to turn my microphone on, and you just got to tread water on national television until things are ready. Yeah. I see Ariana back at her spot, so that means we did it good enough.
She is ready to go.
And I'm back.
So, we'll go back to Ariana.
And I'm back. Thank goodness it wasn't bingo. All right, let's take a look. look at some of the close races here, starting in Labrador West. Joseph Power there with a lead of 1. Look at that, a single vote over Todd Seward with the Liberals. 10 of 27 polls reporting this is one of the seats where we keep seeing them flip. Carbonear Trinity Bay de Verde, Danielle Doyle, a special education teacher. Both of these candidates had great ground game. Riley Balsam there with just 57 votes there behind the Liberals in Carbonear Trinity Bay de Verde. And let's look at Lewisport Twillingate. Speaker Derek Bennett has the lead over Mark Butt with just 55 votes. So these are some of these races, Carolyn. We're seeing some of them flip, some of them getting very, very, very slim margins. So we'll keep an eye on these, and I'm sure we'll be circling back to them as the night goes on.
Thank you so much, Ariane. And you can see how quickly things could possibly change if some of those seats do flip. It's so, so close. We're going to head out to PC headquarters on the west coast of the island now in Stephenville, where PC leader Tony Wakeham is projected to be elected. So that's some good news for that neck of the woods, Terry. So things are tight, as I keep saying. But what's the sense you're getting out there?
Well, the sense is that we have a race. We have a race in this province, very much so. And my guest loves competition. This is Glenn Littlejohn here with me right now. He's vice president of the party, Portagrave MHA from 2011 to 2015. You're the director of this tour, and I got to say, softball Hall of Famer as well. Mr. Littlejohn, first of all, have a look at these numbers and tell me what you think.
Not surprised, Terry. We knew tonight was going to be close. These numbers are not surprising to us at all. We'd like to be on the 19 side, but it's still a little bit of time, and there's still a lot of close races out there that needs to be determined.
Okay. So you're the tour director. So give us an assessment of how things went for the last 28 days.
I think the tour went as well as could be expected, Terry. We had a great tour. We had a great response. You were with us for a couple of weeks. We had a very positive response everywhere we went. I don't think we had any glitches. I think Mr. Wakeham's message of better health care, lower taxes, safer communities resonated with people. And I think we're seeing that somewhere in the numbers tonight as well.
Was there any high points for you? You were there the whole 28 days. So if you look back on it now, what were the high points for you?
Terry, I got to say, the high point might have been the Northern Peninsula in St. Anthony on Saturday. The groundswell of support that Andrea Barber has taken over the last week and a half was just amazing. You were on the ground. We went up through a bastion of liberalism, and Andrea's in it. And the last time I looked, she was leading.
And you had to combat not only a cabinet minister, but a government that's investing a lot of money on the Northern Peninsula. Yes. I think we saw more paving machines and excavators and road construction crews than there were icebergs in the Strait of Belle Isle in June. And you're still in this race tonight.
And we're still in the race tonight. And look at that, Terry. 18 all. And, and to be fair, Terry, in the last number of months, we've had many conversations with friends and with colleagues that this scenario could work out tonight, 18, 18, 2 and 2. And right now, look at those numbers. We're 18, 18, 2 and 2.
And you're doing this, facing off against the government in power for 10 years, so they have the war chest. You didn't have the money that the Liberals had to run this campaign, so how did you overcome that challenge?
Terry, when people and companies and individuals believe that you have an opportunity, access to funds is a little easier. We've had a steady contribution of funds from all sectors of Newfoundland and Labrador, and we've been able to run a good campaign. And we're very happy with our campaign. We had no glitches. It looked good. We felt good. And I think as a result, we're seeing some significant change here tonight.
Okay. I'm hoping you can probably hit a home run for old time's sake.
Would love to hit a home run for old time's sake and make it 2018. Yes.
Glenn Littlejohn, Vice President of the Progressive Conservative Party and Tour Director, and as I said, Softball Hall of Famer. Thank you, Mr. Littlejohn.
All right, thank you so much, Terry Roberts. Yes, the race neck and neck for a few minutes now. Liberals and PCs tied at 18. So let's look at the share of the vote. See what these parties need to form a majority or minority government. Wow, look how tight that is. To form a majority government, you need the 45.4 5% mark. Need to hit that. Liberals just below that, and so are the PCs. So yeah, that majority finish line, if you will, both of them just right behind it there. So let's look at the seat change, where the seats are right now. The Liberals down 3 seats, PCs up 4 seats there. So yeah, PC's now in the lead on the bar there on the bottom of your screen. So yeah, my gosh, it's a tight one. And there are some key races here tonight that could make all the difference. And Ariane, David, you're going to have a look at those.
Yeah, Carolyn, we talked about how we would get here, what the path of victory may look like. Take a look at that map.
Yeah, well, let's start with Labrador. This was, the Liberals held 2 seats, the NDP won, the PCs won when the House of Assembly dissolved. The 2 seats here, Lake Melville and Labrador West, those were the targets for a hold and a gain for the Liberals, both for gains for the PCs. And Ariana, look at this. That's a lot of blue in the big land.
Blue. Yeah, which they didn't start with a lot of blue. Let's take a look at Labrador West now. Of course, this was an NDP seat. It was held by Jordan Brown. He decided to go to municipal politics. And look, Joseph Power, former fire chief, with the lead with over 100 votes there over Todd Seward with 12 of 27 polls reporting there, David.
Okay, let's take a look now at Western Newfoundland, the island of Newfoundland. This has been the Liberals' traditional power base in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. This is where former Premier Andrew Furey had his seat. Well, here it is. That doesn't look red. That is a blue seat. And up at St. Barb, Lanza Meadows, also blue right now. Corner Brook, which was the seat held by Jerry Byrne, a former member of Parliament and a long-serving cabinet minister here in the provincial legislature. That is still red, but St. George's Humber is currently blue at this moment. Ariana, this is where we said the Liberals needed, the Liberals needed to hold. The PCs needed to run up the score. Carol Anstey won this big for the federal Conservatives election. They're off to a pretty good night so far.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of that mirroring of the federal election. And this is the seat that you were just talking about. This was a seat held by 2 former premiers, Andrew Furey, Dwight Ball. And look at that, the lead of 600 votes, more than 600 votes over Helen Reid. Mike Guzny, third time's a charm, perhaps, for him. 32 of 44 polls reporting there in Humber-Gross-Morne.
Okay, let's move east. We want to look at 2 seats that the PCs held at the beginning of this election, but the Liberals had targeted. Fogo Island Cape Friels, which is a seat that the Progressive Conservatives won in a by-election in the middle of a fisheries crisis, and Placentia West Bellevue, which was a PC-held seat coming into tonight, but the one, Ariana, the Conservatives were most worried about and where right now the Liberals are leading. So let's talk about those.
Yeah, let's look at Fogo Island Cape Friels. This is one that we are seeing switch back and forth. Jim McKenna took this in the by-election last year and has the lead right now. Just 78 votes, though, David. Such slim margins over Dale Lewis, who the Liberals felt very confident about. Of course, Jim McKenna, when he was elected, it was different times with the fishery. There was a lot of also anger over the federal election. How does that impact the provincial politics here? The lead just 78 votes there in Fogo Island, Cape Friels.
Okay, the final thing we want to look at is Metro, which is the Liberals' sort of power base coming into this election. Certainly on the East Coast. They needed to hold everything. Right now they're not. The PCs needed to gain 7. So far they're only up 4. But they are holding the 2 seats they held in Metro that the Liberals had targeted, at least at this point tonight. That's Topsail Paradise, Ariana, and Conception Bay South.
And in Conception Bay South, we knew that this was going to be a good race, a good matchup. We have former MP Ken McDonald there trailing Barry Petton. He has the lead there by, 543 votes. Very strong member of the Tory caucus and the incumbent, but Ken McDonald not too far behind.
Okay, so here we are. It is 18-18, 2-2 on our tally. Steve Crocker, I want to go to you. The last time I checked the hockey score, your Leafs were up 2-0 over the Predators, but your Liberals are tied 18-18, and you're moving back from your goal of a majority government. What's your reaction to what you're seeing so far?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm very happy tonight to be sitting at this desk and not sitting home in my chair watching these results come in, because I can imagine what these candidates are going through right now. I've been there, and it's tough. But there's still a long road ahead. But I'm getting close, David, to having to walk back my prediction. I think it's really starting to take shape here, and we're seeing the races as you guys started off with tonight on the West Coast shaping up, and we knew that was extremely important to the Progressive Conservatives' path to victory. Right. And they've done that, and there's some races here right now that they could certainly flip, and the result can be one or the other.
Right, and look, Dave Brazel, we can see why the CBC decision desk hasn't made a projection. We are getting closer to where the Dave Brazel decision desk was at the beginning of the night, right? Like, it's amazing to me to look at this state of play, completely symmetrical, 18, 18, 2 and 2, and all the people you talk to in the field is like, oh, we're not surprised, we're not surprised. This is an unusual night we're seeing here so far. What do you make of it?
100%. And we did have a strategy. I mean, we targeted Pacific seats that we thought we had a good shot at, and particularly even some communities within those seats that we thought would be good pockets of support that you're seeing later on as it flips back and forth. I mean, there's still a lot to come here, but I give strategy, kudos to the team here. When they outlined exactly what the issues were going to be, how Tony traveled right around this province, and you just saw when Glenn outlined that there was a strategy to even our traveling modem. And when you see what's happening up in the Northern Peninsula, that speaks volumes here. And that's an impact not only on the candidate, but the organization that we had here, and Tony's message resonating with the people across this province. So there's still some work to do on inroads in urban Newfoundland, but we're keeping our strongholds, and we're making inroads in rural Newfoundland and Labrador.
You know, Mary Shortle, as you look at sort of the way the seats are breaking down right now, in the metro area, the St. John's area and the suburbs around it, it's pretty much status quo. Like, the Liberals haven't lost a seat there, the PCs are holding theirs, the NDP is holding theirs, though, because the Liberals are now back in the lead in St. John's East, Kitty Vitty. But if you look at where the PCs are, they kind of needed to draw an inside straight in the rural seats on the island and in Labrador, and so far the river, the turn, and the flop are coming up their way.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why it's so difficult to predict it, I think, right? And especially in some of the ridings where Labrador, for example, it's still very neck and neck. It's disappointing that Shazia isn't doing better in that. She's a phenomenal candidate. First ever visible minority ever elected to municipal council in Wabush in 2021. So that's unfortunate, but it really is telling that there's so many factors at play there besides not just who the candidates are, but what the issues are that are actually drawing people one way or the other.
Yeah, Dave Brazel, the PCs have now moved back into 19. There's been this snip, snap between the PCs and the Liberals, and it's mostly been the Lewisport-Twillingate seat that is ping-ponging back and forth, which is interesting to see that one is remaining this close, kind of this late in the count, because my sense from speaking to all the campaigns is they felt the Liberals might be okay there, and this one's looking like a bit of a dogfight.
Yeah, no, we knew we had a good candidate. We knew we had a strategy, and there's certain Pacific communities out there that are more apt to want to go PC, that weren't pleased with the Liberal policies. We targeted those. Our candidate made sure the message got out there. So, I mean, we weren't sure we were going to win it, but we knew we'd be in the game. And as I mentioned earlier, and we've been saying that since the whole campaign started, we've been in a number of these seats that people didn't think we would be. And we knew we'd be challenged by the Liberals and a couple of other ones, and we're still holding our own there. So the strategy that was put in play for the last 3 months is now starting to come to fruition, and hopefully it maintains this and we get to where we want it to go. I mean, ideally a majority, but you know, I'll live with a high minority for sure.
So, Steve Crocker, your old seat, Carbonear, Trinity, Beta Verde, you're still leading in it, though there's some buzz that the PCs are pretty encouraged with what they're seeing in different things. I mean, what are your expectations on what may happen in your old seat? Do you think it could end up changing the picture even more?
Well, it's certainly a bellwether. That seat has always voted with government. That one, I think, Gander, there are a few in this province that have certainly always been bellwethers. So it'll be interesting to see as the night goes on. I haven't gotten any inside information from the district, but, you know, Riley ran a very strong campaign. And he campaigned for many, many months, and he campaigned hard. And that pays off when you have a solid ground game. And so kudos to that, no matter what the outcome is tonight. It's been a very strong campaign, but you know, there's still a long ways to go. You know, optimistic, as we talked about a lot tonight, you know, with the votes to come, the advanced votes to come. But you know, this is starting to solidify.
Yeah.
These numbers are starting to, the spreads are starting to get a little bit greater as we go further, and that just is proving the trend. And right now you see it's just flipping back and forth. So I think, you know, the board at the end of the night may very well look something like this.
Okay. You know, Carolyn, when we started that conversation with Steve Crocker, it was tied. It changed about 7 times. Now it's back to tie, and then it changed again. I didn't even get to finish my point before it already flipped.
Well, yeah, the Liberals, they're ahead. And Ariana, let's just get to some results, because I'm sure a lot of people are wondering where things are.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these seats where the Liberals are losing, where they had held these seats in the past. Okay, so let's look at St. John's East, Kitty Vitty. John Abbott had this seat, wasn't going to run again, stepped stepped aside. Sheila O'Leary right now with the lead. That lead has been growing now over the night with 26 of 45 polls reporting over John Whalen with the Liberals. In St. George's, Humber, of course, also an open seat. Scott Reid held this seat for a decade. Hal Cormier now has the lead for the Tories with a lead of 245 with 34 of 42 polls reporting there in St. George's, Humber. Andrea Barber, the Gap.
Yep.
You know, it's growing there. A lead of 439 votes over Crystalline Howell, minister in John Hogan's government. 42 of 49 polls reporting there, Carolyn. And Mike Guzny, again, that lead is growing. This is a former premier seat, two former premier seats, Andrew Furey and Dwight Ball. And now it looks like Mike Guzny has this lead now, and it is growing. And let's take a look at the vote share. And we're going to look right now at Placentia West Bellevue. This is a seat that was held by Tory Jeff Dwyer. And look at that. The Liberals, 47.9%. The PCs, 45.3%. 42 of 57 polls reporting there, Carolyn.
Wow. Okay. Let's go to Labrador now and check in with Regan Burton. She is at the headquarters of PC candidate Keith Russell, who's hoping to win back his Lake Melville seat that he held years and years ago. So, Regan, my goodness, we're seeing this super tight race unfold tonight. What are you hearing from the people in Keith Russell's camp?
Well, the mood has certainly picked up here. Earlier, folks were cautiously optimistic, and now they're feeling pretty good. They've taken the balloons from around the room and put them up by the podium, hopeful and feeling excited about the results that are coming in, not just here, but across the province. And one of those supporters for Keith Russell and the PC party I have with me here, former Grand Chief of the Innu Nation, Etienne Rich. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you feeling tonight with the results coming in?
Well, I'm pretty good feeling about Keith Russell over there tonight, and I think it's a really good run-in. And as we see the results coming along, and like what I expected, and I think it's moving positively where we want as Labradorians and as Innu for Innu Nation as well. And I think that's very important.
You know, Etienne, a big topic of conversation during this whole election, certainly here in Lake Melville, Gull Island, the MOU. So why do you think the PC party, why Keith Russell, to be the person who is going to represent us in making a deal with Quebec for that project?
Well, I'm going to explain to you like the way I explain to my people. Because as a former leader and dealing with the Liberal Party, because it wasn't really that smooth, and I have a lot of obstacles, and I have to fight with them all the time as a leader. And I think that's one of the important things for Labrador, and I think that we need to have some kind of a strong voice, and who can represent the Labradorians and both Indigenous people here in Labrador, Nunat Sabut and Innu Nation, and I think that's a very important thing.
All right, thank you so much. That was Etienne Rich, former Grand Chief of the Innu Nation. We'll certainly be standing by to see what happens next as the rest of the polls come in. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Regan Burton, live in Happy Valley Goose Bay tonight. And we're going to have a look at how some of the PC candidates are doing. Ariane, you have some results of some PCs who have been projected to be elected.
Yeah, let's take a look at that list, starting in Harbour, Maine. Helen Conway Ottenheimer, large lead there. She is projected elected in Harbour, Maine, so she will be returning to the legislature. Lloyd Parrott, again, no surprise. He will be returning to the legislature, ran against Tony Wakeham for the leadership at one point in time, and now he's heading back as his right-hand man. Leela Evans, Torngat Mountains, again, not a surprise. These are seats that...
That's quite a lead.
Quite a lead that Carolyn, the Tories knew that they were comfortable with. And look at this, Barry Petton. This was one that was flipping at one point in time. We can now project that he is elected. So take a look at that.
Okay, there we go. Some happy progressive conservatives so far this evening. And we have another MHA who is celebrating tonight, Eddie Joyce. We have on the line here now in Humber Bay of Islands. So congratulations, Mr. Joyce, on your win this evening.
Thank you very much. It's been a hard-fought battle, but with a great team and lots of work, prep work over the last 4 years. It worked out, and people rewarded the team because of the great work that we did the last 4 years and the last 28 days.
Yeah, this is your third time being elected as an independent. What is it? What are you doing that keeps winning over the electorate in your district?
It's easy actually, because elections aren't won in 28 days. Elections are won the last 4 years. The work myself and Judy has done for the constituents of Humber Bay Valence, they reward us because they know that we're dependable, we're available, and we do what we can. Plus also speaking up on the concerns of the people of the Humber Bay Valence, healthcare, the PET scanner, new doctors. That's the kind of things that I speak up on. That's what the constituents want me to speak up on, because that's their major concerns, cost of living. So I'm just humbled that they gave me their support again tonight. And I'm just so blessed that I have such great people in Humber Bay Valence that would support me.
And I want to know what you make of this close race so far tonight. It keeps flipping back and forth between the PCs and the Liberals. If a minority government is formed tonight in whatever way, the independents hold some sway and some power. What are you thinking about how close this race has been so far tonight?
I expect it to be close. I expect it to be a minority government. When you hear in different areas on the West Coast that the Liberals will not retain all their seats on the West Coast, I think is great because right now the issues that are being raised in the Cornbrook area and across the province, we all must work together. And as I said before, as a member of the Independent, myself and Paul Lane, who also got elected tonight, with myself and Paul, we're for the people of the province. I have in the past voted with the Liberals. In the past, I have voted against the Liberals. I will support any party who's going to help out healthcare in Western Newfoundland, help more doctors in Western Newfoundland, get the PET scanner in Western Newfoundland, and the cost of living for people. Plus, a major concern that I heard on many occasions on knocking on doors is the deficit that we are running. The promises that were made throughout the election, in my opinion, I feel a lot of them could not be upheld by either party because of the amount of money that was committed. So people expect me, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of Pauline also, to expect us to do what's right for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. I have no preference if it's a Liberal or PC. I just want the best policies that's going to help out the people of the Humber Bay Valence and the people of province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
You did list off a number of issues there that you will be looking to see what the parties do there with healthcare and all of that. But what about the Churchill Falls MOU? Where does your support lie with that proposed deal going forward?
Well, in actual fact, when the MOU was coming through, the Liberals had a majority that they were going to get it passed in the House. So I went to the Liberal Party and I said, yeah, I'll support it. And I'm sure I can get Paul Lane. And eventually Jim Din came on side also. He's a part of it. We would support it one condition, that you set up a oversight panel. The Liberals agreed to it, set up an oversight panel for 3 days that we negotiated what's going to be in that oversight panel and how it's going to be selected and the terms of reference, and it worked. When they went and Mr. Wilson came out later on October 3rd when he resigned, he stated that the MOU he has concerns with the MOU. He can't get the full information, and he feels we can get a better deal. So the MOU itself, what myself and Paul Lane and Mr. Din set up, worked the way it should work with an oversight committee. So right now, I have to wait to see what comes back as an agreement. The oversight committee did its work, and Mr. Wilson explained a lot of concerns that he had, flaws in it, and how we can improve it. So right now, I'm just waiting for the final agreement to come forward before I make any decision if I'm for or against it. But I can assure you that the concerns that were expressed has to be addressed before I would support it.
Okay, thank you. so much, Eddie Joyce, and congratulations once again, Eddie Joyce, returning to the House of Assembly to sit as an independent. And thank you so much, Eddie Joyce. And David, I have to say, we were during that interview, we watched things just flip there in terms of the seats. Liberals now trailing the PCs.
Yes, look, this is, the PCs are now on the hitch. They are one short of getting a majority government. We still can't make the call, though, because there's so many races still too close to call. And we're going to show you the closest ones in the province right now and show you why there's a path for both of the two parties to get to 21. Look at this. The PCs lead in 5 of the 7 closest seats here in Newfoundland and Labrador. But the biggest lead in any of them is 151 votes. It shrinks all the way down to 25 votes. Then you look at where if 5 of those flip, the Liberals have a majority government. You look at where the Liberals are in first place in Placentia West Bellevue and in Burin Grand Bank. Well, that's 2 seats. They lead by a combined 207 votes, just 53 votes in Placentia West Bellevue and 154 in Burin Grand Bank. So at this stage of the night, the tally on the bottom of the screen, Carolyn, keeps bouncing back and forth like a ping pong ball, and you can see exactly why that is. There is still a viable, credible path to the magic number of 21 for the 2 leading parties right now, but this is trending to be a very, very successful night for the Progressive Conservatives. Tony Wakeham needed to go +7 in the seat count. He is currently +6. The results are not all yet final, but if you look at how the rural seats are going for the second election this year, rural voters in Newfoundland and Labrador are rejecting Liberals and voting for Conservatives. They did it for Pierre Poilievre and Jonathan Rowe and Cliff Small and Carol Anstey in a massive way on April 28th. And that pattern, Carolyn, is repeating itself in broad strokes here tonight as Tony Wakeham tries to unseat John Hogan.
Thank you, David. And seeing another repetition tonight, we're going to head out to Grand Falls, Windsor, where Troy Turner is standing by with PC. Chris Tibbs, who is projected to be elected this evening. So, Troy, I'm sure the PCs out there just hit the 21 mark, which is what the PCs need for a majority government, hence the cheering behind you. So what's the reaction there?
Happy here. They're happy with how the party is doing, and they're especially happy with newly re-elected Chris Tibbs. Chris, how do you feel right now?
I feel absolutely fantastic, but at the end of the day, I couldn't have done it without my supporters, without my team, my campaign manager. I just want to thank everybody else out there for your support. It means the world to me, and I look forward to serving you for a very long time.
Chris, this is your 3rd successful election. How would you characterize the campaign this year?
This one was a bit of a different one, of course, because I did go up against a strong competitor, and I wish him the best luck moving forward. But like I say, if it wasn't for my team, I wouldn't be here today, and we're looking forward to forming government at some point tonight.
What were the issues at the door, and what do you think gave you the advantage going into today's vote?
My voice. I mean, in my opinion, it's my voice. I've stood and I've stand tall for my constituents. I've spoken on their behalf over and over again. I have no fear of speaking on their behalf, and I'll continue to do so. We heard all the healthcare issues, cost of living issues, and at the end of the day, we want to make sure that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are taken care of and can live a reasonable life.
Of course, you mentioned your strong competitor. A week ago, you had that the boiling point, we'll say, in that public forum. How did that set the stage for the final week of the campaign?
What it did is it just fueled me. That's all it did, is just fueled me to go harder, to go stronger. And at the end of the day, it's not about myself, it's not about my competitor, it's not about the PCs or the Liberals, it's about the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, and that's what we're here to serve.
Of course, we're still too tight to call if it's going to be a minority, a majority for Progressive Conservatives or Liberals. What's your hope from here?
Obviously, my hope is that Tony Wakeham becomes the Premier. He deserves it. Nobody engages with people like I've seen Tony do. And we've got a lot of good people, a lot of strong people. And if the Progressive Conservatives can hang on and win government tonight, I can guarantee you we're going to look forward to a different Newfoundland and Labrador over the next 4 years.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Troy Turner in Grand Falls, Windsor, where where Chris Tibbs has just been re-elected. So the PC score there, the table is being set down there, and PC's at 20, which is just below majority territory. So Ariana, you have some more results for us. Let's dig in.
Yeah, let's take a look at where the PCs are leading here tonight in some of these close races. So let's go back to St. Barb, Lanson Meadows. Andrea Barber there with a lead of over 500 votes over Cabinet Minister Krista Lynn Howell with 45 of 49 polls reporting. Mark Butt took the lead. Just then, this is one of these seats, Carolyn, where they are flipping back and forth. Speaker Derek Bennett, 25 votes lead right there in Lewisport-Twillingate with just one poll left to come in that district. And let's take a look at Carbonear Trinity Bay de Verde. Again, another one that was flipping back and forth. Riley Balsam now, councillor in Heart's Content, has a lead of over 200 votes with 36 of 53 polls reporting there. And this was an open seat. Scott Reed left, decided not to run for re-election. Hal Cormier with a lead of just over 300 votes there with 38 of 42 polls reporting. Carolyn.
A lot of blue up there. We're going to head out west to Stephenville, where Terry Roberts is standing by live at PC headquarters. Must be feeling pretty good in that room right now, Terry.
Well, the people here are pretty pumped. Every few seconds, it seems, there's applause. And so unlike the last time you were here, this is the mood sure has changed here right now. And I'm thrilled to have a guest here right now who can put all this in perspective for us. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Fred Stagg. Been a lawyer in this province for 55 years. And you helped lead Frank Moores to a government, the first PC government in this province in the early 1970s.
October 28th, 1971 to be exact.
Well, you got a good memory. Yes. I want you to tell us what you think of what you're seeing here tonight.
Well, I think that we may be seeing a revolution, a reversion to the PC party that has distinguished itself over the years leading Newfoundland, with Danny Williams and Brian Peckford and Frank Moores. And I'm delighted to see what appears to be a trend that's breaking now.
And what were the issues that stood out for you that you think caused what's happening here tonight?
Well, I think that it's time for a change thing is what people looked at. The Liberals had a lot of people who did not run. So
we're getting another projection. Our NTV is announcing, declaring a victory here. So you said there was a sense of change out there. What do you see?
Well, I just see that, for instance, in St. George's district, Hal Cormier, a guy from the Cadre Valley with a traditional Cadre Valley name, has won it. And here in this district, our guy, who hopefully will be the premier, looks like he has captured the local vote. And I'm absolutely delighted that these two districts are going over to the Tory side.
Right. Mr. Fred Stagg, thank you very much, sir. One-time Deputy Speaker in the House of Assembly. I hear you can throw a curling rock as well back in your day. Thank you for your time here tonight.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Carolyn, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Terry Roberts at PC headquarters. And yes, still some tight races, Ariana. Tell me what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of the tightest races right now in the province in Buren-Grand Bank. Let's take a look at the vote share here. So Liberals 49.2. The PC's 48, 37 of 40 polls reporting. And of course, this is a district with a cabinet minister. We have Paul Pike here up against Mr. Ingram with the Tories. Jamie Ingram says that he got into this race because he wanted to do something about public safety issues. Tony Wakeham visited this district, and right now with 37 of 40 polls reporting, Paul Pike there with the lead by just fewer than 50 votes. Carolyn.
Okay, and we're still looking at that board. The PC's just under majority territory. They're sitting at 20 seats for a while now. Liberals trailing with 16. So, David, what do you make of what's happening right now?
Yeah, I want to go to Dave Brazel here because Steve Crocker, your Leafs have blown a 2-goal lead, and they're now tied 2-2 with the Predators. So I can let you deal with what's a bad run of luck for you. But Dave Brazel, the two closest seats right now are Placentia West, Bellevue, and Buren Grand Bank. The PCs are in second there by a combined 109 votes. So it's the Buren Peninsula that stands between Tony Wakeham and a majority government right now. And one of those seats is Jeff Dwyer, his own MHA, who's behind right now. What are your thoughts on where things stand?
Well, there's still a few polls left, and again, we targeted certain communities that we knew, so we're still hopeful we're going to get that. Hopefully we get it to a majority. But at 20 seats, I would hope that Tony Wakeham would be offered to form the next government in Newfoundland and Labrador. 21 would make it without any debate as part of that process. We're very close to being there. It's close to where we thought we'd get, maybe even a little bit better. If we get to that 21st seat, we're in a good place. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador, in my opinion, will be in a good place also.
Right, because if the Liberals are within striking distance of a governing number, they could try to meet the confidence of the House, work something out with the independents of the NDP. But, Mary Shortall, I don't know if Jim Dim would go along with that. I don't know if Eddie Joyce and Pauline would go along with that. I mean, if the PCs are at 20, I have a hard time foreseeing John Hogan trying to stay on. I think it would be Tony Wakeham maybe going to see Joan Marie Aylward at Government House.
I think you're right, and I think if that was going to happen, then the NDP would take a little pause to reflect on how they're going to work within that. I know during the campaign, a lot of the issues that resonated with the NDP were also issues that Tony Wakeham talked about with kind of the same passion. So it will be interesting to hold that feet to the fire because those are the issues that are important to the voters of this province. And the NDP will play a very important role. It looks like there'll be 2 seats right now, but they'll play that important role in making sure that that those issues are dealt with.
Right. St. John's East Kitty Vidi, the second NDP seat, not yet projected a final result there, but a 534 vote lead. So it's been holding pretty strong there for Sheila O'Leary throughout the night. Okay, Steve Crocker, I've let you absorb the Leafs news. You've been staring at the tally on the bottom of the screen there for a while. I can't help but notice, like, your party ran mostly on the platform of a hydroelectric project in Labrador, and Labrador has turned conservative, right? The 2 seats that were in play, both right now, are PC. How did this happen in this campaign?
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting in the fact that, obviously we came out of the gate as a party, trying to tie it, I guess, the importance of the MOU, what the MOU could bring, but the day-to-day issues came to the forefront very, very quickly. And this campaign became about healthcare, public safety, and cost of living. And the people are speaking tonight, and the voter, it's cliche, but the voter is always right. And they seem to be close to making a decision tonight that they thought 10 years of a Liberal government was what they were comfortable with, and we'll see where it goes. But these results are starting to solidify, and I don't really see a path back at this point in time.
Okay, yeah. As Steve Crocker was talking there, Carolyn, the numbers got worse for the Liberals, and
for the Liberals there. Yep. PC's at 21, which is majority territory. We still have some really tight races, but we do have a projection right now that we can give you for the NDP leader, Jim Din. He is projected to be elected in his district of St. John's Centre. So looks like the NDP holding onto those 2 seats, which they really wanted for tonight to hold on to that official party status in the House of Assembly. So this is some good news for the NDP holding steady at 2 seats. And PCs, they're maintaining that 21 seats, which they need for that majority. So we'll see how long that holds for. And I think that we are going to check in with the Liberals now in St. John's. Head over to Liberal campaign headquarters. Heather Gillis is standing by live. Not the result that the Liberals are looking for right now. Seems pretty quiet where you are.
No, of course, not the result that the Liberals are looking for. And it is, as you said, pretty quiet here. It's a nail biter, things flipping back and forth in some districts right now. It's too close to call. But I do have a guest with me, Ben Oates. You are a young Liberal.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you for being here with me.
No problem.
What do you think of this result that you're seeing on the screen right now?
I mean, you know, it's a bit too early to tell, but again, it's not where we exactly want to be. It's not where, you know, we've fought really, really hard to get. But again, the night's young. Not 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, we were on the other side of this coin. I know that this team has fought really, really hard to get the trust and support of voters, and I believe, you know, we're the team to do it. So, you know, don't count the chickens till they hatch. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, still lots of polls to come in, and we're all, of course, watching that. But tell us a little bit about your involvement in the campaign. What have you been doing?
For sure. So I've been privileged enough to work with John Whalen, who was running the district of St. John's East Kitivity. John's a great candidate, great guy. It's been a pleasure to work with him. I've learned a lot from him and also from his team. I volunteer with a few different ones as well. Cheryl O'Brien up in Fairland, which again is too close to call, so we could turn that one around, and as well Fred Hutton. So congratulations to Fred. So it's come hell or high water, it's been a good show.
And working with these candidates, what have you been hearing from voters? What are the biggest issues on their mind?
The biggest issues are you know, it's number one is cost of living. It's number two is crime. I mean, I'm not even going to list them. It's cost of living, crime, the memorandum of understanding. And just people want to feel confident in this place. And it's my opinion, you know, taking by the sweater, that the Liberal team is the best team to take that forward. You know, and, you know, if things stay the way they are right now, I don't mean to play fear politics, but I'm worried that we have a PC party that can't commit to, you know, it can't commit to a basically fundamentally good deal for this province, and we have an NDP that's just interested in being for themselves. So we'll see what happens. But.
And as a young person, why do you support the Liberals?
The Liberals are the only team that are able to correctly diagnose and figure out the actual problems that this province faces. You think about something like the Muskrat Falls deal, you think about the healthcare system, you know, a lot of these things are big problems that take a long time to turn around, but they're the team that's been able to make a dent in those issues. So I do firmly believe in this team. I hope the province does as well, but no matter what, you know, I know this team is capable and ready to fight for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, whether it be in government, knock wood, or in opposition. So we're ready to go.
All right, well, Ben Oates, thank you so much for explaining how you're feeling and what you're thinking about this result so far. And Carolyn, back to you.
Thanks so much, Heather Gillis. Yes, the votes are still being counted, but we're getting down to the wire now. Ariana, you have some more results for us.
Yeah, let's take a look at some new faces that we'll be seeing heading to the legislature, starting with Andrea Barber. Starting off, I think the Liberals felt very, very good about Crystal Lynn Howell making it back to the legislature. In the past couple of weeks, she made a good ground game. Trevor Taylor, as David had mentioned, came down to help her. Paul Shelley helped her in the area, and it paid off. So Andrea Barber will be heading to the House of Assembly. Another new face, Mike Guzny. Again, this is Dwight Ball's old seat. This is Andrew Furey's old seat. This is Mike Guzny's third try at this. Tried once for the NDP. This time he's lucky and he'll be a new face in the House of Assembly. Let's take a look at some Liberal newcomers. Corner Brook, Jim Parsons has been elected. He was the mayor of Corner Brook, and now he will be an MHA for Corner Brook. And in Gander, of course, John Hagee decided not to run for re-election. Bettina Ford put her name on the ballot, and she will be heading to the legislature. So lots of new faces, lots of changes, and the night is not finished yet. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, not finished yet at all. We're gonna head out to the West Coast once again and check in at PC headquarters where Terry Roberts is. So, yeah, Terry, right now the PC's in majority territory at 21 seats. It's been there for a while now, and you have a volunteer with you.
I do have a volunteer with me. I mean, I can just say, first of all, that, you know, again, there's a hum in this room. Just the energy that's here right now is off the charts. And I know this woman shares that energy. Valerie Hewitt, you've been around this party for a long time. You worked with Harry Harding for 2 terms, and you're also a pretty big volunteer. So what have you been doing during this election?
I've been all over the province, everywhere but Northern Peninsula and Labrador, so just about every district I've been visiting. Well, no, that's not, a lot of them. And it's been pretty exciting. And people have been wanting a change, and I could feel it, and for a long while now. Yeah.
So look at these numbers here now and tell us what you think.
That's what I expected. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, or more even. Yeah.
What was the secret to you? What was the recipe that got you here?
We just kept at it. We kept at it, and we were out there and talking to people, and they keep coming up, stopping us in the streets, and saying, bringing signs, we want change, and so that's what I expected to see tonight.
Right. You heard the word change a lot. Were there any other issues that kept coming up?
Yeah, there were a lot of issues, health and safety and guns. They brought up that gun control, which is a federal thing, but that was one of the things I think that brought people around. And people want to change, and I think we're going to see it.
Right. I know it's not over yet, but when you look at the what's happening, how this is all unfolding tonight, does it remind you of anything, or is it maybe a high point for you in your support for this party?
It's exciting because I've been in the campaign like I'd never been before. Typically, I would be in one district and working on one campaign, but I was all over the island, and and I saw the reaction to us being in the communities, and people were way to go, and stopping us and saying, "Can you come by?" Put signs on my lawn. So it was pretty exciting, and I'm happy to see the results here now tonight.
Valerie Hewitt, thank you very much for your time tonight. Yeah, thank you. So that was Valerie Hewitt. She's a longtime volunteer with the PC party. And like many in this room tonight, she's quite happy right now. Carolyn, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Terry Roberts at PC headquarters. So you may be wondering why we haven't been making a call yet. Well, things are still really close, and our decision desk really needs some of these votes to start firming up before we can make a call. The path for sure for the Liberals is narrowing, but not non-existent at this point. Let's have a look at some of the races that are just too close to call right now. We have the PCs leading in 4 districts, and the margins there on the right hand of your screen, it's still pretty tight. And so right now the PCs are at 21 seats, which is what they need for that majority. But if things do change for them in these 4 seats, then if we're looking at a change in government there as well, and then the Liberals are looking at getting a minority there. So we're just waiting for some of these really tight races, David, to firm up.
Yeah, we need to wait for the final counts in a lot of these districts. But as we get deeper into this night, the path is not non-existent for the Liberals, but it is narrow, and it's only to first place. There's no path to majority. It's the sort of path you have to navigate to throw the one ring in Mount Doom, and that is an ominous thing to be doing at this point of the night. The PCs are very close, not just to a win, but to a surprise majority government, I would say. This is not a final projection. Don't anyone clip this and then turn this into something. But they are tracking in a direction. Because when I landed here after midnight on Thursday night and started talking to people on Friday, people were asking me questions. Do you think Tony Wakeham stays on? Do you think Tony Wakeham survives as leader? Do they mean possibly Premier Designate Tony Wakeham? Because that is where this is trending. They are almost there. Something was wrong with the Liberal data, it would seem to me, because they were supremely confident they were going to win a lot of seats in rural parts of the province. And while they have a good split in the vote share, they have a vote efficiency problem, Carolyn, in that they have lots of wins in the Metro St. John's area by massive margins. But if you win by 2 votes or 2,000 votes, it's 1 seat. And that's what really counts in the first past the post system. And the PCs, they needed to run up the score in Labrador in the rural parts. They are doing it so far, and they're doing it at a nuclear level.
Yeah, let's dig into some of those tight races. Ariana, you're looking at those right now.
Yeah, let's start with the tightest race in the province right now. A second ago, it was just 35 votes in the difference. Take a look at the vote share in Placentia, St. Mary's. 50.8% for the Liberals, 41% for the PCs. I think that might be Placentia West Bellevue, actually. Yeah, there we go. Jeff Dwyer, the incumbent Tory, with the lead, slim margins there over Brian Keating, the mayor of Marystown, hoping to get in there for the Liberals. 54, Carolyn, of 57 polls reporting there in Placentia West Bellevue. So this is the tightest race right now in the province. With an incumbent.
And the seat the PCs were the most worried about coming into this election was Jeff Dwyer. I've known Jeff for a long time because he used to work at the liquor store closest to my house when I lived in St. John's. So, I'd see him all the time. And, I think Steve Crocker and some Liberals might be going to that liquor store tonight if these numbers continue.
Well, we're going to head out now to NDP headquarters in St. John's, where Mark Quinn is standing by live. Mark, the NDP looking like they're hanging on to their 2 seats in the House of Assembly, which is what they wanted, to hold on to that official party status. Seeing some movement there behind you. What are you hearing on the ground there?
Yeah, so people are jubilant here. They're really happy. They're happy they held on to the 2 seats, it looks like. I think people are relieved. There was concern that there wouldn't be 2 seats, but it looks like now there may be. I'm with one of the candidates, Laura Bell Embal, who was the candidate in Mount Sion. And tell me, what do you make of these early results?
I think they're really great. I think it's great to see that we seem to be holding on to our 2 seats at bare minimum. And so we're growing. The momentum is still there. There's still a lot more races to be called. So we're enjoying it so far.
And tell me your experience campaigning. How did it go for you?
I think as a first-time candidate, this was definitely one of the highlights of my life so far. It was a pleasure to talk to the people on the doors, to find out the issues that matter to them. As a longtime advocate, it was really important for me that people felt like their voices were being heard, and they felt like they could have someone who would want to speak for them on the House floor.
And it looks like the NDP is going to have 2 people in the House. What do you see their role going forward in this next government?
I think the role is there to be the balance of government, to kind of hold the balance of power, to continue to advocate for the people of this province, to make sure that whoever ends up in government and forming government still listens to the issues that are important to the people, that they hear the voices of the people who are living through the policies and programs they're creating.
And at the doors, what were the issues you heard about? What do you think the government should focus on now?
I think for a lot of people, the cost of living and healthcare were primary issues for people. So making sure people can afford to live and stay in this province. They want to call this province home. Let's give them the means to do so, and making sure we take care of our healthcare system, not just for those using it, but for those working in it too. We need to make sure we take care of the staff, the people who continue to make our healthcare system work, make sure they're respected and they have the things they need to be able to do the work they so desperately want to do.
And for you, do you expect you'll be running again?
I think for as long as the people want me to advocate, I'll do it for them however they want, either on the House floor or outside the House floor. I'm there for the people of this province in whatever way they'll have me.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, Laura Bell Embal. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And back to you, Carolyn.
Thank you so much. Mark Quinn, live from NDP headquarters. And David, I want to get some insights from you and your panel now about where things are sitting, and it's sitting steadily for a while now.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us. Dave Brazel, the 21 isn't completely locked in, but it is setting a little bit. It is firming up. I mean, there's a 35 vote lead in one riding, 48 or district, 48 in another, but then the numbers get into the triple digits. Tough to see some of those flipping this late in the count, but those Placentia West Bellevue and Fogo Island Cape Friels, that's the watch right now.
No doubt, but we're in a good place here to form government, whether it's a majority or minority, very much so. And I think Tony should be poised to do that and start thinking what his decisions are going to be in the early morning tomorrow morning when he starts looking at putting together a government, talking to the Lieutenant Governor and forming things in the right direction. You're right. But again, our strategy has been working. I think in some of the polls that are left, there are communities that we've done well. So I still am very hopeful we'll keep the 21, have the majority, and then Tony can govern as the premier who represents the people of this province.
Steve Adhouse did tell Terry Roberts earlier that the whole strategy was to get to 21. It's like, bold strategy, Cotton, but it looks like it's paying off, at least right now. So, Steve Crocker, I'm texting with some people on your side of the file here, of the aisle here. There is a path, but they're conceding it is closing rapidly. Right now, you're not leading in any of the closest races. You're second in all of the closest races.
I'm always optimistic, as I started the show, optimistic, but I'm also honest to the point that this is solidified, and I think Won't call anything yet. There's a lot of tight races and a lot of stuff to come. But an interesting point in this campaign, we've seen little or no public opinion polling up until this weekend. We've seen a barrage of polling.
And the Liberals were one in all of them.
Yeah, but I think that was top line in those polls. If anybody were to take a deep dive in that polling information over this weekend, you would have quickly noticed or observed that the underlying currents of what we're seeing tonight were there. We weren't polling strong. We were doing extremely well in St. John's, and that was pushing the numbers. But when you looked outside, and I think Ariana said it earlier tonight, if the PCs were tonight to follow that conservative map, this would be the result. And looking over here now, and if you look at the South Coast, that's those are two large pieces of geography with very few voters. So I think this map is very indicative of what we saw back in the federal election this spring.
Right, those two seats the Liberals are holding right now are Fortune Bay Cape Lahoon and Burgeo Lapoil. Fortune Bay Cape Lahoon Cabinet Minister Elvis Lovelace, one of two Elvis Lovelaces I've met in my life, the Elvis Lovelai. One of them is coming back to the House of Assembly. But, Mary Shortall, the way this is evening out here tonight as we get deeper and deeper into the count, the 8 closest races we are looking at, the PCs lead in 7, the NDP lead in 1. The Liberals are in second in all of them. But this looks like an incredibly difficult path.
It sure does for the Liberals. I think the challenge for them was when they realized that the MOU was not really the issue that resonated with a lot of people. Labrador excluded. I think that was a big issue for the people in Labrador. But other than that, I think the failure to understand the issues that you now understand are the issues that people wanted somebody to talk to them about at the doors was probably an error in judgment. And to Jim Dinn's point, making the MOU political rather than deal with those at the door issues probably hurt the Liberal Party a fair amount.
So Dave Brazel, as Tony Wakeham's last, it waits for the last counts, the last calls, the last projections, and gets the certainty he needs to start giving what seems increasingly almost certain at this point will be a victory speech. The question is, what kind of a victory speech will it be? What do you think they're thinking about at this point? You were the interim party leader until Tony Wakeham got the job on a full-time basis. I mean, what do you think they're looking at and getting ready for as they move closer to what they hope to achieve here this evening?
Well, obviously, Tony understands the issues. He's been talking about them. That's what we've been campaigning on. We've had the conversations about this over the last number of months if we got where we wanted to go, particularly around a minority. With a majority, it gives them more flexibility, but there's a big job ahead, and we know the situation in Newfoundland and Labrador. We know the expectations people have, and we do know the promises that people made. People are going to expect you to deliver on those. You've got to find the mechanism to do it. You've got to prioritize what are your initial things you want to tackle, and you've got to start developing relationships right across this province with the other parties, because whatever you do, I used to say this with former premiers there when I was there as the leader and the House leader, you know what? Let's, for the first 3 years, work together. Let's get stuff that improves the lives of people in Newfoundland and Labrador. The last year, we'll beat up each other and say, well, we're better than you are. No, you're better than us. So I think, and Tony's a man of that character too, and the party has come to that realization. We've got to do what's in the best interest of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Worry about politics down the road. We'll worry about our relationship with the federal government as long as we get a good play and get our fair share of this confederation. So, Tony's got a lot to do. He's got a great team around him. There's a lot of good advisors. There's a lot of people from the past who've come around to try to give him some advice, and I think he's in a good place. I'm looking forward to his victory speech because I know the enthusiasm and the energy is there to do what's right for Newfoundlanders.
Well, he's in a really good place right now, Carolyn, with 21 seats to 15 for the Liberals. They're getting texts from provincial Liberals angry about how this campaign went, texts from federal Liberals gloating that Ken McDonald lost the seat because they are mad at him for what he did to Justin Trudeau and the carbon tax.
Yeah, and we're still waiting here for these votes to firm up. We're gonna take a live look now at the NDP headquarters in St. John's. The NDP, of course, holding on to their 2 seats tonight, which is what they were hoping for to hold on to their official party status. Some hugging there. We are waiting for Sheila O'Leary to come in. She projected to win the seat in St. John's East Kitty Vitty. So that is a seat that she had wanted years ago, and stepped aside to allow then NDP leader Alison Coffin to run there. And you have some more results for us right now that we'll look at.
We do. Let's go back now to Ferryland and see what's happening there. Loyola O'Driscoll is projected elected. He will be returning. This was a rematch, and for a while there, oh boy, it was close. But Loyola O'Driscoll heading back to the House of Assembly. Sherry Gamba-Walsh also heading back in some capacity or another. Maybe won't be able to get a cabinet position. We'll have to wait and see on that. She's projected elected in her district of Placentia St. Mary's, and Sarah Studley projected, or she is elected rather, in Mount Scio. Carolyn.
Yeah, so some familiar faces heading back to the House of Assembly for the Liberals. Another familiar face heading back to the House of Assembly in Mount Pearl, Southlands. We're going to head on out to Paul Lane's house. Chrissy Holmes is standing by live. Paul Lane.
She's actually in the house.
In his living room. Independent Paul Lane in Mount Pearl, Southlands. So, Chrissy, he let you in.
That's right, Carolyn. We just called. Paul Lane said, come on over because there's some celebrating to do. This marks the 5th win for Paul Lane, 3rd as an independent. Congratulations, and thanks for inviting us to the HQ here.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for coming. It's been a great night for me and hopefully for the people of my district. I certainly want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that did get out and support me. Really appreciate it, and to all that helped get me here. And like I say, it's been a great night. We're very, very pleased with the results we've received.
It has been an exciting night, too. I know everybody's been glued to the TV, right? There's a lot going on. Paul, you've seen a lot of elections in your day. How does this one compare?
Well, I think every election takes on a bit of a life of its own. It's always nerve-wracking. I knew going into tonight, like by the door-to-door and the phone calls we were making and so on, I was expecting a positive result. But no matter how many times you do it, you still get that feeling in the pit of your stomach when you're watching those votes come in. And there's this great sense of relief when the numbers start rolling in and they go your way.
A little while ago, we heard Eddie Joyce speaking about you as well. I mean, based on some of the numbers that you're seeing roll up here at this point in the night, how are you thinking about this next session of the House of Assembly, the role that you and Eddie Joyce in particular as independents will be playing?
Well, I think that independents have a very important role to play in the House Assembly because we can certainly call it as it is. We don't have to toe any party line. I heard Eddie interviewed earlier, and as he said, there's been times when we have voted with the government, there's times we've voted against the government, there have been times when we voted with the NDP against the Liberals and the PCs, all based on what we thought was the right thing to do, what was best for our constituents, what was best for our province, and we're going to continue doing that. I'm not sure how tonight will finish off in terms of if we're going to have a majority or a minority. I'm certainly hoping for a minority government. If we have that, then we're going to have a much greater role to play to hold government accountable to make sure any policies going forward are good policies for the people.
We've seen a lot of back and forth here tonight with some of the projected results. What are you reading into the appetite in the province right now based on that?
I think it's a case of, the Liberals have been in for a long time. So certainly we all know how cyclical elections can be. So I think that's played a role here. I also believe that the whole debate over the MOU, I think John Hogan was playing that as his trump card and thinking that was what was going to bring him over the finish line. But as time has gone on, and certainly since Mr. Wilson resigned and others have come out and questioned the MOU, I think it's actually come back to bite him. I think that's playing into the results tonight as well.
Well, Mr. Lane, we really appreciate your time. Congratulations once again. And thanks for having us over to the HQ, your home here. And thanks everyone else for letting us crash your party here. And I'm sure we'll be speaking again very soon. For now, I'm going to throw it back to you in studio, Carolyn.
Okay, thank you so much, Chrissy Holmes, live at Pauline's house in Pearl, Southlands, our hometown. David,
Yep.
both from
Just up the road.
Pearl, yep. So let's talk about this as we wait for some of these races to really firm up. What is this going to mean? They were just talking about the Churchill Falls MOU. What does this mean for the deal and the negotiations going forward with Quebec?
So, look, on this, this is obviously a very disappointing night for the Liberal Party of Newfoundland and Labrador. I think this is also a very worrisome night for Premier Francois Legault and the government of Quebec. They are in a very difficult situation in that province politically. The CAQ, as they're known, they are cooked if you look at the polls, that the Parti Québécois is poised to win a majority government in the provincial election there next year. So Tony Wakeham says he wants to review, renegotiate, and put to a referendum any kind of a deal with Hydro-Quebec with Churchill Falls. The calendar for that may not line up with the political calendar in Quebec because there's going to be a transition here, a new cabinet, all of these things. Whether they can get that alignment, the massive hydroelectric deal with Hydro-Quebec is on life support tonight as the PCs are close to the majority.
Okay.
And one of the districts, of course, where that was top of mind, the MOU was talked about a lot. All three leaders went to Lab West. So let's take a look now at Lab West and the results there. So Joseph Power with the PCs elected in Labrador West. Again, this was a situation where the Liberals, they were touting the third transmission line that would come from the Upper Churchill project. Shazia Razi there saying that's blackmail. You can't say that you have to vote Liberal to get this to go through, to get housing, to get the third transmission line. But in the end, Joseph Power, former fire chief in Lab West, elected. Paul Pike, former Liberal minister, he is back in Buren-Granbank. But a squeaker, look at that, 53 votes between him and Mr. Ingram with the Tories. And let's look at the vote share there because that is pretty close. 49.1% for the Liberals, 48% for the PCs, with all polls reporting there. So yeah, you can really see on that graph just how close of a race that was in Buren-Granbank. And moving on now to St. George's Humber. This was a Liberal seat. Scott Reid held this seat. It is now a Tory seat. Hal Cormier, a newcomer, and he got in there with more than 250 votes over the Liberal Mark Lambswood.
Okay, we are going to go live now to Mark Quinn, who is at NDP headquarters with Sheila O'Leary, who is projected to win her seat in St. John's East Kitty-Vitty. She's been leading all night. It's been a bit of a tight race there. I see someone taking a photo there right in front of you, Mark. All right. So tell us, how is Sheila? You have Sheila there with you. How is she feeling?
Well, yes, Sheila O'Leary came in to thunderous applause. People here are really pleased to see her here. And of course, she's doing very well in the polls. So I thought we'd ask her, how you doing? How you feeling now?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty fabulous, I have to say. I mean, to run a campaign, as we all know, it takes a village. And I'm just so utterly proud of the work that the NDP party did with so many people from all walks of life to support me and the campaign, and to try to get the NDP back in St. John's East Kitty-Vitty, because we matter. In this district, we matter. We have a huge voice and an opportunity to represent people who are falling between the cracks, let's be honest. So I'm so excited, of course, cautiously optimistic always in this political realm. Now that this is my 7th campaign, I think it's extremely important that you breathe, you take your time, and you wait to see the final results before you really truly celebrate anything.
You're well known here in St. John's as a municipal politician, of course.
Yeah.
This is your second crack at provincial politics. How does it feel to be doing this well at this point in the night?
Well, actually, this is my 3rd crack at the provincial. But how does it feel? St. John's East Kitty-Vitty has always been the district. I'll be completely frank with you. I grew up in Churchill Square, born and raised and schooled and worshipped and raised my family in this district. Moving from Churchill Square to downtown St. John's, working as a cultural producer, a businesswoman, and of course a municipal leader. I've been doing the work. I've been listening to people. I want to continue to listen to people. I want to ensure that people's voices are elevated. We are living in very complex times, and I'm optimistic. I know that we can make change happen. I mean, one foot in front of the other, but it's so important that democracy is upheld.
What do you see as the role of the NDP with a few seats and, maybe a minority government? Maybe we don't know yet where it's going to go.
Oh, it's totally holding people accountable, number one. Transparency and accountability was all that I heard on the doors. Obviously, we know the affordability issues and the healthcare issues. That's prevalent with everybody right now. And, and that has to be a priority. But people were really concerned because they're losing their faith, their trust in government. And that was very clear to me when we saw some of the things that certainly the Liberal government was doing in recent times, the travel nurses, the Auditor General report. There was just like all of these things, getting, increases in pay on the way out the door with the ministers. These are things that really the people need to be they need to understand. They need this. We need to hold government accountable. I mean, that's in any institution that has to happen, and so that's a really great place to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sue O'Leary.
Yeah.
Great to talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to you, Carolyn.
All right, thank you so much, Mark Quinn. Kind of a full circle moment for Sheila O'Leary there tonight. She had hoped to run in that seat in 2019, but stepped aside for Alison Coffin, so it's looking like she might take that one tonight. She's projected elected. Ariana, let's head over to you to look at some of these races that are really holding us up from making this call.
Yeah, Carolyn, I will say that the list is getting smaller. It's getting shorter. Let's take a look at Placentia West Bellevue. We have Jeff Dwyer elected, incumbent Tory. It was very tight. Look at that. Just 64 votes between him and Brian Keating with the Liberals. But we still have some races that are just too close to call. Let's take a look at Jim McKenna with Fogo Island, Cape Friels, Dale Lewis, just 16 votes. Another one that just keeps flipping. Jim McKenna got this in the by-election last year, and now he's back trying again. Paul Dinn, a lead of 186 votes over Dan Bobbitt, the mayor of Paradise. Just some of the races still in play, and as you can see there, Carolyn, super slim margins that are holding up the call.
Yes, thank you so much, Ariana. And I have to correct myself here. I said that Sheila O'Leary was projected elected. She is still leading. That race is still ongoing tonight. And we're going to have a look over at NDP headquarters once again. I think that Jim Dinn, NDP leader Jim Dinn, might be making an entrance there. Down at Gower Street United in downtown St. John's. Not seeing the NDP leader here quite yet, but...
Well, Carolyn, it's a good night for the Dinn family because Jim Dinn has been re-elected in St. John's Centre. And for people who don't follow the local races as closely as the local audience, Paul Dinn, who Ariana just showed, is Jim Dinn's brother, even though he's a bit of a backslider on the NDP principles that Jim Dinn espouses, because he is a member of the Progressive Conservative Caucus trending towards Progressive Conservative government. So Ma Dinn, who has been interviewed in multiple elections, has got to be pretty happy with what we see here with the results tonight.
Thanksgiving dinner was at the Dinn household, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if they probably weren't actually having Thanksgiving dinner. I'd say they're out pulling vote, making calls. I mean, Thanksgiving comes like a day or two, depending on when you have your turkey here, before Election Day. But, Jim Dinn going back to the House of Assembly, Paul Dinn going back to the House of Assembly, Sheila O'Leary not quite in there yet, but trending towards going to the House of Assembly. She said earlier, it takes a village. It took Kitty Vitty Village, because that has sort of been the base of things for the New Democrats in that particular seat. And, John Whelan is an organized guy, but right now they are trailing in that particular seat. And we are still waiting because of all of these tight races. And while we wait for Jim Dinn, and while we wait to see what John Hogan is going to say, and while we wait to see what Tony Wakeham is going to say, still, even though it's kind of been locked in on the bottom of the screen there, Carolyn, at 21-15, as Ariana just told us, it's like dozens of votes that will decide whether or not this is a majority.
It may be early to ask this question, but what does this mean for John Hogan? He's elected, heading back to the House of Assembly. Well, what does this mean for the future?
I guess we'll have to wait to see what the final call is. Yeah. But I mean, as David said, taking a look right now at Fogo Island, Cape Friels, there's still 53 votes between the Tories and the Liberals there. So some really tight races still in play. And
that's the closest one, though, right?
That is the closest.
You move to the others. Yeah. It's interesting. The cabinet minister who was seeking re-election lost the Northern Peninsula. 3 of the seats that were vacated by cabinet ministers in rural Newfoundland, those were lost as well. And just, you can just look at these numbers. Fogo Island, Cape Friels, as Ariana just said, that is the closest race, 53 votes. That is still something where you could see movement, and that's kind of the seat. The seat the PCs won in a by-election earlier this year when the fishery was in crisis and Justin Trudeau was still a very unpopular figure that was moving votes here in Newfoundland and Labrador. The dynamics has changed somewhat, but the result at this point is holding, though that is something that could flip with the amount of polls that are left to report. As you move down that list, Topsail Paradise, Carbonear, Trinity, Beta Verde, Steve Crocker's old seat, who's been with us here all night, the margins are getting pretty large.
Yeah.
And while it is mathematically possible, I would suggest it is mathematically improbable that those would flip to the kind of scale that the result is, at worst, I think, for Tony Wakeham at this stage of the night, Carolyn, a minority government. And if things keep going the way they've been going for the PC campaign throughout the day and throughout the evening and throughout the count, this can hold and he can have a PC majority government. I think Fogo Island, Cape Friels will tell the tale.
Still some counting happening out there. You can see at the bottom of your screen on the right-hand side, NDP headquarters, waiting for NDP leader Jim Dinn to come in and speak with supporters there. So we've said a good night for the NDP. Yeah, but it's still going. It's still going. PC's still sitting at 21. So yeah, let's have a chat with the panel, David, and see what their thoughts are.
Dave Brazel, you got any intel on Fogo Island, Cape Friels you want to share with the class? I'm very curious to know if they think that 53 vote lead is going to hold.
Yeah, I do. I think my understanding is that the polls from Fogo Island itself are the ones that we're waiting at.
Right.
And that should be good for Jim. Jim had a good support there in the by-election.
Okay, the Dave Brazel anticipation desk is anticipating positive results in Fogo Island, Cape Friel for the Conservatives. Carolyn, as Jim did, makes his way
another
into the room.
Jim there making his way to the podium to speak with supporters at campaign headquarters in downtown St. John's. Jim Dinn heading back to the House of Assembly, leader of the NDP. Looking to be a good night for the NDP if things hold the way that they are at the moment. Let's listen in to see what Jim Dinn has to say to supporters.
NDP! Thank you. And it is indeed a fantastic evening. It was an even more fantastic campaign that we ran. Smart, intelligent, focused on people. And regardless of the outcome, there was energy in our campaign, and it's the same energy in this room that we feel right now. So good job. At this moment, I don't know if it's been declared one way or the other as to what party is going to form government, whether it's going to be a majority PC or minority, or if it's going to be a narrow majority. But the fact is, guess what? It's going to be the NDP putting forward the ideas that will benefit all people of this province. And at this point, I want to thank all candidates who ran, regardless of whether they're PC, Liberal, NDP, Independent, regardless of their political affiliation, because it takes a lot of guts, a lot of commitment to step up and to run and to put your name out there and to face the criticism and whatever comes your way, but it takes a lot of work and effort to do that. Thank you.
Ulysses by Alfred Lord Tennyson still remains one of my most favorite poems, and one of the lines that I come back to is, "I'm a part of all that I have met." And that applies to me and to our team tonight. You are very much part of my identity and the identity of the Newfoundland and Labrador New Democratic Party. And you and the people who voted for us and the people who volunteered have shaped who we are as a party. I was fortunate to have had Jordan Brown by my side for the past 6 years, and our discussions helped shape our approach to things as well. That is something that we will use as we go forward. I do want to say thank you to my wife, Michelle. Who's been more than just the advisor on my sartorial choices, but she's been by my side all along, and to use her words, we do make a good team. A thank you to my family, to my children, Kate, Sarah, and their spouses, and to my son, Jamie, and to our grandchildren. I'm there for you guys. To my tireless, hard-working constituency assistant, Elizabeth Zedell. Elizabeth, are you here? She may not be. But anyone who's been an MHA will tell you that you're only as good as your constituency assistant, and she is incredibly dedicated and a strong advocate. To the many constituents who voted for me in this in my district, to the volunteers who helped out on my campaign, to my neighbors who took on a job that they probably didn't realize they're getting into. Bob learned a lot more about the district than he expected to. Thank you. And at this point, I just want you to put your hands up when you hear the name, because I want to draw a point here about who we are. I want to talk about, say thank you to my incredible campaign team. And that's Linda, Devin, JP, Mary Shortle, Monique, anyone else. Put your hands up, please. Keep them up, keep them up. Keep them up, don't let them down. You're gonna have to hold them up. To our equally incredible provincial campaign team, Garrett Spelsey, Brock Bowman, Carly Hanofsky. Where are you? Put your hands up, keep them up. Thank you to our committed caucus staff, Amanda Will, Stephanie Curran, Scott Fleming, Jean Graham, Tori Locke, Steve Kent, Eamon Carew. And certainly to Stephanie, who's been my communications director over the last 4 years, and to Scott, who was instrumental in designing and in doing the research on our COSTA platform, which I think was one of our secret weapons. I want to say thank you to the 39 other candidates who chose to run for us. And if you could, those of you who are in the room, could you stand up, please? They are diverse, over half of whom are women. And that was delivered. That was not by accident, but because the fact I'd like to believe that we also who we are as a party and what we stand for. Our candidates represent all walks of life, and they come with a depth of experience that represents the diversity of this province, and they are unmatched by any other party, I would argue. I want to thank you as well to your campaign teams and to your volunteers who stood by you, who came out with you, to your donors and supporters, and to the people who voted for you. Folks, that's what makes us who we are as the new Democratic Party of Newfoundland and Labrador. It's not just the leader, it's you guys that give me the strength. I am deeply thankful, and I'm incredibly proud of all of you. I really am. It's the thing that inspired me significantly throughout this campaign, that we had a good campaign. It was well noted. When you get one of the leaders after the debate reaching out to say we ran a really good campaign, that's high praise coming from your competitors. So good job on all of you. To paraphrase a quote
All right, that's NDP leader Jim Dinn celebrating the win tonight, and the CBC election desk is ready to make a call. Newfoundland and Labrador has a new government. The Progressive Conservatives will form the next government. How big that government will be, whether it will be a majority or a minority, we still don't quite know. Still sitting at 21 seats, and a few races could change things, but voters have delivered change. Just how dramatic that change will be, we still don't quite know. Still too many races to call. We're going to head out and have a live look at PC headquarters in Stephenville. Now, Premier Designate Tony Wakeham will be moving into the 8th floor office at Confederation Building, taking the reins from John Hogan. So regardless of the ultimate seat count tonight, Premier Designate Tony Wakeham clocking a win, turning the tide for the PCs in this election. We're going to have a look now at the vote share and see how we got to this place so far. So 45.4% is the benchmark. The PCs just a shy below that at 44.2%. So still waiting on a few of those races to see if they could just make it over that benchmark. And the seat change here, PCs had to gain a lot of seats, and they did. 7-seat gain here. Liberals down 6 seats. So quite a dramatic change. We are going to head back to PC headquarters in Stephenville, where Terry Roberts is standing by live right now. So Terry, we've been waiting a while, but we have some answers. We don't quite know the ultimate makeup of this government, but we know the PCs will be taking over from the Liberals.
That's right. The chance of Tony. They paid off here tonight, and when we just called the majority or a win here for the PCs, as you could see, there was a lot of noise, and it looked bleak here early on, and we spoke to a lot of the party brass, and we asked them, asking them, were they disappointed? No, they said it's still early yet. They did not lose faith. They did not panic, and they're still okay. And we're hearing chants of Tony here now, so I'm not sure if that means that Tony Wakeham is showing up or not. But, so I did see signs of it. I did spend some time on the Northern Peninsula with Andrea Barber. Is Tony coming? No? Okay. No, Tony's not coming. They're just cheering him on here. But I saw it everywhere I went with the PCs. Sometimes I'd break away from the party, because I know a lot of times that they would have events and they would be partisans with them. But I would break away, and I kept hearing that word, change. There's a mood, there is a real mood for change, and I sensed it, especially in rural Newfoundland. And I saw it on the Northern Peninsula. As you got further north, all I could see up by St. Anthony were paving machines, excavators, There were more, you wouldn't see as many icebergs in the Strait of Belle Isle in June as the number of paving machines. So the Liberals tried really hard to hang on to Crystal Lynn Howell on the Northern Peninsula. But again, you got to come back to it. There was just that feeling of change. And Andrea Barber, she's a social media phenomenon. She's got tens of thousands of followers. She's, her whimsical loves ya with her sign off from all of her videos, dancing, cooking. Came late to the campaign, said she was bringing heart, going there for all the right reasons. And look what happened. She pulled off a victory on the Northern Peninsula tonight. And we talked about it earlier, how there had to be a breakthrough in Labrador. And of course, it happened in Labrador, where the MOU, you would have thought that it might have influenced the vote in favor of the Liberals, but it didn't. So I'm going to sign it off from here now from the PC headquarters. And back to you, Carolyn.
All right, thank you so much, Terry Roberts. Yes, still waiting for that final count. The PCs at the 21 majority mark, but there are still some tight races, so we still don't quite know if they will keep that majority that we're seeing right now or if they will drop back to minority territory. But still, how did we get here? How did the PCs get this win? Let's throw it over to Ariana and David to have a look.
Well, Carolyn, as Terry just said, that they had to break through in Labrador, and they did.
Yeah, they're chanting Tony, Tony, Tony. The band Tony, Tony, Tony had a 1990 hit called Feels Good, and they feel good at PC headquarters tonight. Look at this. Ariana, we talked about the need to grow in Labrador for the PCs to win. Lake Melville and Lab West, that was the two targets. 2 for 2, Ariana. Pretty good way to start the night.
Yeah, and let's take a look now at Lake Melville. And this is the return of a former cabinet minister, Keith Russell. Had a bit of a shaky time as a cabinet minister with Dunderdale's government, but that's all in the past, because look at that. One of the things in Labrador too that was a big issue was public safety. Massive concerns around public safety in that district. That was something that Keith Russell promised change, and you'll see it there tonight in Lake Melville.
Okay, Labrador had been reliably Liberal for many, many years. So was the west coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. Not tonight. Look at this. From the top to the tail, you've got blue with a little speck of red in Corner Brook, and the independent Eddie Joyce holding on to his particular seat. But up here, we talked about this earlier in the night in St. Barb, Lanza Meadows. It was on the Northern Peninsula back in the early 2000s where the PCs broke through with Trevor Taylor as their candidate, flipping a Liberal seat for the first time in the history of the province, and that sparked the wave that ended the Liberal government and elected the PC government of Danny Williams. Just below that, the seat of former Premier Andrew Furey, former Premier Dwight Ball, blue, and blue right here in Scott Reed's old seat. They only held on to Corner Brook, Ariana. That is a bad showing for the Liberals, a great breakthrough for the Conservatives.
And especially when you look at Humber Gross Morin, because of course this is a district that held two former premiers, Dwight Ball, Andrew Furey. They were campaigning with Helen Reid. Couldn't make it through there. Mike Guzny, look at the lead there. Yeah. Look at that. That is no slim margin there. So Humber Gross Morin, Mike Guzny heading to the legislature.
Yeah, that's not just a flip, that's a somersault. Okay, let's go east and let's look at the two seats that might have been the most vulnerable for the Progressive Conservatives, because remember, they needed to go up 7 to get to a majority, and that's where they're sitting right now, that magic number of 21. They could not lose Fogo Island Cape Friels, which they won in a by-election earlier this year, and the seat they were most worried about was Placentia West Bellevue. Both of those, Ariana, still blue on our board tonight.
Yeah, and again, this was one of those seats. It was flipping back and forth for a little bit there. Very close. Look at that, 64 votes between Jeff Dwyer and Brian Keating. So this was one they were worried about, as you said. They weren't sure if they were going to keep it. They did keep it, but narrowly.
Right, and the other one, Fogo Cape Friels, the tightest race in the province right now. It hasn't been called yet. That is what the majority hinges on, because the last look we're going to have is at Metro. The Conservatives may have a majority government tonight without winning a single seat that is predominantly inside the capital city of St. John's. That is orange and red, but just you move west into the big suburbs, Topsail Paradise and Conception Bay South, those have stayed blue. The blue wall on the Avalon held for Tony Wakeham tonight.
Yeah, let's take a look at CBS now and where we saw this happen. All right, so Barry Pettin, of course, pretty high-profile member of the opposition. Opposition no more, but pretty good lead there over Ken McDonald, MP, someone you're familiar with, of course, yeah. Dave. And yeah, just couldn't make it happen in Conception Bay South. The Tories were able to hang on to that seat.
Ken McDonald made so much noise by breaking ranks with the Trudeau Liberals and saying the former Prime Minister was past his Beth before date. He made the move back to provincial politics, I think he was going to be a cabinet minister in an Andrew Furey government. Instead, Ariana, I've got federal Liberals texting me, with a little bit of grim joy here. So Dave Brazel, you know, it worked out for Barry Pettin. They're chanting Tony, Tony, Tony. If you'd stuck around, maybe they'd be chatting Brazel, Brazel, Brazel. But what do you make of this? I mean, it's all down to Fogo Island, Cape Friels to see if your successor gets his majority government.
Yeah, no, still confident, and we got a great leader there in the next Premier of Newfoundland Labrador in Tony. You know, look forward to, you know, seeing him put in play what works for the people of this province here. And it was a great night by everybody, every candidate with every party, every organizer, every volunteer, everybody who helped this happen here, the media covering everything. Well, you know, what a great night for Newfoundland Labrador to talk about change and doing it in a way where they had some input into what happens here. So, you know, I'm looking forward to Tony taking the reins of this province and moving it in the right direction and working with all the other parties to make this happen so that we're where we should be in this country here. We should be totally have, and that nobody should be worrying about anything that they have in this province here other than a good quality of life.
Steve Crocker, I don't know what John Hogan is going to say. I don't know when he is going to speak. What do you expect to see from the outgoing Premier and your former colleague and Premier and leader?
Yeah, I think you will see a very respectful person who understands this result, appreciates that the people of Newfoundland Labrador have spoken. You know, I've known Tony Wakeham for a couple of terms now, sat in the House of Assembly with him. He's a good man, and I'll be able to sleep tonight knowing that Tony Wakeham is the Premier of this province. I have confidence in what he does, what he's done. I know a lot of his members. I've, you know, bantered with them for many years. And, you know, Newfoundland and Labrador made a decision tonight, a decision that we ought to and will respect. And, you know, and I'm sure that's what former Premier Hogan will say when he comes out in a little while, that, you know, Newfoundlanders have spoken and we have a government. And I wish them well. I wish all the members of the new government and our opposition, because, you know, they now have a new role to play. But, you know, if you look at who we elected tonight, there are some strong members there, and they will hold government's feet to the fire. But again, to what Brazel has said throughout the night, this is about working together. There's one objective here, and you know, we have a result. And you know, congratulations to everybody who put their name on a ballot. It's not an easy thing to do. I did it 4 times, I think, and everyone was an interesting time and rewarding, but you know, there's a decision made, and we'll respect that decision.
Well, that's well said, that you'll sleep well tonight knowing Tony Wakeham will be leading the province, because too often in politics, Mary Shortall, people talk about them not like they're opponents, but that they're enemies, and we're not seeing any of that right now. What are your thoughts on what Jim Dinn had to say as he was the first leader out to speak tonight?
I think he echoed a lot of what you're saying just now, is that there is an opportunity. I think the people of Newfoundland were heard very clearly by all 3 parties. I think that now the priorities of where they think this government should go have been clearly identified, and I think it will take all hands working together in a collaborative way to make that happen. Because even if it is a majority, it's just a majority, or if it's just a minority, I think it will still be incumbent upon them. But rest assured that, you know, I think Jim would have liked to have seen more seats. Obviously, those voices are really important when they sit in houses of government, because they hold governments to account. But rest assured that will happen with Jim and hopefully Sheila to make sure that those things that have been promised are acted upon.
So Dave Brazel, Fogo Island, Cape Friels is where the majority sits right now. I mean, there are 2 seats that we do not yet have called. Fogo Island, Cape Friels, which is the closest, 156 vote lead for the Progressive Conservatives there. And Steve, I'm not saying this to rub salt in anything, but it's carving your Trinity Bay of Verde, where you ran 4 times and you leave and it all falls apart. It's a 352 vote.
It had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with Steve Crocker.
Right, but Dave Brazel, I mean, if this holds, and you know, I think we're very close to knowing that it's probably going to hold. Tony Wakeham does not need to reach across the aisle. He does not need to court the independents. He does not need to make promises to the NDP if he gets the majority. But what you're saying, it feels like you think he should do that, because there are fundamental challenges facing this province, facing his government, and what to do about the Hydro-Quebec deal and the cash flow shortage this province faces going forward has to be right at the top of that list, and it might need a little bit of collaboration.
Oh, 100%. And if anybody knows Tony's background, I mean, Tony's in the Canadian Basketball Hall of Fame because he was somebody who could coordinate, could collaborate, could organize things.
Could he dunk? I need to know if he could dunk.
And he could dunk.
Because he dunked tonight.
I wouldn't ask him tonight, but yeah, he's dunked a big one tonight, big time. But I mean, Tony has always been open and very collaborative here. He's, you know, don't forget, he's lived in the cities, he's lived in the rural and urban areas, he's been a business person, he's been a senior bureaucrat and a politician who took a shot at the leadership, then, you know, stood up and said, I'm going to lead by example, ran for a nomination, then won in the opposition, and then since then, took the leadership role. He's very collaborative. He has a great team around him. I'm looking forward to putting things in the right direction. And again, what I liked about this election, there was no attacking each other. This was about what we stand for, and hopefully this will be in the best interest of people in this province.
Okay, sorry, I just got to get it back to Carolyn. And Carolyn, I'm hearing from senior members of the Wakeham campaign saying this is insane. The way that they pulled this off. They're waiting for John Hogan to speak. Then we'll hear from Tony Wakeham.
Yeah, they are surprised. Not truly that expected this evening. This result, and as you say, we see on the screen there in the bottom right-hand corner there that we're waiting for Liberal leader John Hogan to come in and speak with supporters. Now opposition leader.
That's right.
John Hogan. So we'll see what happens and what he has to say tonight. And you do have some more results.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
The call between John Hogan and Tony Wakeham is happening right now. They are speaking, the leader of the Liberal Party and the leader of the PC Party. They're having the conversation right now. Once that is concluded, I suspect we'll see John Hogan come down there. So sorry for interrupting, but a little bit of news I wanted to give you there.
Yeah, and I guess the question is cabinet ministers.
Yes,
right?
Carolyn. So, of course, one of the things Tony Wakeham is going to have to think about is, who's going to go in my cabinet? So let's take a look at who we're thinking, okay? If we were to help Tony Wakeham, I'm just kidding. We're not helping Tony Wakeham around here. Lynn Paddock, he's an accountant. Perhaps he's someone that they're going to consider for finance. I'm also thinking of names of Chris Tibbs. We're thinking of Lloyd Parrott. But Mr. Paddock here has, you know, history, his background is in finance. What about a justice minister? Helen Conway Ottenheimer, a lawyer. Her practice included being staff counsel for the Provincial Human Rights Commission. Perhaps she's someone who Mr. Wakeham will have on the cabinet around cabinet. And also Leela Evans, Indigenous Affairs Minister. I would assume that's a pretty fair assumption there. Leela Evans, of course, one of the reasons why she is so popular in her district is because she is such an advocate for the people of Torn Gap Mountains. And I don't think that would be a stretch to think that she would be considered for that post.
Yeah, so a lot of PCs returning to the House of Assembly. Going to be seeing some new faces as well. I would love to know how that phone call is going between John Hogan and Tony Wakeham. Right now, we're still waiting for John Hogan to come down, but yeah, we should be hearing from him fairly soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, Carolyn, it's remarkable. Like very early in this campaign, I went through a path to victory scenario in a conversation with some of the people who are organizing the Tony Wakeham campaign, and they identified sort of the 10 seats that they thought they could move and get into play. They held Burin Placentia West. They flipped Humber Gross Moore. They came really close in Burin Grand Bank. They won St. George's Humber. They won St. Barb Lance Meadows. They won Lab West. They are winning Carbonear Trinity Beta Verde. They won Lake Melville. They, you know, everything they had in their sights, they either hit the bullseye or the ring around the bullseye. They came that kind of close. And to go from 14 seats to 21 right now without breaking through in the capital city of St. John's, to flip every single sort of marginal, for the most part, seat. And I don't mean marginal, I mean marginal in terms of the vote chances. To do that, it's a remarkable example of targeting, vote efficiency, and then getting out the vote, because you know, it didn't feel like a massive change election until you went to the towns of rural Newfoundland and Labrador, because that's where the change in government came from.
Yeah. Still counting those votes in those key districts, and hoping to have a chat with NDP leader. Yeah?
Yeah, and we're just down to one right now, one race. Fogo Island Cape Friels, 172 votes, 50 out of 58 polls reporting. And we saw a bit of a flip back and forth. Of course, Jim McKenna took this seat in a by-election after the passing of Derek Bragg. And of course, this came at a time where there was a lot of unhappy fishermen, very unhappy with the Liberals. And Jim McKenna came in with that by-election win. Dale Lewis, though, you know, he had a really good campaign rally. A lot of people came out in support of him, former Mountie. And that is the one race that is still in play here tonight, Carolyn.
Yeah, everything hinges on that district.
And let's take a look at the vote share. Fogo Island, Cape Friels, look at that. PC's 50, Liberals 46, the Independent 2.8, and the NDP 1.3. Look at the way the graph goes, though. With 50 of 58 polls reporting, this is the holdup right now. This is what we're waiting for tonight, is to see the outcome in Fogo Island, Cape Friels, and see if Jim McKenna can get back in and return to the House of Assembly.
And deliver a majority government for the PCs. Still waiting to see.
No pressure, Jim McKenna.
No pressure at all, Jim McKenna. Yeah, okay, we're going to head on out now and have a chat with NDP leader Jim Dinh right now. He's standing by live. Mr. Dinh, congratulations on your win tonight as well. Sheila O'Leary projected to win in her seat of St. John's East Kitty Vitty. So it looks like you're heading back to the House of Assembly with 2 seats. How are you feeling about the win?
It's bittersweet. Glad I won my seat. I'm glad that we took back St. John's East Kitty Vitty, a seat I think that rightfully belonged to us, and but very disappointed that we didn't maintain Labrador West. Shazia Razi was an incredible candidate and one who would have done the district proud.
We're seeing a real big flip tonight in this government. I'd love to know what you make of this change. The PCs have been pushing for change, and change has been delivered. We're still waiting to see whether it's going to be a majority or minority government for the PCs. But what do you make of what happened tonight?
I think there was certainly a groundswell for change. We did offer that change through our platform very clearly. We had 40 candidates in total, so there was an opportunity for anyone who wanted to vote NDP in all districts to vote. But certainly we'll see what change that they're proposing. If it comes down to needing the NLNDP support, then we're going to be looking. I guess we're going to be looking at pushing the issues that are important to us. And if nothing else, Carolyn, the people in both parties and across the province know exactly where we stand on what we want to see change. It's in our platform. It's been there. We've been transparent about it all along. So we'll go from there. It's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting few years for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So change definitely a factor in this election. But what about some of the other factors that people have been talking about here? The Churchill Falls MOU, the Liberals had been pushing for this to be, the centerpiece for their campaign. How much of this do you think has to do with the Liberals' position on the Churchill Falls MOU?
I'll start with this. If it were not for the NDP and the independents, there wouldn't be any independent oversight panel. That's the first thing. So we've been pushing for transparency on this deal. We've also been making sure that we want to take politics out of it, which both the PCs and the Liberals have done their best to drag into this partisan politics. Whatever this deal is, it's going to have to be a good deal for the people of the province, and Labrador West in particular, because they're the ones that are going to bear the brunt if it doesn't proceed. But it's going to be about making sure it makes good economic sense, that it gets the best deal for the resources, that people locally are going to benefit from this project. So that's something we're still committed to, and we're going to keep fighting for that, and we're going to make sure that whatever the conversation is, it's going to be about the economic return and benefit to the people of the province, to the workers, and to the communities who depend on them.
Okay, well, you'll be returning to a very different House of Assembly this year. NDP leader Jim Dinh,
Yep.
Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so we're going to throw it back to Ariana once again. Are we still waiting? We're
still waiting on Fogo Island, Cape Friels, but let's take a look at some of the new elects that we can tell you about. Sheila O'Leary, as Jim did mention there. We have all the polls reporting there. She is elected. St. John's East, Kitty Vitty. That makes 2 for the NDP. Let's look at Lake Melville now. Keith Russell heading back to the House of Assembly. Had a break there after he was unseated in 2015. He is making his way back. The Liberals just couldn't couldn't catch up there, and he is elected in Lake Melville. Paul Dinn, he is returning to the legislature. Dan Bobbitt, I mean, you're looking at 102 votes. That's still pretty tight, but yeah, Paul Dinn, he's heading back to the legislature. And a new face, Mark Butt. He unseated Derek Bennett, Speaker, a longtime Liberal. 18 votes, Carolyn.
Wow.
So,
yeah. It's a close one.
And we're still watching. We're still watching.
Still watching, still waiting for John Hogan, the Liberal leader, to come in and speak to supporters there. We're going to circle back now to Fogo Island, Cape Friels. The margin is widening, but still the PCs are leading in this district. This is what it comes down to for whether or not the PCs will have a majority or minority government.
Yeah, it's 3 polls left. We're like a Samuel Beckett play waiting for Fogo. But, you know, I have never, in my many, many years of covering elections in Newfoundland and Labrador, seen a 315-vote lead evaporate with 3 polls left to go. Certainly not in a rural seat where the polls tend to be smaller. Dave Brazel, Decision Desk, says it's not happening. There was a club in downtown St. John's called the Fogo A-Go-Go back in the day, and it's time to Fogo A-Go-Go so we can get this thing called, because that kind of a margin now at 315 votes, like mathematically possible, realistically improbable. You know, it is the last little bit of certainty that we're all waiting on that separates Tony Wakeham from a 20-seat minority to a 21-seat majority, and one of the most smashingly successful, surgically efficient election campaigns in the history of this province. Everything they needed to hit. There's a similar dynamic to the 1989 election when Clyde Wells won without winning his seat, that there was this endless series of seats where people won by 1 vote, won by 5 votes. They lost the popular vote and won a majority government because of the spectacular levels of vote efficiency. Tony Wakeham right now is winning the popular vote, but he's below the historic threshold for a majority, and he's less than a percentage point ahead of the Liberals, but it's surgical execution and strategy of the campaign of vote efficiency that's got him right here just waiting for the last Fogo polls to win a majority government.
And you did say Fogo A-Go-Go, right?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah. No, anyway, it's a club. My mom and dad used to go there way back in the day. And Jerry Reed told me about it too, who was the MHA for Twillingate Fogo way back in the day. So yeah.
All right. Okay, let's head up to Labrador once again. Happy Valley Goose Bay. Reagan Burden is standing by live with Keith Russell. Keith Russell, the projected winner of the district of Lake Melville. So, so how are people doing up there right now?
Oh, there is a lot of excitement in this room, and I think Keith Russell might be the most excited person in here. Keith, how are you feeling?
I am ecstatic. We've had a wonderful night here. We had a great crowd here, and people they're genuinely happy for the result here in Lake Melville.
And biggest priorities, you know, what is the most change you want to see? What areas?
We've got to see massive change in healthcare, massive change, and we've got to see a lot of action on the ground to address the crime, the drugs. We've got a lot of stuff that we've got to do, and it's going to take a lot of people in the field to do that.
All right, Keith, thank you so much. Back to you, Carolyn. Still some exciting results to come in. We'll see what happens tonight.
Thank you so much, Reagan Burden. And the CBC News election desk is ready to make the call. Yes, here we go. Majority government for the PCs. They have, really made change in this province. They have called for change, and the voters have chosen change. And we have a new PC majority government. Premier designate Tony Wakeham will be heading to the House of Assembly.
And it was down to a
single poll. One poll we were waiting on. And here's a live shot of the PC headquarters in Stephenville, waiting for now Premier designate Tony Wakeham to take the podium to speak with his supporters. A tremendous victory for Tony Wakeham and the PCs tonight. A lot on their plates, a lot of celebrating happening. Yeah, so now Tony Wakeham will have some pressure on him, though, to deliver on his many expensive campaign promises on healthcare, ferries, public safety, and then we have the path forward on the Churchill Falls MOU, some promises made there on an independent review and on a referendum, and making what they say will be a better deal with Quebec on that. So, yeah, quite an incredible turn of events tonight.
Well, first of all, good night, Fogo, and thank you, Fogo, for delivering the final count. And you cannot underscore enough what a incredible victory this is for Tony Wakeham, the Progressive Conservatives, their campaign manager, Steve Outhouse, who I was speaking to Steve in the New Brunswick election last year, where he said he made some mistakes and learned some lessons that he would apply to this election campaign. And boy, did it ever work. The sticking to the issues, the focus on the argument of change, the ruthless efficiency with which they targeted and flipped all of those seats in Labrador and on the rural parts of the island of Newfoundland, the entire target list just about hit. You know, we were hearing as recently as today, Carolyn, that the ceiling for the PCs in this campaign was 21 seats. Hitting your ceiling and getting a majority government is the best possible outcome you can have in an election campaign.
Incredible. And we started the night talking about Labrador and the western part of the island, and there you go. That's what happened tonight. We're going to have a look at the vote share for the PCs. What got them? They just set a new benchmark for a majority government. Okay, this is the first time this has happened. Historically, a party would need 45.4% of the vote to get a majority, but now this is a brand new benchmark, 44.3%. The PCs have their majorities. So let's look at the seat change here. Wow, up 7 seats at the expense there of the Liberals, down 6 seats. So quite the flip, quite the change. And Ariana, you have a look at some of those districts that did that flip.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the -6 that we see there for the Liberals, starting with St. John's East, Kitty Vitty. What was a Liberal loss turned into an NDP gain. And we know that Sheila O'Leary now. Jim Dinn won't be the only one heading back to the House of Assembly. He'll have Sheila O'Leary there with him. And that is one of the key seats that they were hoping to hold on to with John Whalen, but went to the NDP. Keith Russell, we just heard him speak there with Reagan Burden. Another seat. This was, of course, independent at first. Perry Trimper elected as an independent, but rejoined the Liberal caucus. Sean McLean was hoping to hold on to it there for the Liberals, but just couldn't make it happen. Paul Dinn, and look at that lead, 102 votes. Dan Bobbich, you know, you saw John Hogan go into Paradise, promise some new infrastructure, a new road. That's a big deal for the electorate in that area. And but again, Paul Dinn, really strong constituency guy, and he made it work, even though that is a slim margin. And a new face to the House of Assembly, Mark Butt. And look at that lead, 18 votes in Lewis Port Twillingate.
All right, now we're going to go live to Liberal headquarters. We see John Hogan, Liberal leader, coming in. A disappointing night for the Liberals, coming in with his family there. Let's have a little listen, see what John Hogan has to say about this Liberal loss tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Just a few minutes ago, before I came down here, I called the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, Mr. Wakeham, and offered my congratulations on his party's victory in tonight's provincial election. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador have spoken, and we will always respect their choice. And in the coming days, I'll meet with the Lieutenant Governor and Mr. Wakeham to ensure a smooth government transition. Now, we all know that this is not the outcome we'd hoped for. And all of you here tonight, our entire team, our amazing candidates, our awesome volunteers, I know you've poured your hearts out night and day throughout this entire campaign. And we've delivered a message of optimism and hope for our province and for our future. And I am tremendously proud of the campaign that we ran. We kept our message positive. We focused on the challenges we face. We focused on the opportunities ahead. We kept our heads high, and I stand by our decision to run that positive campaign. And democracy is not just about tonight. It's a living, breathing process. And we're lucky to live in a place where the free will of the people is expressed and respected. The challenges we face as a province are real, and they'll require everyone across party lines and throughout our province to work together. So to the incoming government, I and we wish you success, because your success is Newfoundland and Labrador's success. The Liberal Party will always be there for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, and we will support everybody, whatever party you are, when progress and good progress is made. And on an important note, I urge you to stay the course on Churchill Falls. It is the best opportunity to secure our province's future. So listen to the experts, because there is no better deal, but there is a better future for our province. And to our incredible slate of candidates who put your names forward, you knocked on doors, rain and shine, you fought for your districts and your communities, and you did it with heart and integrity and a deep love for your province. And I want to congratulate all our candidates who were elected and who will represent their districts as MHAs. To our volunteers, our organizers, and our supporters, thank you for your tireless efforts, for believing in us and the values that the Liberal Party stands for giving your time and your energy. And your dedication is the only way any of this will be possible. And to the young people in the room or watching at home, some of you may have voted for the very first time. And let me say this, that politics matters, and your voice will always matter. Don't ever be discouraged from engaging and leading and from imagining what this province can be. And to my family, Jill and Maggie and Jack, and Mom and Dad, and my two sisters. You've supported me and encouraged me and put up with late nights and long nights on the road. It's been an amazing and a crazy and fun journey, and I can't thank you enough. And finally, to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, serving as your Premier has been the honor of my life. And from everyone from Labrador West to Port Saunders, Burin to Bonavista, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to meet so many of you and see the best of our province. We're strong, we're proud, and we're resilient. And when we set our minds to something, there's nothing this province can't achieve. So tonight we pause and reflect, but tomorrow we work to build the stronger, prosperous Newfoundland and Labrador that we all deserve. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, Newfoundland and Labrador, and good night.
Well, there you have it, a heartfelt, emotional, and gracious speech, I would say, from John Hogan as he speaks with supporters. A disappointing night for the Liberals, to be sure. John Hogan spending 6 months as Premier of the province, having been elected by Liberals in the Liberal leadership, saying there that he is wishing success to the incoming PC majority government, urging government to stay the course on the Churchill Falls deal, saying he thinks the best opportunity is still for this province, and also saying that tomorrow they go back to work. So there you have it. John Hogan speaking there tonight on a disappointing evening for the Liberals.
It was a gracious speech.
Yeah.
There with his wife Jill and his daughter. His son is very young, maybe 3 years old, probably in bed by now. But it's interesting as you look at this result and you look at John Hogan there. Him and his wife are both professionals. He's not yet 50. They're a young family with young children. This is the type of people that Tony Wakeham is going to be fighting for as the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador going forward. There are not enough young families. There are not enough young people in Newfoundland and Labrador. The demographic pyramid is upside down. And you know, part of the pitch from the Liberals on the Churchill Falls deal that they're trying to do with Quebec is that this is the opportunity to give that opportunity to other young families to stay here in Newfoundland and Labrador. And John Hogan saying, I urge you to stay the course on Churchill Falls. It is the best opportunity. There is no better deal, but there is a better future. Compelling rhetoric, not enough to hold on to the government, not enough to win the election. As we take a look at how they perform tonight at the different regions across the province, you're going to see, the numbers very much tell the tale. Down 8.5 points on the Avalon Peninsula, down 2 in Central, down in East, up in Labrador, but only winning 1 seat of the 4 in the Big Land. Up in Metro, 47.4 percentage points in the St. John's area. That is where the bedrock of support is, but that is very much an inefficient vote, as it turns out, because they had some big margins in the city, but dropped in seats, and they're down 5.5 percentage points overall from the last election. So 43.5, Carolyn, very close to that number we talked about at the beginning of the night, that gets you a majority government. But Tony Wakeham set the new benchmark even a little bit higher, but still below that number. And John Hogan saying work continues tomorrow. The transition work does. That would leave you with the impression he's not resigning as leader tonight. Whether he stays on for the long term, I do not know. But it was interesting when the Muskrat Falls inquiry was happening. John Hogan was still a lawyer in private practice. This is the other big hydro deal on Labrador that went sideways and has been a financial burden on the province. John Hogan was the lawyer appointed to represent the ratepayers of Newfoundland and Labrador in that inquiry. He could be the opposition leader across from Tony Wakeham as there's a discussion of what to do with the next hydro deals in Labrador.
And this relationship with Quebec as well. The Liberals have been fostering what has been a much better relationship with Quebec than this province has seen in a while, working towards this Churchill Falls MOU. So what will be the next steps now on that? And
the Quebec media, the French language media in Quebec tomorrow is going to be fascinating. The reaction from the Parti Québécois in Quebec will be fascinating. The reaction from the François Legault and his government will be fascinating, because normally they don't pay too much attention to provincial elections in Newfoundland and Labrador. But Ariana, Carolyn, I don't know how they don't pay attention to this one, because this was something they wanted to present to their voters next year to try to save a government that has been in power a long time, governed through COVID, and is very much in trouble. It's impossible not to see the parallels to what happened tonight.
Yeah, and they hope to get the deal done in April.
Clock is ticking.
So we are hoping to hear from Premier Designate Tony Wakeham fairly soon. But right now we're going to turn to Ariana, and we have all of these PCs that are now in government. And it means that Tony Wakeham will have to choose his next cabinet. And we touched on this a little bit earlier, but what are some of the potential choices here?
I mean, you kind of have to look at the background of some of the people who Tony Wakeham has to choose from here. So finance, of course, the biggest job, one of the biggest jobs. I mean, look at the financial, what they have to deal with, whoever takes on this job, right? Lim Paddock, he has a background. He's an accountant. Right now, he is the finance critic for the Tories. Is he someone who maybe Tony Wakeham would like to have in his cabinet, maybe overseeing that portfolio? You know, it's possible. Of course, justice is a big one. Tony Wakeham campaigned on public safety. I think that was one of the big election issues. A lot of focus on the MOU, but a lot of people focusing on public safety as well. You need a strong justice minister. Helen Conway-Ottenheimer is a lawyer. That's a possibility. Leila Evans, a strong voice for Labrador, a strong voice for Indigenous people in this province. Very likely that would be Tony Wakeham's Indigenous Affairs Minister. But again, New fresh faces as well, Carolyn. So we'll have to wait and see, of course, and see who he decides to go with, really, when it all shakes out.
And yeah, this is a live shot here of PC headquarters on the west coast of the island in Stephenville, waiting for Premier Designate Tony Wakem to come in and speak with supporters here tonight. A resounding success for the PCs, who had been pushing for change, and change they did receive from the voters tonight, securing a majority government, to the disappointment of the Liberals this evening. So,
well, the door to that room is closed right now, but the door to the House of Assembly is open, and Tony Wakem is just going to walk through both, as he has had a tremendous victory here tonight with 21 PC seats, the magic number for Geordie Met. And now he's going to greet the people who helped get him there.
Just an incredible night for the PCs. A lot of disappointment for the Liberals, however. A lot of big decisions.
It is impossible to overstate how unlikely this was. The path they took to get to 21, Carolyn, as Ariana was walking us through all night. All these seats in play, all these incumbents who left for the Liberals, they had to win most or all of them. And tonight it's mission accomplished, right?
Absolutely. Let's have a listen in on Premier Designate Tony Wakem as he speaks to the room and to the people of the province.
Wow, thank you. Wow, 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 wow. First of all, let me say thank you very much to Shane and Jessica. Thank you very much to everybody here tonight. Thank you to our entire team, our candidates, and our volunteers. And our volunteers province-wide. You know, I've spent over 30 years of my life coaching basketball. And in basketball, you learn that no stat is less important than to score at halftime. Well, it was only a couple of months ago, a whole lot of people were looking at the halftime score and thinking this election was over. Pollsters and pundits were saying it was going to be another Liberal majority. But we knew, all of us, we knew in our PC team knew that the game was not over. We know that a lot of people in Newfoundland and Labrador were ready for a change if they heard a real serious plan for it from a team that listened, learned, and acted on their priorities. We kept working hard, and we kept working together. We didn't quit. We kept believing in each other because we knew it wasn't over until that final buzzer and all the votes are counted. And tonight, we all know it because we all feel it. There is nothing quite like a comeback. There are so many people I want to thank here tonight, and so many people I am going to be reaching out to in the days ahead. But it has to start right here at home with my family, to my wife Patricia, and my kids Stephanie and Christopher and their families. I love you. My daughter just FaceTimed from England, where I think it's around 2:30 in the morning over there. So anyway, Steph, keep watching. Politics can be hard on families, and I am so grateful for every sacrifice that you have made. It is the honor of my life to be elected Premier of this great province of ours. And now, to the wonderful people of Stephenville, Port-au-Port. Thank you for entrusting me as your MHA for a third time. This is my home, just as it is yours, and my pledge to you today is the same as it was the first day I was elected. I will always make sure that our community will have its voice heard. And I know I didn't get here alone. To Kip Kaus and our local campaign team, thanks for running an outstanding local campaign in this district. I know it was a little bit harder this time, as my job as party leader meant I could not spend as much time in this community. And to my incredible expert central campaign team, led by Steve Outhouse, and our campaign co-chairs, Jessica Babb and Shane Skinner, I am so grateful. One more basketball coaching lesson. You can't score unless someone passes you the ball. It is true, you might sometimes score on your opponent's mistakes as well, but I'll let others comment on that. Instead, I want to talk about our campaign, where every day as leader, I was set up perfectly to score. Every day, Steve and our campaign team were at their best, and they allowed me to be at my best. You don't always see it in front of the cameras, but behind every campaign, there are a team of people who put their lives on hold because they believe in what we are doing, and I will always be grateful for that. And this brings me to our team of PC candidates from every corner of Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you for putting your name on a ballot. Thank you for putting your faith in me. As I said, politics is a team sport. No leader can win it on their own. And everywhere I've traveled in our province, I found dedicated, hard-working candidates representing the best of our party to our province. There is something else I found everywhere I went. Volunteers on the phones or on the doorsteps, or even just talking to their family, co-workers, and friends, helping spread our message that we can build a bigger, brighter future for all of us. This victory belongs to all of you, too. I know tonight that while many of our local candidates are celebrating a victory tonight, some of you are disappointed. I hope you, your family, and your supporters can hold your head high, because in putting your name on a ballot and giving your neighbors a real choice, you help make our province a better place. In fact, I want to congratulate every candidate from every party for putting their name forward in this election. This was a consequential vote, and you helped give your community a real choice. And this includes John Hogan and Jim Dinn, along with Eddie Joyce and Paul Lane. Thank you for giving voters a choice. I have spoken to Mr. Hogan and Mr. Dinn to congratulate them. This was a spirited campaign, but I think it was also a respectful campaign. In a time when democracy is under a lot of strain elsewhere, it was Newfoundlanders and Labradorians who once again showed the world how it's done. Finally, I want to thank every voter who put their faith in us and put their faith in me when they marked an X next to their local PC candidate. Whether longtime voters or new voters, true blue Tories or somebody taking a chance and voting PC for the first time. Young and old in the city, around the bay, men, women, newcomers, old-timers. Whatever your reason for voting PC, I am so grateful for it. We worked hard to earn your support, and we will work harder to keep it. And if you didn't vote PC, that's okay too, because we're also going to work hard for you. Because it doesn't matter to me if you are blue or red or orange. At the end of the day, all of us are Newfoundlanders and Labradorians first. Earlier this evening, somebody asked me what my top priority would be if we won this election. My answer should surprise nobody, because we have been talking about this for every single day of this campaign. I answered no surprises. I'm going to do everything I can to build a better, brighter future for all of us. I want to build a future that includes better health care for all of us. This means bringing more nurses and nurse practitioners to rural and underserved communities. This means investing in 4 new MRI machines to the communities who need them most. And this means expanding seats in our med school and nursing programs, along with new incentives to ensure our medical graduates want to stay home or return home. I want to build a future that includes lower taxes for all of us. That means increasing the basic personal exemption to $15,000, meaning nobody pays a cent of provincial tax on the first $15,000 you earn. The biggest exemption in Atlantic Canada. It also means permanently reducing the gas tax and paying back the tuition of graduates who choose to stay and work in Newfoundland and Labrador. Increasing support for our seniors and increasing the number of families who can receive real supports through the Newfoundland and Labrador Child Tax Credit. I want to build a future that includes safer communities for all of us. This means hiring 46 new police officers for the RCMP and RNC, investing in more Crown attorneys, leading the national effort to toughen bail rules, and invest in expanded addiction recovery centers and mobile mental health units. We're going to do this while leading a pro-jobs government that insists that work from Bay to North, ferry construction, or national defense spending is done right here, and ensure that all big public projects include benefits agreements that guaranteed work for local tradespeople and apprentices. And we will do more, and we will build more, while ensuring that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are always the beneficiaries of our resources. We will develop Churchill Falls. We will develop Gull Island. We will electrify Labrador. We will develop our resources with our workers for the benefits of our communities. But the era of a rubber stamp government is over. When it comes to our province's resources, we will be the ones calling the shots. I will demand a true independent review that will share its conclusions with the public. I will use that review to fix this deal or demand a better one. And given the generational stakes, I will not sign any deal that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians do not approve in a referendum. My friends, an election delivers a mandate, but it does not by itself deliver change. Change is up to all of us. And it is my promise to you that as Premier, I will give this everything I've got to deliver the better health care, lower taxes, and safer communities that you all deserve. Tonight is a special night for me and my team. Let's celebrate, but tomorrow we get back to work. Let's build a better, brighter future for all of us. Thank you.
There you have it. Premier designate Tony Wakeham saying this is the honor of his life to be elected Premier of the province, reiterating commitment to many of his campaign promises, including a very big one, which is to not sign any deal with Quebec over Churchill Falls that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians do not approve in a referendum. Also, promising a true independent review of the Churchill Falls MOU, saying nothing quite like a comeback. A lot of sports references there. Feels a bit like a sports movie tonight for Tony Wakeham with this resounding win for the PCs, a PC majority, and all the votes have been counted. So if you look at the bottom of your screen there, those numbers represent the new shape, the new landscape at the House of Assembly. PC's 21 seats, Liberals 15, Independent 2, NDP 2. So quite the night for Tony Wakeham and for the PCs. The first word out of Tony Wakeham's mouth when he hit the podium was wow. And I think a lot of people in the province tonight also saying wow with the results of this election. Yeah, incredible night for the PCs. A lot of decisions, a lot to come, a lot of expensive campaign promises made on healthcare, on ferries, on public safety. So Tony Wakeham will be facing some pressure to deliver on those promises, but once again did reiterate his commitment to fulfilling a lot of those promises tonight. A lot of happy faces there at PC headquarters, a lot of hugs. Going to throw it over now to Ariana and David to have a look at how we got to this place.
Yeah, well, Carolyn, we said at the beginning of the night it was going to likely start at Labrador when we looked at the path to victory, and it certainly did.
Yeah, Carolyn's saying, a lot of people saying wow. I don't think one wow is enough for the way the PCs pulled this off. It's like wow, 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 and wow. Look at Labrador. 3 of the 4 seats blew tonight at the end of the count. The Liberals held Cartwright Lanza-Clare. This was an independent seat last election that went Liberal on a floor cross. These two were both targeted for the gains by the Progressive Conservatives. And Ariana, with just about every target Tony Wakeham and his campaign manager Steve Outhouse had on their list, they did it.
Yeah, and let's just take a look now at Labrador West. This is really interesting. Jordan Brown had the seat for the NDP. The NDP still did have the union support there, but the MOU was top of mind. The third transmission line needed to help with the burgeoning mining sector in Labrador West. They need housing. They need the third transmission line. So it's interesting that it went this way. It seemed like the Liberals were really banking on the MOU to be their path forward in Labrador West. Joe Power with the Tories took it anyways, former fire chief in Labrador City.
Yeah, the Labrador results are going to be fascinating in the post-mortem because even the seat they held, you were talking about this all night, the Liberals usually win that with 90% of the vote, 138 vote victory for Lisa Dempster down there. Okay, let's go to the west coast of the island where it's an equally grim picture for the Liberals and another smashing success for Tony Wakeham and the Progressive Conservatives. We highlighted at the beginning of the night 4 seats that the Liberals held that the Conservatives had targeted up here on the Northern Peninsula, St. Barb, Lanza Meadows, Humber, Grosse Moorne, and St. George's Humber. The one they did not take was Corner Brook. It's the smallest dot on the screen, but it's the biggest population center on the coast. But again, this is where Liberal heavyweights have been elected throughout history, Ariana, and tonight 75% of the seats we looked at went PC.
And we're also seeing a lot of this map. When you look at this map, it mirrors a lot of the federal election, right?
Indeed.
You see, look at the Northern Peninsula there, the Carol Anstey effect. Let's take a look at St. Barb, because this was a seat held by Cabinet Minister Krista Lynn Howell. Well liked, but Andrea Barber, you spoke with Trevor Taylor on the ground there, and they had a really good ground game, and she was a late start campaigning, got on the ground, and it worked. So that will be red to blue in St. Barb and Lansing Meadows.
Trevor Taylor's watching tonight. He lost his feed. I sent him the YouTube link. He's streaming it right now. So congratulations, Trevor Taylor, on your work. And just hold it here for 1 second before we go to the next region. Just to pick up on your point, show the island if we can. To pick up on Ariana's point about this mirroring the federal results, right, where Jonathan Rowe, Cliff Small, and Carol Anstey won. This is Carol Anstey's area broadly. This is where Cliff Small won, and this is where Jonathan Rowe won. I know you see the red here, but the Trans-Canada Highway sort of runs right through the middle of the island. So that's where most of the people are. So where the Conservatives won are the larger population centres in the island of Newfoundland. This is the federal results, right? You can see it right here, just to prove that we weren't lying. This is, but these areas are smaller, less populated centres, long, vast. There's a wilderness reserve in the middle of it, and so where they won here provincially is very similar to where they won federally. And just to go to the eastern part of the island of Newfoundland to show you that, we highlighted two specific districts. Held by the Progressive Conservatives, and we made the point they needed to hold those if they were going to win, because they needed to go +7, which is where they landed. That was Fogo Cape Friels. You may have seen us waiting for that all night. And Placentia West Bellevue. Two close races, Ariana, but two races the PCs won.
Yeah, let's take a look at Fogo Island Cape Friels. Down to the last poll for the majority there, Jim McKenna was able to get ahead, and, Dale Lewis, former Mountie, as I said, they had a really good rally out there. The Liberals really confident about Dale Lewis. Jim McKenna took this in the by-election, and he'll be back again in the House of Assembly.
Okay, we're going to look at a district on the Avalon Peninsula. I just had to check the Leaf score on my phone and give a trigger warning to Steve Crocker, because this is Carbonear Trinity Beta Verde. The Leafs are winning 7-4, Steve, so that's good for you. But his old seat is now a PC gain on the Avalon Peninsula. One of the key ones they got from seats that current and former cabinet ministers vacated that they were able to flip tonight, Ariana.
Yeah, and also very, very, very close race here. And this was also, we have to note that this was an area that was hit really hard with the wildfires. Riley Balsam, young guy, young councillor with heart's content, started very early, started on the ground early and made a world of difference. I mean, only a lead of, fewer than 400 votes over Danielle Doyle, who I was told also had a great campaign, but again, was red for a decade. Now it's blue.
Okay, they've done this, Carolyn, without gaining seats in the capital city in St. John's. The Liberals lost ground there to the NDP. The PCs held the seats they came in with tonight, and all of those stacked on top to get to the magic number of 21 for the PC leader, Tony Wakeham.
Yeah, a lot of magic for the PCs tonight. We're going to check in now with Premier Designate Tony Wakeham, who's standing by live. Mr. Wakeham, congratulations on your win tonight. You made it to a majority government. You started your speech just then, I mentioned, by saying the word wow. Wondering, were you expecting this outcome tonight?
Well, all along we knew that seats were in play all across Newfoundland and Labrador. And our message has been crystal clear right from the beginning of our campaign to the very end. We talked about better access to health care. We talked about lower taxes. We talked about safer communities. And those messages and those plans were what resonated with people all over Newfoundland and Labrador. And I think that was reflected in the voting. And it's just exciting to actually be a part of that. I think the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, we're looking for change, and we've given them a clear direction on what we intend to do.
How much of this election would you say was about the issues that you just mentioned, health care and safety, and how much of this was a referendum on the Churchill Falls MOU and the Liberals? What do you think did it for the PCs in this election?
Well, clearly healthcare was the number one issue we heard at the doors. And we also talked about the issues with taxation and the struggles that people were having with the cost of living. And as I have said before, I mean, in many small communities, Newfoundland and Labrador, we've now seen crime increase that was never there before. So it's not just an urban issue. And all of those messages were key. The MOU was not top of mind for most people. They were concerned about their own individual issues around, like I said, healthcare, the cost of living, and their own communities, and that's what resonated. And we outlined for them, we were able to outline for them what we planned on doing as a party, and that message resonated with people, and they turned out to to vote us, support us, and give us a majority government.
And you will have to chart a path forward now with the Churchill Falls MOU, and you mentioned that you will not be signing any deal that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians do not approve in a referendum. Can you walk us through what your plans are now going forward on this deal?
We've been talking about this since January, about the need for an independent analysis, an independent review taken outside of the political arena, where we can dig in and find out exactly what it is we're signing up for. Because what we're talking about is entering into another agreement for 50 plus years. And we clearly have a direction that's been given to us from a previous inquiry. One of the number one recommendations was to make sure that before we entered in any of these mega things, projects, we turn around and have an independent review and analysis done. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to get in there and make sure and have this truly independent review done. And if this deal needs to be changed, needs to be renegotiated, we'll make sure that happens. And once that's done, and once we get to that final stage of a deal, then we'll bring it back to the people so they can have their say.
So you're going to be heading to the 8th floor of Confederation Building. Once you start in your new position, what will be your top priorities here? What is going to be the top of your list of things to do?
The top thing, as I have said before, is about helping the people in Newfoundland and Labrador. And the three things we will focus on are the things that we have been talking about all through this campaign. Better access to health care, lowering taxes, and safer communities. So we've outlined a number of measures that we're going to take to achieve those, and that's going to be the first thing we're going to start with.
Okay, and also during this campaign, you did make a lot of promises, a lot of commitments, a lot of spending promises on ferries, on health care, and you did mention during the campaign that you're going to focus on helping people balance their own books before you worry about balancing the books of the province. So how are you going to fulfill some of these promises and find the money?
When I look at the $280 million that we've talked about as these commitments would cost, I can look inside the current budget of government and the current expenditure of what has been spent by this Liberal government in the last 4 years and find lots of examples where we can address and find money to do exactly what we've outlined. We can only have the look as far as the travel nurses fiasco and the additional monies that were spent there that ought not to have been spent. When I think about the fact that when you have no poverty reduction strategy or a housing strategy and you wind up leasing hotels in a reaction mode, there's been so many decisions made that were simply reactions. We need to make sure that when we talk about doing things, that we have those plans in place and we really get down and make sure that we've done that complete analysis. I think there are lots of opportunities inside the existing budget for us to take care of what we've been talking about.
And just to circle back to the Churchill Falls MOU, you've committed to holding a referendum on this MOU, and I'm wondering what will happen if the result of that referendum comes back and the people of the province say, yes, this is a good deal. What happens then?
Well, the first thing we have to do is make sure that we do this independent review and analysis to ensure exactly what we've got in front of us and what that looks like. But ultimately, this is a generational project. I mean, this cannot simply be about the next 4 years. It has to be about the next generation. I've always said that, and that's exactly what we want to do. Let's take the politics out of it. Let's make sure that we send it for that independent review and make sure that, in fact, it is the best deal that the province of Newfoundland and Labrador can get. And then if the people will vote on it and they say yes, then we go ahead and move forward with it.
Okay, Premier Designate Tony Wakeham, thank you so much for your time tonight. Congratulations once again on your big win.
Thank you so much.
All right, David, what a big night tonight. We started
Yeah.
off and things were pretty tight, but then the margins, they separated quite a bit.
Yeah, we're getting tweets and social media statements. Premier of Nova Scotia, Tim Houston, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, and the Premier of Alberta, Daniel Smith, offering their congratulations to Tony Wakeham. I should point out that Daniel Smith, campaign manager when she won her government, Steve Outhouse, Tony Wakeham's campaign manager here.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're going to get to the panel. Just quickly, a little bit of information for people at home. My buddy Tim texted me and said, what are the recount rules? Is anything in recount? No. Lewisport, Twillingate is the closest race right now at 18 votes. 10 votes or less is the automatic recount. There could be legal challenges, but nothing automatic here. The only thing automatic, David Brazel, is that Tony Wakeham will get to form the next government of Newfoundland and Labrador. John Hogan conceded. Very gracious speech from the outgoing Premier and a very energetic speech there from Tony Wakeham. What are your thoughts that the PCs have done this remarkably surgical victory tonight?
No, and you've hit it all night, and the panels that talked about it here. It was a strategy, and people questioned it at the beginning, and I give credit, as Tony said, halfway through, people were questioning what the approach was going to be, but it played out exactly the way we wanted, and the targets that we needed to do, and the team were phenomenal. And you know, all political parties played the game the way it should be, with dignity and respect and outlining their views to the people of this province. So, you know, Tony achieved something great here. He should enjoy that. Tomorrow the real work starts as part of that. And the people in Newfoundland and Labrador should have hope that lives will improve and things will get better.
Just quickly on the leadership question, because even people inside your party, Dave Brazel would say privately, Tony Wakeham might have been a little bit of a drag on the party, that they felt maybe he wasn't connecting with voters the way that he should, that if Andrew Furey had stuck around, it might be a different result tonight. And he proved all of them wrong tonight. You know, the Furey's departure kind of reset that leadership calibration. And I remember talking to Steve Outhouse, and he said, as the year went on, people will come up and shake his hand and recognize him, and that was a change for him, having to introduce himself back in the day.
Exactly, and that's what they did. I mean, they reintroduced Tony to the province as to what he stood for, who he was, that he was an average person who had been successful but was sincere about wanting to help people, had the ability, the skill set, and the intelligence to do it, and was going to be sincere by engaging people out there. And that resonated. It got, you know, it took a while as you got there, but he made that happen because Tony's personality is about that. It's about Newfoundlanders and Labradorians.
An average person with a well above average outcome here tonight, 21 seats for the PCs, a remarkable win and a majority government. Dave Brazel, thank you so much for being with us throughout this campaign of Power and Politics here tonight. Steve Crocker, I want to get your final thought, and thank you as well, and then Mary Shortle, and we'll say goodbye.
I'm going to steal from the Premier designate his sports analogy for a second. You know, this was a team loss tonight for John Hogan and a team that I was a part of. This goes back to 10 years of a government and the people wanted a change. This happens in Newfoundland and Labrador. You pointed it out very early in the show that, you know, Premier Hogan would have had to actually change history tonight and make history. So, you know, to use a sports analogy, this is not a John Hogan loss. This is a Liberal Party Newfoundland and Labrador loss. It's not the candidates that were on the ballot tonight. It's the candidates that, some of us that weren't on the ballot. We all share in this. You know, we were fortunate enough to govern for a decade. I wish Premier Designate Wakeham all the success. You know, his success, again, as outgoing Premier Hogan said, is our success. So again, you know, to everybody who ran, thank you for putting your name on the ballot, and everybody should consider doing it again in about 4 years.
No government can outrun change forever. It eventually catches up. Mary Shortle, thank you for being here tonight and with me on my show throughout the campaign. Your final thoughts as we get ready to say goodbye.
You're welcome, by the way. It was a pleasure. I guess tomorrow that reality sets in, that we're still in a housing crisis. We're still in a, you know, there's still too many people using food banks. We still have catastrophic weather events that we need to support. You know, there's still a healthcare crisis. So all those issues now are going to face a Premier Designate. I guess it's about political choices and political will, because people will be looking for those solutions. And my hope is that, you know, with the two NDP MHAs and with the rest of the House, that they'll be able to find those solutions in a way that lifts all Newfoundlanders up. And that's what all of this was about to begin with.
Well, look, I do want to thank the three of you. This brand of nonpartisan partisanship and honest counsel is what we look for in political conversations. So Mary Shortle, Dave Brazel, Steve Crocker, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And sure, we'll be talking again in the near future. Carol.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, David, and thank you also to our panelists. Yeah, another reality setting in for the Liberals tonight, going from government to opposition. So we're going to check in now with Heather Gillis, who's over at the Liberal campaign headquarters with a guest. Heather, I understand you have Fred Hutton with you this evening.
I do. Thanks, Carolyn. Liberals, of course, disappointed with this outcome, not what they expected. I've got Fred Hutton here, elected as the MHA for Conception Bay East, Bell Island again. Congratulations on winning your seat, Fred, but what do you think about the overall outcome tonight?
Well, thanks very much, Heather. I appreciate it. Obviously disappointed and a little bit surprised. You know, we put up a tough fight, obviously, in Conception Bay East, Bell Island. I'm delighted to be back as the representative there, but you know, what can I say? We're disappointed and surprised with the outcome tonight. And I just want to say, you know, congratulations to everybody who put their name forward, but especially to John Hogan. He is a class act. He's so nice. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He loves Newfoundland and Labrador, and I'm just so happy that I got a chance to work with him this closely over the last little while and to watch him as a leader. He's really he's a good guy.
You know, I know Liberals will be reflecting over the next little while, but what do you think drove this outcome tonight?
Well, obviously, I mean, democracy is a beautiful thing, right? And the people speak, and they have spoken tonight. And, you know, again, I want to congratulate everybody who put their name forward, to everybody who voted. I'm glad that people get to exercise that right. We will reflect now and try to figure out where we go from here. Obviously, I'm still brand new to this, really. I mean, for 20 months, I worked in the Premier's office prior to doing this, but was sort of in your role for many, many years and have way more experience there. So we'll assess, you know, I guess what went wrong and where we go from here.
Any indication about what you think this means for the Churchill Falls MOU?
No idea whatsoever. Still just trying to figure out what went on this evening. I certainly hope it does go through in some form. You know, when you're in opposition, it's one thing, but when you're at the table making the decisions based on the funds that you have before you, and I've said this to multiple people, one of the hardest parts of the job is when you see people who need money or you need to put money into a certain thing and you have to say no because it doesn't exist. I mean, it only comes from a couple of areas, revenues from royalties or taxation, you know, so it's hard. And the opportunity that is there with Churchill Falls, I think this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us, and I hope that they continue with it. I wouldn't have signed off on this, you know, when the final agreements come out in April or whenever it is, if it wasn't a good deal. I don't want people saying things about me in 40 and 50 years that it was a bad deal, that we were linked to another, you know, debacle on the Churchill River. Definitely didn't want to be part of that. What we did back in January was agree to continue to talk, and that's where we still are. And I hope that the incoming government, and I congratulate them, I hope they do that as well.
Okay. All right. Well, Fred, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Back to you folks in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Heather Gillis. Now, as we wind down our show, our special election coverage this evening, Ariana, let's talk about some other aspects of all of this. How did the women do tonight?
Well, we know that heading into this, we had a grand total of 9. So let's see how we did. All right.
Oh, okay.
Great. Okay, so we have 10. So the record is a big whopping 11 in 2007. So we have a change of 1. We have 1 more woman heading to the House of Assembly. Ended off the last sitting of the House of Assembly with 9. Carolyn, not the only thing that we look for at the end of a night like this, also looking at voter turnout. We know that 2021, we had a historically low voter turnout because of the pandemic. And let's take a look at this. All right, so estimated at 52.7%, so 1.3 point change. So not a huge difference.
So
yeah, in 2021,
to a pandemic election.
Election in 2019, it was 60%, 2015, 55%. So minimal change. I mean, you look at, that was a pandemic election, 2021, a lot of things in flux. You know, but we did have a federal election. Right here, we had a municipal election. I think that,
there was some confusion around with all the signs and all of the elections going on, and maybe some people were just getting a little bit tired of elections.
And not everyone is as tuned into elections as us nerds, right? So there's that.
People watching at home.
Well, look, the total gap in this was 1,879 votes, province-wide. You know, and all those seats going for the PCs. You know, you talked about the women graphic, only 3 women in the PC caucus. We'll see what Tony Wakeham does with his cabinet. There's an opportunity to put representation in there, but I can tell you the 2 women I sat next to all night nailed it. And they won this big time. So congratulations to you and a historic night here.
Well, so happy to have you here with us, David. So glad to have you home to do this. I know you've been keeping such a close eye on this election, so it's great that you could share your analysis and expertise with us.
And also, do you ever get to go into Paul Lane's living room on Power and Politics? I don't think so.
Well, we'll see what we can do tomorrow. Tony Wakeham's going to come on the show, apparently, so maybe he'll be in his house. Who knows?
So many highlights during the show. Paul Lane's living room, definitely one of them. What a night. My goodness. Thank you so much for joining us for our special election night coverage. And of course, tune into your regional morning show on CBC Radio 1 tomorrow for so much more coverage. A lot to talk about in the days going forward. What do these results mean? What comes next for this province as now Premier designate Tony Wakeham and takes over with a PC majority government, a big change for this province, ending a decade of Liberal rule. So once again, thank you so much to Ariana Kelland. Wonderful to have you, and David Cochran for joining us tonight. The whole team here at Newfoundland and Labrador Votes. And for those of you watching on News Network, we'll be joining the National in progress, and audiences on CBC television. The National starts in just a moment. For radio audiences, we return to your regular programming. I'm Carolyn Stokes. Thank you so much for joining us, and good night.